the world, and it's in this time zone. That's just one of the few things also that I'm looking forward to, this strange time zone we're going to be casting in. But I know I'm also very looking forward to all the teams we have.
By the way, we are live via Tube, remotely broadcasting to you the action coming in from Romania. Teams from all over the world have flown in to celebrate esports and compete at the highest level. And tonight we celebrate MLBB, one of the greatest up-and-coming mobile games that the world has just taken a love into. And I am so excited that we have a tournament as big as this many countries showing up, making sure that they know what's up.
North America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Pan America, as well as Oceania. Really, same world championship. We're talking about the whole world here. That's what I know that you dig. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening worldwide right now.
We'll be broadcasting for a match on their team watching tonight. They will all be best of three, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll start off with USA versus Indonesia. It's no secret that these teams have made quite a name for their countries and for their respective ethnic scenes. Given that, oddly enough, one from North America, the other from Indonesia, it's hard to say they're both very competitive. Incredibly competitive. There aren't really a lot of people here in this matchup.
They can cross out on the who they're repping. They've made some strides with making a point with that they are one of the best teams in the world currently. They have been struggling leading up to this in the MPL regions. However, on the United States side that we have right now, qualifying from NACT Spring, it's not the names that we're used to, but we know from the caliber of players that the US region, the North American region, has been bringing to the world stage. Yeah, they're gonna be competitive.
You mentioned the struggles that Team Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha, have faced throughout their run leading up to this bout tonight, leading up to Romania, to IESF World Championships 2023. But what happened to Team USA, some would call BTK here, pales in comparison, man. There's no point of comparison given that this team here that you see isn't even half of what they saw in the said qualifying tournament.
Yeah, in NACT Spring 2023, only ISO, and Yato were the members of that team that got to qualify here, although we know who best player one is. Interestingly enough, the opponents of BTK during those grand finals when he was with Team Outplay, now with Ohio Brothers, Fly Chicken making a competitive comeback now on the world stage. And we're going to be introduced to a newer player on the BTK side, the Roamer Warrior.
Yep. Again, one could say that this is the prime example of the United States being the land of opportunities, given the fallout of what happened to BTK in that last qualifying tournament that seems ages ago. You're able to get young talent like the young Carlos, best player one, out from the ashes. I'm sure, after conversations with him, he knows he could have performed better in Cambodia in MSC 2023, and now here's another chance for him. We also have the likes of this young kid, this Roamer Warrior, that we have to keep our eyes on, because who knows?
Yeah. His name, Warrior in name, pretty sure mythical and glorious in performance. So yeah, I'm also going to be looking out for him. But man, you know what? I'm excited to see Fly Chicken back on the stage.
That's right.
Yeah, I've never personally met Fly Chicken, but I've heard a lot of great things about him. His mind for the game, a little bit of a genius, that guy, and then at the same time an incredibly skilled MLBB player as well. Knowing that the lead up to this was shaky, I'm sure if it wasn't him, someone from BTK was like, all right, let's all gather our bearings. We really got to prepare for the world stage. And the United States Esports Federation as well has been investing a lot of time and focus into this. So you cannot count out BTK. I'm sure they're going to do everything they can to bring glory to the US.
Hey, you love Fly Chicken. You love Ian Hall as a gamer, as a player, as an athlete.
As a Filipino, we love Fly Chicken.
I've had the pleasure to meet the young man, and you like his mind, yeah? Once he gets talking, that's a whole nother story.
Oh.
He has infinite stories to tell. It's perfectly translated. For those of you who are fans of him as a content creator, that's literally how he is in real life. So he's honest, he's sincere, he's frank, and I dare say he might be the pilot, the captain here, leading from the front with Team USA, again, facing a Goliath of a team in Team Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha, who, by the way, in that last big outing, the last biggest international tournament, we could say, went to the grand finals. It was them and another Indonesian team. So imagine that. Imagine being fried chicken right now. Imagine just, all right, guys, like I'm the one, obviously, with the most experience here. I've been to 2 world championships. Follow my lead.
Yeah, and they have to. There needs to be a leader that arises in the ranks here of Team USA. Because again, going back to Team Indonesia, the Bigatron Alpha squad, there's a reason why now, if you watch a lot of the tournament that they're currently in, why they're called the Terminators. They're Filipino slayers. They took out almost all, or actually all of the Filipino teams in the last major international tournament that they were in. They know how to talk the talk and walk the walk to go along with it.
Very specifically, the young man Moreno, also known as Marcel Moreno Sinulinga, at that last major tournament in their home country of Jakarta, he talked the talk, and it was big talk. He said, we are going to eliminate all the remaining Filipino teams who, at the time, was in the running for international domination. And he said, we will finally get the Indonesia versus Indonesia Grand Finals that we have all been looking for, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see how else Moreno will continue to bring his talk and his game here into the world stage at the IESF 2023 World Championship. I'm also excited to see their little mix-ups that they can pull off with Vin and Key in the roamer and in the mid laner. But of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Super Ken. You have 2 great junglers on both sides. You have Super Ken versus Best Player 1. That's a matchup I'm going to be hungry to watch.
And this is a matchup that we have been so unfortunate to miss out on because, again, in that last big international tournament, NA wasn't part of it. In MSC 2023 in Cambodia, Bigatron Alpha didn't make it through. So now we finally see that. What if now that Best Player 1 is ready, Carlos has shaken off all of the rust, all of the animosity, the flag, because again, their road to international success has not been easy. And the fact that this young man just picked himself up by the bootstraps and said, you know what, I don't care what the world thinks. I will fight for the red, white, and blue, and this is what's expected of me. I will show the world what our MLBB looks like.
And I'm pretty sure going into this, Team USA are looking at Team Indonesia and with a lot of reverence, with a lot of respect. You gotta, even though Bigatron Alpha, lately leading up to this, somewhat struggling, somewhat shaky, their coding, as they call it, seems to have been solved by their opponents. It's still Bigatron Alpha. It's still Team Indonesia. You gotta look up to that and say, this cannot be something that we'll just set aside and do whatever. We gotta prepare for it. And I feel like this is a great opening match to go for because of the history of not only North American teams, but the history of the BTK brand going into international tournaments that began with the wonderful story they told in the M3 World Championship. Now here at the IESF World Championship, there's always that thought in the back of your head, right? When you think of a North American team, when you think and hear of BTK, there has to be something. There's something you gotta watch out for because if you're not careful, they might make a massive Cinderella run.
Could this be a renaissance of North American greatness from Singapore, M3, all the way to what some would argue, M4 in Jakarta? There's still the DNA of that same squad. Now they carry the name and the flag in Romania. Could BTR, could Team Indonesia be the first in a long line of casualties of teams that did not see them coming? All right, there's a lot that we can expect here, but let's reel it back in. Let's talk about brass tacks here. Even if Team Indonesia have problems with this coding that you're seeing, right? With their coach at the helm, they can always revert to just clean Indonesian aggression.
Exactly.
They can just go ahead and, you know what, let's not play around too much. We just need to get to a certain point and qualify for the playoffs, and then go from there. We can fix it as we go. Compare it to what Team USA has to deal with. These are what? Young gentlemen, athletes, playing out of different teams. And now suddenly, even if they have experienced and wizened players in Best Player 1 and Fight Chicken, they still have to figure out how to make it all work.
Yeah, and you mentioned there the key thing that I would like to see Team Indonesia focus on. Yeah, in your home country league, in your national league there, you're struggling. But come on, the gameplay that the Indonesian teams have been showing, that aggression that you're mentioning, when you're up against a young, upcoming team that are just trying to find their chemistry, trying to build everything together, that's how you deal with it. Be aggressive from the start and the get-go, because when you surprise them, take them off guard, sweep them off their feet, but not in the sweet way, it's not going to be a great ride.
Here's how we all get started with the draft. How aggressive can you be and how hard can you lean on that pacing? I'm talking about Team Indonesia as they go up ahead and ban out the Angela, the Fanny, the Valentina, and the Ling coming out of red, while Team USA take out the Paquito, the Kadira, the Joy, and the Claude. They did their homework,
Yeah.
Myanmar. They know exactly what's up.
Yeah, these two teams have really studied each other leading up to it. The banning pattern right now of Team USA, which is on the blue side, is something we see a lot in the Indonesian national leagues. And then meanwhile, this is the banning pattern of Team Indonesia is, we were talking about Best Player 1, they're thinking about Best Player 1. They took away assassins, they took away heroes that would empower tanky junglers such as Baksha and Faramis by taking away that Angela.
Yep, they took away 3 key heroes out of the hands of the young Carlos. That's the Fanny, the Ling, and the Lancelot. Now what? Is he going to have to play utility? His utility is shaky. I got to say, he's better known as an assassin. What's out there left? You see here, Team USA going for the ban, taking out a marksman. So they're trying to attack Sakin here. First pick in that Eve, the Terizla, and the Brody. While Team Indonesia, they got 1 pick on the red. They're first after the swing back. They pick up the Faramis, they have a Fredrin, and an X-Borg. So it's clear, at least.
Yeah.
It's not as much of a flex between these 3 heroes. You know who's exactly going in the XP lane and the jungle.
Yeah, right now for the side of Team Indonesia, I was thinking about this, Irithel. If it wasn't going to be a Melissa, it's going to be an Irithel, one of the hotter picks coming up because of the recent patch changes, and of course, the Great Dragon Spear item, the changes to the Haskloss as well.
Crit is good.
Crit is great right now, and that's going to be a Sakin that's going to be playing that. Now, for the last 2 picks here, Team USA are going to need to bring out their roamer, and yeah, now we're going to be seeing their jungler. Utility might be where we're leaning, unless they're thinking about still an assassin, because the Hayabusa is still left open.
This is odd for me. We've been talking about so many heroes, so many possible ways to attack your opponents from across the world, and just now Edith is coming through?
Yeah.
Just now?
The thing that with this Edith pick, if they're going to lock it in, but they don't. Save that thought for the next time we see an Edith. I'm going to focus more into this Grok pick. You're going to need someone, again, they needed a little bit more tankier presence. I still would have liked an Edith pick, but at least the Grok can provide vision without having to worry so much about getting crowd control, getting into the key areas, considering that they're up against a Faramis, who of course can catch you off guard. Not to say that that is going to be a Faramis roam, but the pulls that the Faramis can do with the Shadow Stampedes. So far right now, Grok wouldn't have to worry so much about it. This Hayabusa pick, again, he's the pick that I always see as could go really well or really terribly, depending on how well they can stop the aggressive tempo that Indonesian teams are known for playing.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he's the only assassin left that's viable in the current metagame that's left for Best Player 1. If not, you would have had to, again, default to a utility or fighter jungler. So that's what explains this. Our last pick would be the Kaja, folks. In case you see our camera obscuring that view, it is indeed a Kaja, which confirms our suspicions. It's going to be a mid Faramis.
Yeah, a mid Faramis paired up with a roam Kaja. There's something about that when you really think about it. It can really snowball quickly with the pickoffs that they can do, with how aggressive and how annoying a Kaja is when he dishes out his skills. This could be a Team Indonesia taking control of the game quickly if Team USA are not careful.
That +7 GMT time zone hits diff, man.
Yeah, it does.
It's so fast. It's so quick. Ladies and gentlemen, as we load into the Land of Dawn, go ahead and show support for your teams. If you're here for Team Indonesia, if you're here for Team USA, BTK, BTR, show some love in the chat. And of course, share the stream on social media. Let everybody know IESF World Championships 2023 is happening. Let's go into the Land of Dawn and see Game 1 unfold. What's these first rotations looking like? A purple start for Best Player 1, and it's a mirror here for Super Ken across the map.
Yeah, one thing we're going to have to watch out for here is the matchup between a Terizla and an Xborg. In the earlier days of the new patch meta scene that we found ourselves in, we saw Terizlas struggle against every Xborg he's faced. Now, though, as the season or the time has passed, Terizla players have actually learned to deal with Xborg much better in lane. They really just focus on clearing and then rotating out of lane quickly as possible to empower. And that's the right move, considering that they're up against a Fredrin and Kaja.
Oh no.
Stolen.
Yep, they're pushing Best Player out. He hasn't even reached level 4 yet.
Yeah, there's going to be action there in the bottom lane, but it looks like Grok is going to be able to get away with his life, and there's a lot of eyes right now on Best Player, and they need to focus on him. If this gets out of hand for Team USA, it's not going to be good news for this Hayabusa. He is going to be the crutch right now of Team USA, but look at Super Ken taking away farm from Best Player 1, smacking him in the face, able to dodge. The ultimate of the Fredrin, Hayabusa, is safe, but Best Player 1's jungle is getting smaller and smaller, only what, 2 minutes into the game?
Recall no Jutsu. That's called in by Best Player 1. Here's what's scary, man. For the past, 6 to 9 months, people have been trying to make Hayabusa work in even a realm and a reality wherein the assassins weren't even a thing yet, right? So imagine this. This is the worst case scenario. Not even 2 minutes in. Turtle hasn't even spawned. You see this huge Fredrin going in to your jungle, and you're just trying to farm up, right?
Yeah.
And he comes in. See value in me? You should. You see the Hayabusa just, Yamete Kudasai. Let me just get to level 4, and he couldn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a voice line of Hayabusa in there somewhere like that. Just him going Yamete Kudasai, and I'm pretty sure that's what Team USA are thinking about right now. They're up against very aggressive jungle invading lineup in a Fredrin, Kaja, and Faramis. We were talking about this in the Kaja and Faramis. Add a Fredrin into that mix. Yeah, it's no surprise right now that this is how Team Indonesia are playing. We know Team USA were also looking out for that based on the positionings there of Warrior in the roam rotations. However, just one little opening to enter the jungle and disrupt Best Player 1, them being able to take away that little crab that he had on him, that little green camp he had in the bottom lane, and they found it. Just a little thing like that, a small adjustment, and now the Hayabusa is struggling.
It's a prime example of you give an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah.
It's literally that one micro decision, and the fact that Warrior already, minute 0, has defaulted to protecting his lane, protecting their half of the map, just hope that Best Player 1 gets to farm up to a respectable mid-game power spike. It's difficult, all right? We're not saying it's over. We're not saying Team USA are out of their breath here, but it's up to them to find the little bits of their own jungle even to try and get to something. Because looking at the rest of the lane, you talked about how the Terizla should be able to clear it quicker than the Xborg, at least at this point, and then he can rotate quick out.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah, there has to be some adjustments right now from Team USA. One of the adjustments they might look into doing is, if they are not going to be able to get this first turtle, they might actually look to trading out objectives in Turtle 2 or Turtle 3. Meaning that instead of going for the turtle fight there, they're going to be ganking the gold lane or ganking the EXP lane, just making a gank into one of the lanes and pushing there.
Yeah, so I'm guessing one way to do that is to use the turtle to your advantage. Bait out your opponent's positioning, right? Make him feel that, all right, they're nowhere to be seen. Make it perfect because you get folks. In case you don't know, turtle is important right now. Turtle is significant. You get a big XP boost. Oh, wait. Oh! Soriza gets 2!
And call that a hot start for the next board, getting a double kill. Is Sorizo, and that is a turtle also for the side of Team Indonesia. Fried Chicken just trying to take that away from Super Ken, and look at them. Team Indonesia continue to choke out the jungle of Best Player 1. Resource after resource. Has 2 members of Team Indonesia in there. Is he going to be able to do something out of it? He's going to get pulled back. Best Player 1. Will he have the Shadow Kill? Yes, he does, but that's going to be 3 versus 2 right now. This Hayabusa isn't going anywhere except back to base to respawn. Best Player 1 gets taken out.
And the fact that in that orange buff take, Ken didn't even have his retribution spent. It was all in for him. And down bottom, who was there, right? Fly Chicken was clearly going 1v1 against Chorizo. Not much could have done to engage there. And again, this is the whole situation with Warrior, right? Warrior is left to play defensively. I'm not so sure what the play was. Were they going to try to win that fight? Or just try to at least help Best Player 1 secure the Origin, get out of there? It's looking like dire straits. And you know what sucks here is we're not even at 4 minutes, right, Mark?
That's surprising to me with all the aggression the team Indonesia has shown getting the jump. And they're doing it again. Look at this. Oh, the purple buff. If they can get this, heartbreaking, and it does. Heartbroken on the Best Player 1 as the purple buff is taken away from his hands. Another key resource taken away by Team Indonesia. At this point, Team USA will really need to look into going for that turtle tower trade. Don't go for the turtle, try to find a push elsewhere, but because of the focus topside, taking away the gold laner of Team USA as well, Team Indonesia are not giving any space at all to Team USA.
They're not letting you breathe.
No, letting me,
Yeah, he was speaking for like 45 minutes there. 45 seconds. All the way. And that's about a quarter of the game so far, because again, it's a clean turtle take here, not much Team USA could do. And now they're going to start taking away every little bit. Orange buff, man. Not even close.
They can only watch as the resources are taken away from them right before their eyes. And look at that, the gusto of Team Indonesia. The TPs, the recalls to their face.
Every little bit. 3K ahead here for Team Indonesia. And this is a huge 3K. We're talking about how relative the gold lead a certain team has, and we've seen so much bigger, all right? Under 5 minutes, we've seen teams go up 4. Yep. But this time around, I guess you could call it, oh wait, oh top.
It's an aggressive dive. Oh, but the ultimate coming in from Vin, they're able to pull back the ISO. Too painful to watch, and Best Player 1 can only watch as another of his comrades falls topside.
And just like that, Super Ken is back on it. Purple buff has respawned, and he's stolen it away just as quickly.
Man, all they can do is watch as the resources are just gone, taken away from them. And another kill, this time topside. Yato gets taken out by Vin, the roamer of Team Indonesia. We talked about aggression, we talked about tempo, and this is just Team Indonesia playing their game.
Man, we don't know where to look. Imagine how Team USA is taking this. They don't know where to go. Where else can we try to close this gap? And we're talking about how this gap is ever growing. Now it's up to 4,500. 4,500, just a wee bit past 6 minutes.
This early in the game, fight in the mid lane. That's going to be an entry by Fly Chicken with the Terizla ultimate. Vin brought really low, but it's going to be Best Player 1 taken out of the map. Fly Chicken gets smacked, and that's a double kill by Super Ken on the Fredrin. They try to find openings, they try to make plays, but Team Indonesia says we're going straight for your face. ISO goes down, and Moreno again with the gusto that we know he loves to show, bringing it to the world stage.
Not a single kill. There's nothing put on the board for Team USA to take. No quarters given. No mercy from Team Indonesia. As they're taking their time. Look, Reptar, they're not even going for the turtle yet. And now they're just about to after they open up the map for Chorizo down bottom.
Yeah, they were looking at that purple buff about to spawn. They were like, you guys want to go for this? No, but the turtle's up. Should we? Yeah, you know what? Let's go for both. As they are right now. Eyes on the purple buff, but it looks like they're going to have a little bit of breathing room over there as we look at the items right now.
Yep, real quick. Check it out. Could that have been the first Yes, that was the first purple buff for Best Player 1 in a while.
Yeah, I think it might be his first one throughout the game. I don't remember him having a purple, except for the first one.
Exactly.
So that's his second one of the game right now. Just goes to show how aggressive Team Indonesia has been. And one of the things I also want to look at here is the rotations of Chorizo constantly going into the orange side jungle of Team USA means that really messes up the rotations of not only Best Player 1, but of Fly Chicken as well, effectively taking out the most senior member of this team.
Yeah, again, that's how you attack Team USA. They've systematically broken them down. This is chokeout protocol. We've seen BTR do this in their best performances. They're denying every single bit of a possible comeback from their opponents, and they've done it so well. Look at this Warrior here. Taunted. There's just two of them here. There's just two members of Team Indonesia drawing the line between sheer death and a possible pickoff. Because again, what are the options here for Team USA? What else do they have left to bench on? Because so far, oh lord, we're approaching 10K.
Already a Berserker's Fury up for this Irithel. No wonder there's so much damage. And speaking of damage, here in the mid lane, Fried Chicken has to get out of there, but Warrior's going to be pulled back. He tried to make a play, but this time he gets played. ISO as well, and here comes Soriso with the last Insanity up to the faces there of Team USA. It's 5 versus 3. How much can Team Indonesia get out of this? They can get potentially another tower, at least pop off those burst passives from the towers as well. They're not going to take down the towers, but they get those pops off on the minions.
Yep, Holy Shields out. I'm guessing mid also gave way. And with that, we're going into Lord territory. First Lord spawning in just a couple of seconds here. And with what? 11K ahead now. We're looking at 11K ahead, under 10 minutes. Team Indonesia can get anything they want. And Team USA is the total opposite, Reptar. They can't even leave their base without looking twice.
3,000 is the goal difference between the junglers, between the Hayabusa and that Fredrin right now. And across the board, it's an average of 2.5K, an item and a half ahead for every member of Team Indonesia up against their opposing laners.
Not even considering XP. You have to start calculating exactly how much Team Indonesia is denying from Team USA, given the fact that they're actually doing what we would like to call in the business freezing their lanes, right? Like they're not pushing as hard because right now they're sinking all of the waves. Look at this, masterfully orchestrated by the Terminators. And this is helping. I mean, what Warrior is doing, putting up a wall, but it's just going to slow down the inevitable.
Let's see. What can the US do to hold on here as Indonesia is now knocking on their base systematically yet again. Still taking out the tower in the mid. Meanwhile, their eyes on the bot. Soriso providing space by pushing back the members of Team USA around that crystal. Indonesia are not too eager to end it just yet. They're still watching out for the potential counterplay, but here comes the conceal. Best player will watch out for himself, and here comes Vin with a flicker. He spots out Yato. That's a massive member and a massive ultimate gone with the Eve down. Indonesia 5 versus 4. Still looking at it. Still looking at it. Can they get the crystal?
Yato is key to this defense!
Oh, the last Insanity! Just like how X-Borg would say it, I think. Fried Chicken holding on. Double kill for the Irithel. And only ISO isolated and only left to watch. Left alone as Indonesia will take game number 1.
Shock and awe seems to be the response, seems to be the game plan, the programming that the Terminators have brought in to this bout. Best of 3, first score in Team Indonesia. Safe to say, Team USA is rocked.
Yeah, shock and awe, exactly. Shock to their core. I think I just stand there and watch because, again, from the laning hero matchups to the core 3 matchups in terms of who can take control of the middle of the map, the jungle and the river, Team Indonesia just had everything going for them.
You mentioned something very specific in what we would call the mid-game, all right? Not in fundamental and general MLBB terms, folks, but in the mid-game of this very quick bout, right? They started to attack that last pillar of Team USA, Fried Chicken, right? They started to deny him even the chance of cutting, even the chance of setting up. And if you're down to your last leg when it's Fried Chicken, who is, folks, by the way, ask anyone in the past year and a half, name your top 5 best XP laners. I'm sure he's in that discussion. When he plays this way, you know you're in trouble. Folks, it's been a pleasure. If you're for Team USA here, send out all your well wishes because they're gonna need it. We're gonna go into a quick break. When we come back, the rest of this bout concludes. He's Reptar, I'm Leo. We'll be right back. You're watching IESF 2023. bang, bang. At your service, my name is Leo, here with my good friend Renmar Santa Cruz, also known as Reptar.
Hi.
And we are smack dab in the middle of a best of 3 between Team Indonesia and Team USA.
Smack dab in the middle, and Team Indonesia did layeth the smacketh down on Team USA. What we talked about going into this game, how Team Indonesia played and how they like to play, they just showed that. They really, you brought it up before. Sometimes, if lately you've been struggling, just go back to know what you're known for. And that's exactly what they did with aggression from minute 1, second 1, and taking away the resources constantly of Team USA.
Yep, there was very little traces of sambal, or as we'd like to call it, spice, in that draft. If anything, they were playing exactly to the metagame because there have been precedent to X-Borgs being picked up by Chorizo, and there have been Irithels in the wild given the new changes to the crit in MLBB. So with that said, they really just leaned hard on their aggression. We'll see how Team USA recovers and bounces back for game number 2 because there really wasn't much for them. I have to be honest, right? They put very little on the table, both in the game and in the draft.
Yeah, well, prioritizing the Eve meant a lot of power picks were open for Team Indonesia. They went ahead and prioritized the Faramis and Fredrin. And when you think of those two, you think of, again, being able to invade, being able to go into the opposing jungle. And that's the game plan here for Team Indonesia. Shut down best player 1. Make sure he can't farm and take control of the center of the map. Now going into game number 2, they don't want any more of that Fredrin that they're up against. So, a lot of the power picks here for Team Indonesia still open. It is surprising to me that they took out the Kaja. I thought they'd want to keep that open, but hey, they have a Fanny for Super Ken available for them. You're going to want to pick that up.
Not bad.
Well, what this does say for Team USA is the fact that they now need to prioritize hard CC.
Yes.
They need a way to shut down Super Ken's shenanigans and just stop him from moving around. This is one way to do it. This is a soft answer.
Yeah.
ISO's Brody in game 1 wasn't ideal, given how his lineup kind of wanted to stay back and protect themselves from the X-Borg. But now, with this Fanny, I can see where it's going.
Yeah, usually that's one of the answers that we look for when you're up against a Fanny, that little stud coming in from the Brody.
It's a Band-Aid solution.
Yeah, it's Band-Aid solution. It's not a total counter as some people would like to think it'd be, but at least you have something already knowing that you can stun it and at least disrupt the flow of the Fanny just a little bit. Now they pick up the Valentina, which will make Team Indonesia think about the ultimates that the rest of their heroes will have, that they don't want to give to Team USA. The Valentina will be able to steal away. So now this time they're going to be going for the Terizla, or at least hovering over it. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they still lock in the X-Borg.
That's right. No, is this a gut check?
Yeah, it feels like a gut check.
Is Chorizo asking Ian Fried Chicken Hall, say, hey, do you have an X-Borg? You better have the Borg, man.
Gotta have it. Oh, that's why.
That's how.
That's how. You pick up the Terizla and just go, you know what, we'll pick up the Farsa. Now, you're really going to think about if you want to pick up the X-Borg. We've seen teams do it, though, picking the X-Borg into a Farsa, but it's still a big struggle. 2 Feathered Airstrike hits if that Farsa gets the farm, and that Faraga armor is just gone.
Faraga armor, forget about it.
Forget about it.
All right. Well, we'll see, because if it does get picked up here by Fried Chicken, then that means the bans for Team Indonesia are free. But something else to consider. What about the Edith?
Oh, the Edith pickup here will be disruptive. They go ahead and pick up a best player 1 pick first. I wouldn't mind if they actually rock that Edith, right? Because sometimes, yeah, the Edith will still have to watch out for the Farsa if you show yourself too early, but that's good for the Edith. Go ahead, damage me so I can use my Primal Wrath ultimate.
Yes, you get shields and you nullify what? 1 or 2 of the salvos if you're lucky. If you're building an Athena shield or if you're building a Radiant armor, here they're choking out roam picks because neither team have gotten roams. What you're going to want to do is take out the Kufra, take out the Cho. What else is out there? There's these hard answers to the Fanny.
Because even right now, I think Team Indonesia will even think twice if they're still left with something like a... Oh, they... Whoa!
Well, I'll be damned!
They read it! They read it! Hell of a read there by Team Indonesia to take away the Edith. So yeah, the roam pickup here is going to be interesting. But we have seen some teams really think about, like... If I remember correctly, there was a game where we even saw a roam Baksha just to be able to add to the rotational speed.
But the Rome Baksha, consider this, my friend.
It's very cheesy.
Yeah, and it's not going to do anything as a fanny. If anything, it's counterproductive. You're dodging the fannies. Like,
Oh, no, I meant like a Rome Baksha for Team Indonesia.
okay, now that's scary.
Right?
Get that shenanigans out of here. that's just and it's so amazing because you're taking away a potential for Yato to steal something. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna steal my poissons?
Yeah, you're just gonna run. You don't want that as a Valentina. You will struggle. So right now, yeah, the ban is still leaning favorably towards Team Indonesia. I do like that Team USA already picked up a safe pick into Marcus. And they banned the Kufra. So is it going to be a Cho pickup? A Minotaur still open if they want to?
I'm not filling the Minotaur into the Terizla and the Fanny, but you gotta pick up from the crumbs. You know what's left.
Get something there. Ah, yes, the Ruby pickup.
This is also pretty good.
Yeah, disruptive. The Grok also. If they really want to hunt down that Farsa. Oh. So still options that on paper still look good, but they are still going to be rocking that Grok.
This is the safest bet. I mean, if you do pick up the Hilda, if Team USA does lock the Hilda, you're basically nipping it at the bud.
Yeah.
You're taking out the potential for you to snowball, and it might just work. It might just work. But given that it is the Grok, we're looking at Team Indonesia hovering. Maybe put it into the hands of Sakin here. The Irrital or the carry. I don't mind either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and this might actually be a painful experience right now for Team USA because looking at it, there's just so much range and shock and awe coming in from Team Indonesia.
Again.
Again.
They got more where that came from.
Yeah, the poke damage coming in from that Farsa and the Irithel will be difficult to deal with if you put in a Lolita with that as well. It's sort of good news, actually, for Team USA. Cho would be great. Also, me rather the Cho than the Lolita. Yeah, there we go. Cho, then the Irithel. Yeah, this still looks like an amazing draft. But hey, if White Chicken gets his hand on his what is also a signature Yu Zhong, I wouldn't mind. But this puts a lot of pressure on him to be able to time his entries well alongside Warrior and Best Player 1's attempts to team fight. If he dives in too early, it's not going to be good news for Fried Chicken. But if Best Player 1, Warrior, Fried Chicken can manage their team fighting well and their entries, Team USA has a great chance.
This is scary. There were maybe a couple more choices left for Team USA, but the fact that it is the Yu Zhong, you have initiative, yes. But what if, again, you mentioned you pull the trigger too soon, you land in Dragonoid form, and ironically, you get hit by the Way of the Dragon. And then you get kaput no more, right? So that's what Team Indonesia is looking for. And if I may say, they have all of the time in the world, given how much re-engage they have.
Yeah, and if you can't catch the Irithel here, and trying to catch an Irithel as a Yu Zhong is quite difficult.
It sounds like a proverb.
It does sound like it.
Try to catch the Irithel.
It's hard. I'm not good with proverbs. That's why I'm not an English professor. I don't know, is that one? Pretty sure way more than that. But yeah, the Farsa is going to be the target here for the Yu Zhong.
Yeah, definitely. So it seems like Team USA has their work cut out for them. Let's see how they start game number 2. Early leash here for Team USA. Best Player 1 getting a little bit of help from ISO. So this allows for Sakin to go ahead and rotate up. Now looking at Team Indonesia though, yeah, they're just unbothered kings. It's basically their play from game 1, but just the same. They're presenting respect. They know that, hey, we can't pull the same kind of tempo anymore. They're onto us.
Yeah, but now this time Team USA is like, all right, it's our turn. You made me struggle earlier. Let's see what I can do to annoy you in this jungle. The Warrior and Yato just baiting out there. Vin and Moreno forced to respond. So at least they already have the idea of where it is, and it's still going to go to the hands of Super again. Despite Best Player 1 knowing that he was on the way, the Little Wanderer slips away from his hands.
Oh yeah, they both spend the retribution up top. Let's take a peek at this XP lane matchup. There's a knockout by Vin!
Oh, a surprise rotation coming in by Vin. Catches out White Chicken and Best Player 1. Let's see what he can get with the rest of his jungle here. Hasn't hit level 4 yet. Super Ken really low. Here comes the response by Team USA. A look at White Chicken as he's trying to get back to it, and the members of Team Indonesia will be able to get away.
Got away with it. Team Indonesia got away with how deep they were up top, and the punish was present, but they just could not engage. Moreno here, he knows He sees best player one trying to steal the little scaled lizard. I wonder.
Yeah, and what I like about how Team USA is playing this, yeah, they're getting info. They're not going hamming it up too much and taking away resources, but at least they're keeping Super Ken and his Fanny in check. And that's what you need to do when you're up against a Fanny. If you can't take away its resources, keep it in check, know where it is.
And they have all the tools to do that, luckily for Team USA. But now Turtle is up. Best player one scores!
And it's going to go to Team USA, but Team Indonesia still wants to fight, but Team USA will be able to get away. Best player one. No, he won't! The skill from the Terizla, that little execute that he has, just enough to take away best player one. There's going to be a kick by Finn and the feathered airstrike. That's 2 in 1. They lose the turtle, but they get more kills. 3 kills early on here for Team Indonesia.
All right, if there's anything that Team USA can be happy for is the fact that they got some EXP on the way, because they're going to need it. The fact that they surrendered 3 kills over means they're absent from their lanes. They're absent from getting the farm that they need. And yeah, it just went from bad to worse because they're down about 1,500 approaching, right? So this is a better start already. I can say this is a much better game for Team USA, but you can't count your eggs just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. They still have to keep this up. Try not to force wins, because if they are not careful, Team Indonesia can punish. But we also have to talk about how ISO, he's been handling this lane well. It's going to be a stun onto Vin. A little bit too early, though. Members of Team USA were not close enough, but topside, actually. Fly Chicken gets taken out by Chorizo and Moreno.
Got 2v1'd up there. You see that it's wise for him to say, you know what, leave me to it. I'll try, and that did open up mid, but I'm wondering.
And he's going to get taken out there. Great combo. Great play by best player one. Woo! And Yato, meanwhile, there's going to be a kick by Vin under the turret. Best player one is going to be able to get away with it. So, Team USA getting one back right away.
I was going to say, I'm wondering how much Team USA can get away with, and that's more than I expected. The fact that this next turtle coming up in about 10 seconds is as 50-50 as it gets, and this is already great news. Bad news though, they're down about 2,000, but just the same, they're putting pressure where it matters. They're trying to score what needs to be scored to open up the map for ISO.
Yeah, and a small win there, actually. Chorizo already forced to use the penalty zone, so that's one big ultimate gone from the side of Team Indonesia. Here comes White Chicken and the Dragon. You see the members of Team Indonesia zone. Finn into the back line. White Chicken just going after the far side. A kick on the best player one to get the retribution onto the hands of Super Ken with a super play. But it's Team USA getting kills also with Finn down. The Twade was White Chicken.
Oh, Twade! And just like that, Super Ken making like dashboard confessional stolen right underneath USA's face. All right. So, given the little victories that Team USA have gotten in the past minute or so, you still have to consider that the macro and micro, Team Indonesia is coming out on top. It's been a better game for USA, but Team Indonesia understand that this is just another day in the office, and they will get these wins. And off camera, I wonder how that happened even.
Yeah, a shutdown 2v1. It was Super Ken and Chorizo taking out White Chicken. They keep taking him out of the game. They did it in the mid-game in game number 1. Now they're doing it much earlier because they couldn't take out best player 1. ISO is actually handling the gold lane so well against Saken. Saken, for most of their matchup, has just been under turret.
So now you have to consider the economy of what's going on, right? You see here, best player 1 meets up with Super Ken. Not a fight Super Ken wants. Consider this. Can ISO's farm outweigh Fly Chicken's mental? Because they are attacking the veteran from the United States. They are attacking the XP laner, and is there enough farm on ISO to make up for that?
Yeah, at this point, we feel it. We've played it in our ranked games when we're with our friends. But the EXP laner keeps going down. He's just saying one thing. How's the gold lane?
Yeah.
How's your farm? You good? You good? And it looks like he's doing okay, but despite the lead that he has, in terms of the positioning in the lane itself, he's actually down around 300 to Saken's Iritha, but it's not that bad. It's still very close.
All right, considering what the rest of the map looks like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
The fact that ISO is staying this aggressive, but nope. Moreno comes and visits and says, yeah, we can't have this. You can't have this much space. Fly Chicken has worked hard and given up so much for this. we can't have this any longer. This is the last turtle of the game, folks. Here we go. Vin very low.
He gets terrified and gets taken out, and here comes Fly Chicken with a dragon, and who gets a turtle? It's the Farsa! The two junglers were there, and that's even a kill for Super Ken, with Yato going down, and Team USA knows they can't get any more. It'll be way too risky if they try and hold on.
Wow.
ISO just poking them down. That was a little bit of a heat check there by ISO. It's like, oh, I got the damage. You gotta be careful. So they're able to hold on to the tower in mid, but they lose a considerable amount.
Ariana Grande and Nathan Sykes almost is not enough.
It never is.
Never is. I think if he had his Blade of Despair built, would have been double, at least, right? 2 kills for Team USA, but down bottom, they're trying to punish Sakin!
Sakin gets taken out. Best player 1 and Warrior working together, and Vin gonna be able to find ISO, but ISO getting away from it! The outplay by the Brody! Vin trying to chase. Vin really low, but Warrior and Yato says, let's go for this one, as they look at Sorizo. And meanwhile, Fly Chicken just trying to attack or defend top side. Here in the fight though, Super Ken and the rest of Team Indonesia just trying to find scraps, but they find a golden nugget in ISO. They take away the Brody. Mid lane though, US has a lot of minions, has a good amount of control. Super Ken able to clear it really quickly.
He's no longer playing a cyborg, but Sorizo made like the Terminator that he is, and he found out where ISO was. He hunted him down, bro. He had just tunnel vision on where this Brody was and shut him down before he could have dealt any more damage.
He looked at the Brody and said, hasta la vista, baby.
Oh man, looking at the items here, he converts the eventual Blade of Despair. He said, you know what, I can't dream so big. Let me cut it down a bit, Malefic Roar for now.
Jade said after the penetration already, he needs to. The scaling that Team Indonesia got, but oh, Vin a little bit too eager. Great counter punish there by Team USA. A little bit of a small win,
But you gotta call a spade a spade. What was Vin doing that deep? There was no call for them there. So I'm guessing maybe best case scenario, they were trying to push up top. They were trying to punish Fly Chicken, and they did that by isolating and providing Vin, well, sort of sacrificing his body. So I'm wondering if that's going to be good for this turtle take, or rather Lord take, because, oh, it's very low.
Here comes the American Dragon. Is it going to be enough to provide space? Super Ken, can he get close enough to retreat? He does! Super Ken, but Team USA will continue to fight as they shut down the Terizla. Meanwhile, Vin finds the Dragon in the back, while the members of Team USA will be able to rescue him. They lose the Lord. They get one. And they do not have the Space Creator or the health to continue an attack here. Team USA will not be able to get anything out of that except for a kill. Still, again, very close compared to game number 1, and it's a small win that could have gone so much worse for Team USA after Team Indonesia got that Lord, but they minimized their losses and got a win in getting a kill on Sorizo.
What a gambit, an amazing exchange, and Vin finds one. Oh, Warrior's gonna get away, but just barely. At this point, Team USA is trying to recover, but Indonesia's not letting up.
But the Team USA, they're holding on, as Indonesia does not want to give space. Little by little, the towers are going away. Lord marching down bottom will be able to take that one. Team Indonesia are looking at the mid and the top now.
Oh, this is the smallest gap between these two teams all series long. And the fact is, United States, they can defend.
Oh! How? Vin found the kick, but Fly Chicken is in the right position to stop an attack by Team Indonesia right away. And just like that, what looked like an amazing play by Vin turned into a great response, but from out of nowhere, Yato gets taken out, whittled down by Super Ken, taken out by Sorizo. Warrior goes in with a wild charge, but the Feather Dash Strike, the poke damage coming in from Team Indonesia, a little bit too much. The tower in the mid goes down. The members of Team USA are low, and they will only watch and try to hold.
That was one of the most brazen and unique angles I've seen a Fanny come through in the middle of a team fight. And mind you, mid lane wasn't even pushed all the way in, so they did not have as clear vision. So Super Ken was just playing off of the comms that his team was presenting, and just like that, he was able to take out a core. He was able to take out a key member of Team United States, which allowed the map to turn all the more blue. Folks, Indonesia have picked up the pace, and at a different timing nonetheless. They are now ahead about 3K, just under 12 minutes, despite United States presenting much of a threat. the first time in this series in the mid-game, and now concealed play coming in. Oh, no one home.
No one home, close enough. Members of Team Indonesia were fortunate that they were spaced out. Team USA just trying to get something out of there. They spot Vin. Tight formation right now by Team USA, playing close. Team Indonesia a little bit more spread, but they're actually sandwiching the members of Team USA with how they're formed. So it's a reset in formation. But this is the threat of the Fanning. Always able to relocate and reposition so well.
Yep, she can find most angles. And the fact is, Team United States, they're overloaded right now. Warrior has to check bushes, make sure Super Ken ain't hanging out. They have to make sure that ISO and Yato are protected. And something I have to say, man, in that last engagement, Fried Chicken, he didn't die, right? He didn't die. But he hesitated. And that is enough evidence for me to say, hey, maybe they have successfully attacked the young Ian Hole's mental. Maybe he is considering if I should or should not commit the Petrify combo, because that, split-second hesitation is enough for a team like Team Indonesia to take advantage of and get big wins out of.
True. Undeniable fact of the game, with so many questions over Team USA's heads, is that it is still close. This is the closest this has been all series. After a devastating game number 1, they've kept it close. It may be down to one retribution, one mistake. The entry here of Super Ken, when he will go in, is big, along with Cerezo and Vince. Initiation! Oh! That's going to be a kick, but Best Player One gets a reset there with the anti-CC. Here comes White Chicken, here comes the members of Team USA. But can they reach it? Yes, they do! They reach the backline. Super Ken is low, and there's going to be Best Player One going to be able to get that Lord down. Super Ken is low. Team USA have found an opening. They have found hope. The light at the end of the tunnel was Moreno getting taken out there for the 3rd kill. Cerezo and Vin can only watch.
3 for 1 plus a Lord on the way out, and mind you, it was luminous. Boy, oh boy, this Lord's gonna smack right into that tier 2 down bottom. And oh, United States not wasting any time. They might try to finish.
They might try just that. Finn will try to delay alongside Cerezo. They're looking at this Cho. They want to take him out, maximize the chance. You thought it was done. You thought you could count us out. That was only game number 1. We'll take you to one more. Team US forces game 3 against Team Indonesia.
We're going all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is but the first series in this World Championships, and woo! These two teams did not disappoint. Team USA reset from out of nowhere, and damn the odds, damn the fact that we are just a ragtag team of young athletes with a dream to represent our flag, to represent our country, all the way in Europe, all the way in Romania, against one of the strongest teams in the world right now. And here, they take us to match point.
Man, the adjustments of Team USA from the draft and how they played that in the game, that looked like them putting so much trust in ISO. Even though he was sort of down 200 to 300 in gold, in terms of the lane control, ISO was confident against Saken. A hell of a gold laner in his own right, and that comes from the back of Team USA controlling the center of the map much better this time around.
Something else is the fact that that last Lord was more than a 50-50 for Team USA. The fact that it was easier to catch Team Indonesia off, and they did exactly that. It was going to snowball. And Team USA were waiting for Team Indonesia to get analysis paralysis and say, do we go for heroes or Lord first? Heroes or Lord first? And we called... Oh.
Point check it.
All right, folks, we're going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the IESF 2023 World Championships. You're tuned in to the IESF 2023 World Championships for MLBB. At your service, my name is Leo here with Reptar, and it comes down to this. One more game in a best-of-3, the rubber match, to conclude Team Indonesia versus Team USA.
I wouldn't have asked for anything else. Hell of a way to start a world championship this caliber. We set it up. We know Team Indonesia would have. We're gonna play aggressive from the start. They didn't in game number 1, but we also said don't count out Team USA. They're a region and they're a team, especially this team, full of surprises, and they brought it out in game 2 to force a game 3.
And they did it off of the back of a draft that anyone watching could have sworn Team Indonesia was in control of, given that Team Indonesia got their hands on a Fanny, they got the whole Terizla Farsa gambit going, but Team USA just ran straight through the needle and came out with a big dub. Now going into Game 3, here's a draft. Team USA on the play, banning out the Paquito, the Joy, and the Kaja, while Team Indonesia take out the Angela and the Martis, who in the hands of best player 1 in Game 2 just went bonkers.
Yeah, it looks like he really enjoyed playing that. At the same time, you saw every time they'd see best player 1, there always seemed to be an air of hesitation around Team Indonesia. They saw that Martis like, we're going to try, he can just get out of it with his anti-control. And then eventually that hesitation cost them. So now going into this, I think Team Indonesia might be looking into banning out a first pick Valentina. It looks like the flow of battle for Team USA goes well when they have a Valentina in mid. Someone who can surprise with some burst to catch your opponents off guard.
But they're both open, and I'm talking about Kadira and Valentina. But they're going to go for the Fredrin first, which is a flex.
Yeah, it's a flex, and it's a best player 1 preferred pick as well.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
We've seen it before.
Don't play the Alucard, please.
It didn't go as planned.
Heed my words.
But there will be a plan to it.
I take the vibrations from my mouth all the way to where you are, Team Indonesia. Don't do it. All right, cool. Yeah. I mentioned the Kadira. Yeah. Currently the winningest hero in MPL Indonesia. Instead, they'll go for the other way. They'll swing it over to the Valentina and an early marksman?
That'll be surprising to me. I think they're just gonna, yeah, exactly like how Team USA played it earlier.
No.
Because that combo, because now this time they can be a little bit more aggressive with their control, and up against a Fredrin, it's not like they'll be able to take him down often, if ever it is gonna be a Fredrin in the jungle, as they're hovering a Karina right now. But at least what they can do is sort of deter it from being able to rotate as much as one. Now, if they're gonna be leaning into this Karina pick for the first 3 picks, I would honestly be surprised. I don't see enough picks right now on the side of Team Indonesia to warrant.
Surprised is an understatement.
Yeah.
I'd say it much the tone of the Kadira. Don't do it. Not here. No, rather, the Alucard. Not here right now. Not now. There it is. In the hands of Warrior. We'll see the Franco come through. And are they going to pick up the Kadira? Yes, they did.
They will.
All right, so it's Yato and Warrior in mid. This is a pretty strong mid duo.
It is. Strong pick off there. You're going to be seeing the Valentina wanting to take away the ultimates of the Franco, but we also have seen Valentina also taking away the ultimate of the Karita as long as they get a good amount of control. So now, right now, they're hovering over the Melissa, which is a favored pick there for Saken. If they pick up that 1-1, I will be questioning it a little bit, but now they've already showed their cards. It's going to be a Lancelot in the jungle.
They'd rather ban it. If the 1-1 was going to get picked there,
yeah.
I was going to say it's the first time the 1-1 came through. Can I just say, there is an odd and uncharacteristic absence of Beatrix.
There is. I thought we'd be seeing her more.
Yeah.
She's like the favored marksman right now.
Yeah, she's safe. She's cookie cutter.
Yeah.
She's basically never a bad idea.
Yeah. She slots in with anything that you can think of, any lineup you can think of. Beatrix is almost always like the right answer. So I won't be surprised if we see it here. If anyone's going to ban it, it might actually be Team USA. Because Beatrix 4th pick looks good right now. If they don't ban the Beatrix, then they're ready for it. They're confident going up against it. But honestly, I'd rather see them take it away. Their wave clear isn't all that amazing in terms of safe wave clear. They have a lot of risky wave clear. They have to get up and close and personal with the minions.
Yeah, already. I think that's one aspect that Team Indonesia can attack. And here, they take out an XP laner. What is Sorizo to play? He still doesn't have a hero here quite yet. And yeah, no, this is a marksman slot. Could it be? Claude's open, by the way. It's
Claude, yeah.
Yeah, no, but there's so many heroes now. The meta's wide open.
It is. And Claude is also a very safe pick, but oh, here it is.
There she is.
There she is. That's why. We're like, okay, if you're going to get the Matrix, we'll still have other picks. But yeah, right now they need this. They do need that safer wave clear. And now I'd rather see them put the Fredrin in the jungle. And yeah, they pick up an XP laner. It's going to be a Yutong, which up against a Valentina, I don't like the thought of giving the ultimate of the Yuzong to a team against like Team Indonesia.
That's a solid. You have the Black Dragon form, and you have the Bloody Hunt. Bob's your uncle. You get either of those, and you're good.
Yeah. So a good amount of options already for the Valentina of Moreno. We saw this wreak havoc in their last major international tournament that they competed in. Not going to be an XP laner unless they shift things around and pick another roamer and put the Grok in the XP lane. But I'd see them right now. I wonder if they're thinking about the export again, but no. I want to see something a little bit more competitive. I mean, if it is going to be the export, there's so much dive on the side of Team USA. Oh, a glue.
Yeah.
A glue. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you kind of want to punish the Yuzhong's flow and deny it. So you give White Chicken here the ultimatum. It's like, all right, you either join that fight or we join that fight.
I like the glue pickup. Someone who fell out of the meta, and then weirdly enough, people realize, hey, why did he fall out? He's all right.
Yep.
He's not bad. He's incredibly dependable, especially up against a team that right now, you know that Team USA will do everything to let their Matrix shine.
There's very few heroes that can do what Glue does to the level that he can. And we're saying this even with Uranus being an active part of the metagame.
Yeah.
So that makes sense, and that's what the Terminators here have sought to do, and they're looking to close up Game 3 lest they suffer a reverse sweep. Red, can you imagine that? A reverse sweep in the first broadcasted match of the IESF World Championship.
It'll be surprising, but it'll be a treat. This will set the bar for the rest of our IESF World Championships. It's been a tremendous showing by Team USA and by Team Indonesia for the start of our World Championship. Let's see how they're going to wrap the story up.
Yeah, big leash coming in from Team USA. They sent, what, 3 or 4 heroes there to go ahead and make quick work of the purple buff. Looking over at Team Indo, though, they've also rotated very quickly. And you can see that they've actually caught up to the speed, right? We would say usually the Fredrin is much, much faster, but here, even with a fully built assassin, Superkin, Lancelot, he's catching up.
Yeah. That's just the glory of having that quantum charge onto the Fredrin. It just makes so much sense. The favored talent right now for the Fredrin. It really allows him to keep things up to speed in terms of his rotations, and of course those little micro movements he can dish out in fights.
Up top though.
Let's see. They're gonna get it. No? Already forced the flicker out.
Yep, so that's a win. I think that's a win for Team Indonesia, folks. Quick reminder, Team United States is on the blue side. Yeah. Team Indonesia is on the red, and there you go. Our overlay has updated, forcing out a flicker from Vin as well.
Okay, so flickers across the map already forced out. Zorizo actually also expanded his, it looks like, at the bottom lane after a little sequence. And what we're going to be looking out for now is, again, when you are playing a game with a Franco on your side, one big hook will change the picture of the game. They can be in a bad position, but one big hook will turn things around.
Oh, missed that one. But just the same, they're also looking for one big bite. That could also change the complexion of any team fight. If, let's say, you bite down on Saki and you bite down on Moreno, it's over. And there's a hook!
Oh, there's the big hook. Zorizo already forced to use the ultimate. Is he going to get taken out? It looks like he's going to be able to get away with by the skin of his teeth. Check out, here comes the dragon with the first blood from White Chicken. It's actually the Franco that gets the last hit there in the turtle, but that's still going to be a win for Team USA. They're going to try to get on out of there, but look at Moreno already forcing the Black Dragon as well. The Petrify. Big combos coming in. That is White Chicken with the play to control, but Team USA could not get the follow-up. That was just buying time for his team. A trade all throughout, but Team USA walks away with a turtle.
That's just straight up unfortunate. The wall that Vin put up on behalf of Team Indonesia isolated White Chicken. That could have been a perfect first 2.5 minutes for Team USA. They scored the turtle, they got a kill, And they could have gotten away with it if not only for the wily Vin. This is a multi-time professional champion from Indonesia. And for a good, what, year and a half, I called this young man Franco man, because he played Franco so well. He knows the extent that Warrior can push this hero's limits, and now Super Ken's getting punished.
Oh, fortunate pause there at that situation there. Punishment. It looks like that might actually be a secure kill onto Super Ken.
That's
he
right.
might have some dashes available, but with how close the Fredrin and the Kadita are,
Unlikely.
highly unlikely there. Gonna be damaging there for Team Indonesia to lose such a key player at such a key moment.
Yep, this is going to open up the jungle. I'm not so sure what buffs are open here. We definitely need a peek into the mini-map there. But yeah, no, if Super Ken does fall here, which he likely is going to, about 99% sure, then best believe this roaming duo from Team USA will invade.
Yeah.
They will push the advantage, and they will pick up the tempo. And best believe this will spell a difficult mid-game for Team Indonesia.
Yeah, based on the last things that we saw there, Team Indonesia might actually look to get a trade. We saw Super Ken get caught out, but there were 3 other members of Team Indonesia on the bush closer to the top side of the map near the middle river where they got to catch out 2 or 3 other members there.
All right, so that's
of
also
Team
just
USA.
waiting to unfold.
Yeah, that's waiting to
Okay.
unfold. So the pick off on Super Ken and the potential trade little skirmish coming in from Team Indonesia when we go back into the game.
All right, so there's that happening, but it's just about to happen, all right? We're basically Dr. Manhandling this. We're looking at all the possible realities that could happen right here and now, and for sure, Super Ken's going to go down. Like, that's definitely a thing. But what about that 3v2 that we were talking about? We don't know quite yet. If it doesn't, then that just shows that Team USA have found their flow. They've found their wavelength as a team, a hastily built team that had very little time to assemble as they went into IESF in Romania. Quick note, they were smack dab in the middle of their NACT.
Yes.
For their qualifiers to the World Championships, M5 happening in the Philippines. And then these are players from different teams, right? And then they were told, you know what? You're all flying out to Romania.
They're going there.
And that's what's happening here. This is the fruit of that procedure, that process. So it just shows you the kind of raw talent NA has in the face of the Terminators, in the face of a team, Bigatron Alpha, that have been playing together for what, the better part of 2 years.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of raw talent to bounce back from what happened to them in game number 1 to make it competitive in game number 2. And now it looks even closer here for this game number 3. We talked about it at the end of game number 1. Team USA will need to adjust. In game 2, they adjusted their draft. It still leaned towards Team Indonesia, but then they played it really well. Now, in going into game number 3, a part of me leans a little bit more to Team USA in terms of their drafts here.
For sure.
Despite them giving a good amount of utility for Moreno to steal away as the Valentina, they're handling it relatively well.
Likewise, I would say I resonate with you 100%. I concur. And with that, you have to wonder, what's going on with Team Indonesia? I have to say, starting from game 2, midway, Vin hasn't been as in sync. And I'd hate to pin the loss in game 1 on one player, game 2 rather, on one player, but the fact that he missed a kick on best player may have been the nail in the coffin. But now, with a Grok in his hands, he was off to a great start. He isolated Fight Chicken, right? How do they ramp that up? He's going to be, this is a understatement, he's going to be instrumental in the comeback. He has to play this Grok out of his mind.
Yeah,
And we have seen him do that.
Yeah, we have. And historically, from Grok games, what we expect is, of course, those surprising initiations, those wild charges that feel like it goes from the other side of the map with how well it's maximized using that flicker, to holding on to that wild charge, that Grok ultimate, up until the best moment possible to catch your opponent off guard in the middle of a fight or late into a fight to completely turn things around. So it's going to be that. They either initiate with it or counter with it so well that Team USA can just watch as they fall down one by one.
And it's that kind of stakes. It's that high possibility of Team USA just barreling through that Team Indonesia has to deal with right now. The world is watching, folks. This is the highest profile MLBB tournament happening in the world right now. And we are at the precipice of this, how do I say, canon event. This is a canon event. Can I just say,
canon event.
if Team USA wins here, in the midst of a hashtag end of an era situation with the Philippines and all that, you have this happening. You have, in the first broadcasted bout, Team Indonesia falling in the hands of Team USA.
Yeah, they will set the precedent here. It's such a treat, the rest of the calendar year that we have for MLBB esports all over the world. We get 2 world championships, one for club, one for country. We're seeing the one for country right now, and yeah, it's only been the first one, but I'm already looking forward to the rest of this game. I want to see the story that they'll tell and the story that the other teams throughout IESF 2023 will tell as well.
This is but the dream of 2 teams, 2 countries. What more the 14 others in this tournament, right? It's an amazing feeling to be here, to be part of IESF 2023. And to those watching, folks, yes, we are broadcasting to you live remotely as we call these matches happening from Romania. And I've heard about the weather, and I've heard about the situation. Man, it's a party over there.
Oh, yeah.
We send our love to all of the athletes, all of the broadcasters, all of the esports fans in Romania.
To my fellow ravers out there, this is how wild it is in Romania. They got AVB. I'm not going to say any more than that. They got AVB.
I saw the pictures. I saw the videos.
Pictures. Man, I wish I was our good friends Francis and Joseph right now. They got a party.
They got the party.
They got the party. All throughout the world, we're partying because we got to see this. We got to watch this.
But for all those watching, leave it to us first. We are taking care of y'all up until we get to the playoffs, because when we do step into that part of the bout, it'll be our good friends, OSX and Nice, who taking care of y'all. They are going to be broadcasting to you live from on site. But for now, as we get to the cream of the crop, the tippity top of groups A, B, C, and D. I almost forgot that letter between B and D. It'll be us taking you through, all right? So here we start with this. We start with this, all right? It's 4 groups, man. If USA wins here, that very definitely changes the scales of power. It changes status quo. That throws us back to December 2021.
Yeah, that's going to shake things up considerably so. Because Group B, it's Team Indonesia, Team USA, Team Kazakhstan, also a team there from a country that has some talented individuals in their own right. Turkey is in the same group. If Team USA gets this, Team Indonesia, well, of course, there's still so much we need to learn about Team Kazakhstan, but we know Team Turkey, the Turkish squad.
Yes.
They are talented.
Yes.
They are incredibly talented.
They have one hell of an incubation program over there, the MTC, going on its 2nd season as we speak. But for now, folks, we'd like to thank you for joining us, and buckle up and relax and enjoy the show. We're in for quite a ride. We got 3 more series coming up, and we haven't even concluded this first one yet. We are going to go a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back watching the IESF 2023 World Championships. Howdy, folks. Welcome back. It's been a while, but we're here. Smack dab right in the middle of Game 3 between Team Indonesia and Team USA. And yes, if you guys are wondering, we did have to reestablish the lobby and get back into a fresh game. In your ears right now, it's going to be Leo and Reptar bringing you this match.
Yeah, and as you can see, if you were here during the original Game 3, there are changes to the heroes. On the United States side, you can see a Fanny, Kufra, Eve, Beatrix, and this time an XP lane Fredrin. You know, on the side of Indonesia, you have a Kai Rome, who is currently now getting chased by Best Player 1 and Warrior. He's going to be able to get away. That is going to be Best Player 1! Somehow walking away with a kill on the Fanny.
In too deep. He gets punished, and with no walls to call his own. That's interesting to see from a lineup that has a very little hold on a Fanny. If I'm looking at Team United States lineup, I'm looking at, hey, this is pretty decent when you're trying to stop a Fanny, but they're the ones who have the Fanny.
Yeah, and now Super Ken will be able to dash his way onto the turtle. But this is the Fanny he's up against. They're going to need to whittle down this turtle as quickly as possible, or do this, what Sorizo's doing, just disrupting Best Player 1, not even letting him get close. Able to get the purple buff by just only a thread. He's able to get away, but it's going to be a free turtle for Indonesia.
It's as free as it gets. Team Indonesia gets their hands on a turtle gratis. It's what they would call locally. It's a free turtle. Now looking at the 2.5 minute mark, Team Indonesia back in a dominant position. This is what we expect from the team who is fielded from a country that is arguably on top of the world right now when you're talking about MLBB esports, and this is indeed the IESF World Championships for MLBB. Approaching the 3 minute mark, you're seeing Team Indonesia about 1,000 gold ahead. It seems like Team United States have, dare I say, kind of slid back into this position where they're defensive, they're kind of scattered, but we're still looking for them to actually claw back into a position where they're more, how do I say, proactive? But Sorizo's not letting that happen, man. He's one of the few reasons why they're scrambling.
Yeah, it's just his presence on the purple side of their jungle. It is messing up the rotations of the United States, but it looks like that Uranus is going to get punished. Meanwhile, here the bottom lane, ISO is going to be chased. Moreno and Vin already using the heavy spit to force him back. Not by that much.
Whoa.
He is actually going to miss out on the gold card. So there's a little bit of bad news there for the gold laner of the United States.
Now they have, in their efforts though, spoiled a couple of flickers there. Now you see here Super Ken Sorizo not letting up. This could break out into a fight.
Oh, Best Player 1 brought really low. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, the Lancelot gets taken out just in the nick of time there by Warrior. Can this Fanny get away? Yes, he can. Sorizo gets taunted, and he's going to get focused on the regen. He is holding on by a thread. He is somehow surviving, but he gets taunted and finally smacked by Fried Chicken. So, despite the aggression and the pressure being showed here by Team Indonesia, Team United States are responding.
And now we've witnessed the rubber band effect. United States now calling the shots. They are up a kill and up on net worth by just a very small margin though, folks. Don't get me wrong. 200, 300 gold. Now as they approach the second turtle of the game, you see that both roamers from both respective teams are going to be playing a little tug of war here as Fried Chicken joins the fight.
A little bit of a turtle cha-cha. There goes Warrior coming in, and that is going to be the heavy spin committed by Vin to buy time. The members of Team Indonesia can only watch, but they have enough here to contest. How much can they do? Sakin gets hit by Renner's apathy. Cold-blooded is ISO. The turtle ISET, and that's going to be secured by Team Indonesia. Super Ken gets it. Yes, he can, and yes, he did.
Man, Best Player 1, it seems like his retribution needs to start heating up. It's so difficult to play from this position, and I understand, man. He's waiting for it. Was actually off of cooldown. He couldn't get in there. I'm wondering where he spent it.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. It could be something he had to commit way earlier than he needed to, especially for creep, but then knowing that the turtle was up, a lot of questions. All we know is Indonesia right now is still comfortable with continuing their aggression. Best Player 1 still trying to get that purple buff. He's going to be able to get it. Meanwhile, the members of Team Indonesia still continuing their aggression, and because of that, Super Ken pays the iron price. His life gets taken out.
And with that, the rest of the map relatively open here. Team USA can actually find a slow roll into the mid game here. They don't really have to pressure themselves to find a return, but a kill on Super Ken is a kill, right? Make the most of it by opening up the map, and oh, look at the damage put on Moreno.
Oh man, he gets almost absolutely annihilated there. But that Fanny, it's still going to be quite some time until it's that almost one-hit kill Fanny that people are so afraid of. Hence why she's constantly banned. But right now, because of the aggression that Team Indonesia are dishing out, Best Player 1's having a hard time getting to that point. And that's good news for Team Indonesia, but it's a ticking time bomb with Fanny all the time.
Yep, it has a weird early game if you're not going to be able to snowball.
Yeah.
And then you hit this weird mid-game power spike, and next thing you know, it's too late. But the way Indonesia's playing, they're very used to this. They have very good rationale, and they understand the approach to not ban out the Fanny and not really draft against it. But here we see an engage.
Oh, there's going to be heavy spin. That is going to be Phantom Execution. Trying to find time. Pause was called there by Team Indonesia, and that is going to be in the middle of, not really. It was like they were all disengaging at that point once that real-world manipulation was dropped down by that Eve.
Oh, which could be a byproduct of the current situation, the gaming atmosphere that our athletes are in. Folks, as much as we would also want for the competition to get in with, again, we're all doing this for your entertainment, and we're all big fans of MLBB esports. We want to make sure our athletes get the best competitive experience possible, right? This is the highest level of competition right now as we speak, and we want to make sure that they're able to perform their best. So that's what we're doing right now. We're figuring out exactly how Team Indonesia can get the best out of Game 3, and it's the same for Team USA. Now let's talk about exactly how Team Indonesia can get the momentum back, because it's clear, 3-1. Best Player 1 is able to rotate as quickly as he wants to, just not able to get the kills he's looking for. How do we approach this if, let's say, you're from Team Indonesia?
On the side of Team Indonesia, I mean, one of the good things that they're doing is that they constantly have their Uranus covering the weakest lane currently in the map. I mean, we're still sort of in the transition away from the laning phase. Laning phase is well done and over, but because there are still some turrets that need to get taken down there, the constant pressure of the Uranus and the presence in the opposite lanes means that the Fanny can split push. And usually in these situations where the Fanny, let's say, had a difficult early game, she was pressured, she always looks, or Fanny players will always try to look for that split push, get a win elsewhere. But Team Indonesia are covering their map well to not allow that to happen. But I feel like it might get to that point where Team Indonesia will just have to give something up, because they'll need all 5 to fight, and Team USA can bait that out, and it looks like they're going to fight, but it looks like, oh, nope, look at your opposite lane. Your Fanny's already pushing.
And if anything, I feel like the ones who can afford to give something up, hear me out, is Super Ken. It looks like Super Ken can play spoiler. You can't do it with Vin, right? Chorizo, he's got this pat down pat, man. He's controlling a quarter of the map at min, and he hasn't really died for it as much. Like, he really could have been punished harder in the past 6 minutes. But hear me out. If it's Vin, it's too obvious. If it's Vin, it'll come to the point where he plays like that Cho he did in Game 2, and it just hits a critical mass, and you're giving up way too much to ISO, right? That's what I'm afraid of. That's why it can't be Vin, for me personally. How I'm approaching this and how I'm seeing this is maybe it can be Ken, because there are possible outcomes wherein he actually gets away with it.
That is something that, especially on a Lancelot,
he can afford it.
Yeah, he can afford it, and there's so many things you can do as a Lancelot, honestly, to open up the map, open up opportunities all across. So yeah, I agree with you there. One of the interesting things, though, especially with the lineup that Team USA brought out here, is that they have that element of surprise. Funnily enough, the members of Team Indonesia have the heroes to sort of mitigate it when it happens. I mean, we're talking about a Kufra that can come out of nowhere with a setup, a Fanny that we know can cable, show up, deal damage, cutthroat, get on out of there.
A Fredrin.
They have a Fredrin as well. So those elements of surprise coming in from Team USA, it's their biggest boon right now to be able to balance it out or maybe even take the lead. And that's why, again, and going back to the thought that I mentioned earlier, that at some point Team Indonesia will have to let something up. Because that's the nature of the lineup that they're up against. If they constantly just try to face it a certain way, they will eventually fall. Because they're too, how do I say this, like laser focused or tunnel visioning on approaching it one way, that because of the surprising element that the lineup of Team USA has, it's going to bite them.
Well, we'll see how that unfolds, if something's going to give sooner rather than later. And yes, indeed, it is a full-on disengage. Delta split. Both United States and Indonesia call for down bottom as they set their eyes on a bigger prize. Up top, quarter half of the map, there is a turtle, and Super Ken's going for the pull. And yeah, look at Chorizo. He's just keeping, what, 3-4 members of Team USA at bay.
Yeah, and all that vision being provided. It's big. Warrior using the conceal, but immediately getting stopped. Here comes best player one, trying to find the retribution. Who's going to get it? That's going to be Super Ken from Team Indonesia because of the heavy spin. So disrupted by Vin, and here comes Warrior with the surprise we're talking about. But Ken is able to Thorn Rose away from the potential damage that was going to go his way. And in the bottom lane, add to that a solo kill by Saken onto ISO. ISO's been having a hard time naturally up against Saken's Claude. And the damage, the surprise, best player one with a basic attack takes down the Claude. Marksman for Marksman. Meanwhile, Vin gets his revenge. As a Filipino broadcasting legend said, "Excuse me, Poe, where did that come from?"
He brought the vindication just as quickly. Avenged his fallen gold laner. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting at 4-4, and throughout all of this mayhem and chaos across the map, Game 3, it all comes down to this. Team USA and Team Indonesia. It's the latter that stands tall. About 3K gold ahead here, approaching this Lord, spawning in about a minute. Oh, see, here we go. That's what I'm saying, man. If I know my Indonesian junglers, I know that it's Super Ken who can pull Team Indonesia out of that rut.
Yeah, man, he's going to be that guy right now, but it was Fried Chicken who was found by Team Indonesia up top. Purple buff now being contested yet again, as it has been all throughout the game. Best player one will not be able to walk away with it. This is a purple-less Fanny.
And that's difficult, man. Team Indonesia, ever since Game 1, we've seen them commit multiple counts of Grand Theft Purple, and it's never good, especially when you're a purple-reliant hero like a Fanny. And already we've been talking about how best player one can maybe find angles on the map that he can bounce back from. The situation just went from bad to worse here.
Yeah, and it's crazy right now that how it went. It was such an even game, and it eventually devolved into Indonesia takes control of the map that quick. And again, we were just discussing the conditions for both, and it got to the point where Indonesia acknowledging the fact that they're gonna have to give something up, and the gambit worked for them in the end.
And that's what's scary about this whole matchup, right? What Team United States wants to do, what Team USA wants, is reliable if you're looking at this game from a vacuum. And now, super! Vin coming in with a super angle. Best player one. Poor old Carlos didn't see that coming.
Oh, that was a flicker and a heavy spin right to the face.
With theatrics.
With theatrics. That was peak cinema. What Vin just did. And now because of that, without their Fanny, the map looks even smaller. This purple buff is going to get taken away again by Team Indonesia. If Chorizo still somehow gets this, I don't know anymore. Oh, he did! He gets it! With Grand Theft Orange!
With a picture-perfect Ionic Edge.
He likes big buffs and he cannot lie.
And they are pushing the advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, the past minute's worth of sequences, if you're an Indonesian, is a Michael Bay just showcase. But if you're from Team USA, it's a jump scare. It's horror. Yeah, it's a horror film. Like, oh Lord, what's going on?
I'm pretty sure that's how they sounded there. Matrix.
Man, year after year, your sound effects just keep getting better, Reptile.
I learned from the best, Leo. As we look at the top side there, Lord already looking at it. To be socket avoiding some damage there with the BMI. Top will not fall, stopping it in time. Mid lane doesn't not look good, but they hold on again. So Indonesia still waiting. Patient are they?
Good news and bad news is Team USA, they have great wave clear. This is as good as it gets between Eve as a mid laner and ISO, your Beatrix as a gold laner. Great wave clear. Like, very little you have to commit, especially when you talk about space. Bad news is Team Indonesia's used to this. They play with plenty ease. They play with plenty Beatrix.
Beatrice?
Yeah. So you understand what's going on here, and they're going to take it slow. This is exactly how you attack the situation. There's a Lord spawning in about a minute. It's Luminous, and Team Indonesia, they will learn from this. Game 2, this is where they fell. They fell wherein they could have sworn they had USA by the throat. And this time around, with this, oh Lord, almost 10K gold lead.
It has to be clean here.
Not this time.
Yeah, not this time. There still is that element, but Indonesia said, we know, and we are watching out for it.
And if it slips, if it slips through, then this win definitely belongs to USA.
Oh, definitely. They have the lineup for it. I feel like it's not so crazy to think it could happen yet again.
It has to fall into place, though.
Yeah, it has to fall into place. I feel like it's going to be something that Ken, Vin, and Saken
Oh,
need to make happen. But best player 1 needs to cable on out of there. He's going to attach it. Super Ken hunting him down. There's a tower there. Where's he going to pass?
Run, Carlos, run!
Pass. Oh, Saken from out of nowhere. The Claude. BMI, perfect. And this is picture perfect right now for Indonesia. No one is going to stop them from getting this Lord.
And this is as free as it gets. Second Lord for Team Indonesia. They are going to use this Lord spawning in about 10 seconds from now. And best believe, I expect all inhibitors to fall.
It's really looking like that's going to be the case. Indonesia here looking like it was the United States on the way to pulling off an upset. After all the wait, after everything, we now find ourselves here with the Team USA in the brink. What will Indonesia do?
Here we go. Best player 1 clearing up top. Indonesia crashing on through mid. This main artery now penetrated through. They're going to make quick work of bottom lane as well.
Holding on to the Lord. It's a good angle here for the United States to hold on. Minions getting cleared. Vin going in. Vin, oh, that's going to be the heavy spin. Already going to be a big fight. Real manipulation. The members of Indonesia are under it, but they have found the space outside to create something, to make magic, to create a moment. But it's best player 1 finding a kill. Warrior gets taken out. That is 2 for 1. Indonesia still in the lead. Indonesia looking at the base and telling United States, Ini bencana. What just happened? Indonesia takes game number 3 and takes the series.
It was a long road. There were certain turns and twists, as they would say, in this long tale of Indonesia versus USA. But in the end, the Terminators get one for their country. You well played for Team USA, though. We didn't expect for them to get it this close. I'll be honest, I didn't. Given, again, the ragtag composition that they have from what they could send out here to Romania. But, again, the better team tonight or today for them over there comes out on top.
I am pleasantly surprised with the performance here of Team USA. What they showed in game number 2, how they handled that game number 3 until, of course, Indonesia got to adjust in-game, mid-game, to finally answer and get the lead over Team USA. Although Team USA, looking bright are all those stars.
And, again, with this 3-game series, all of their stock just goes up. I don't think this loss is a decisive blow to the confidence of these young gentlemen. I gotta give kudos. Carlos has grown up. Best player 1 from the last time we saw him on an international stage in Cambodia. He's been dealt less than ideal hands of cards back to back. And he makes the most of them. And here I gotta say, well played.
Yeah, game number 1, he was dealt an impossible hand. Game number 2, dealt a favorable hand, and he made the most out of it. And game number 3, despite him struggling, he was winning those retribution battles to make sure he got those purples most of the time. Although eventually he got to the point where it was all Indonesia, but him holding on that long, trying to create space. And again, we were talking about it. Team Indonesia, we're always watching out for that. They were respecting the split push of the Fanny and always had someone covering. Got to the point where it just wasn't Cerezo. It was, as you mentioned, Ken. And then also, eventually, it also became Vin with him.
Yep, and that's why I think the right team came out on top, which is Team Indonesia. Because if it comes down to the micro and the mechanics, Team USA have that figured out.
Yeah.
But the way Team Indonesia actually picked up the pace and found that pressure point and won is because of macro, because
Yeah.
of how their team dynamics and their understanding of the pacing of the game, and again, how you put it, how something has got to give. We have to find out what's worth gambling and giving up when it comes to resources, the map, initiations. They understood what they can get away with and actually got the dub.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm looking forward to seeing. I think you said it best here. Team USA cannot be disheartened by this loss. Hell, they should be proud of it, of what they showed here.
Kazakhstan and Turkey better watch out.
Yeah, they better watch out. And I think USA...
That's not a threat, by the way.
That's not a threat. I think they can come out of this series with a lot of confidence moving forward, Leo.
Yep, there's plenty to work with, and there's also a lot of matches to watch out for. So stay with us, because you guys are still watching the IESF 2023 World Championships for MLBB. He's Reptar, and I'm Leo, always at your service. We'll be right back.
morning, guys, and welcome back here to the English broadcast of IESF 2023 in Iasi, Romania, live and alive right now. Rockhart alongside Leo. What's up, man?
I am excited. We recently concluded a long best of three that neither of us expected to go the distance.
Yeah.
And here we're about to watch another big bout. It's Mongolia going up against, if I'm not mistaken, Georgia.
That's right, it is Georgia. Mongolia, of course, they are very, very competitive. They finished second in the previous IESF Asia Oceania qualifiers, and that's against the Philippines. So they're facing off against a European qualifying team, Georgia. This time it should be very interesting. So we got some familiar names right there, and I believe the Mongolian team did kind of retain what they had in mind with that qualifiers.
Yep. So what's interesting is different to what happened in Team USA situation is these two teams are actually teams.
Oh,
so
yeah.
They're used to playing with each other. They know what makes each other tick, and that's why they're both coming in fully cocked-loaded going into this draft.
Yeah, and yeah, we're actually jumping straight into the draft here. A lot of the meta picks out here being banned out, but severe lacking of the Turizla here. Turizla, just a oh. No way. Are you really gonna? They're going for it. The healing meta is still very much in effect here in these drafts. Wow, this is a pretty quick draft, Leo.
They know what they're looking for. They know what they need. But with that being said, do you let go of the Uranus? Do you let go of... There's so many heroes that you can abuse, so many heroes that you can make the most out of. And there's another hero we didn't expect. The Paquito. Angela, Paquito, consistently banned out in the previous games, nay, series we've seen in the highest tiers of MLBB esports in the past month or so.
You know what, I'm very crafty here. Maybe, you know what, they said, it's game one, let's bring out a little bit of a spice. Let's try to show off what we have here. And you know what, if it doesn't work out later on, maybe we can make adjustments, but this is the perfect time to bring it out. And I gotta say, I am really loving the Angela pick. There's so many good combinations for this hero right now.
Yep, again, the aforementioned Uranus is out there, but no, they're going to be a little more aggressive with it. The Georgians pick up the Yuzhong as well. I don't know how to feel about this, Rockhart. I
don't know.
Honestly, I'm going to tell you, they're playing with so much range, and they're playing with so many different tools. It's like finding... I'm not ready with this figure of speech, but it's like finding a ballpoint pen inside a toolbox.
Yeah.
It's not so weird to think about it, but what would you do with said writing material? You need tools, and here they draft a Novaria into a lineup that we don't know their jungler yet.
It's borderline willy-nilly. It's like,
That's
you know
right.
what do you want on the mid? I will go with the Novaria. It's like the Angela says, are you sure?
I heard it's good. I heard it's good. Let me pick it.
Good. But their lineup right now for Georgia, at least, is, as the kids would say, squishy AF. And I would say that this can kind of need some work. This needs a lot of work here in the second part of the draft.
Yeah, but something that Georgia is playing with is the fact that they're not lacking in range. Whenever they want to get something, they can, for the most part. They have macro across the map. They can control range. They have vision, and the Yuzhong can find whoever they want. With that, Valentina closing up the first phase for Team Little Gun, also known as Team Mongolia. They go ahead and ban out. Again, we don't even know who the jungler is, so take out those safe picks. Take out the Martis.
I mean, considering they are from kind of Asia, and Europe.
Both of them.
This is pretty much the Wild West right now in the draft, isn't it?
Technically the East, but yes.
The Wild East, yeah, basically. You're right here in terms of Georgia's lineup. I feel like they can go anywhere they want on the map in the snap of a finger, right? And they can reach very long ranges on the map in a very quick amount of time. And on the other hand, though, I am loving what Mongolia is drafting because this is so them. This is so very much how they play. I was actually scrubbing the internet for whatever I can find with these teams, and I saw a video of Oh My Venus and Wise.
Oh,
right?
this is from
They're
the
watching.
previous IESF qualifier.
Yeah, from the previous ISF qualifiers, and they were commenting and they were watching how the Mongolians play. They're saying, wait a second, dude, these guys don't have coaches, they don't have analysts or anything. Look at these guys tower diving. Brent Esports, who is leading from the Philippine teams in that time, and they were like, that's beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, if those duo, you can impress those duo, you can do anything, right? So, and this is basically what they have. They have a lineup that can basically just dive you and just kill people on the map.
And that's just 3 out of 5 picks, right?
Exactly.
You're basically asking the Mongolians, how much dive do you want? They say yes. And it looks like the Georgians are onto it. They get rid of a couple solid roamers. What's left for Team Mongolia here? Something tells me they pick up their gold laner first. No. Are they? No, they're not rushing to pick up the gold laner. All of the gold laners are left out here, Rockhard. You still have your Claude. Still have literally everyone.
Yeah.
One is out there.
That's amazing. Now, still a big question for, I mean, I know Mongolia's drafting, still a big question here for
Let's go.
Georgia.
Oh.
What kind of marksman can survive against a lineup like that?
Not a Leslie. Georgia, don't.
Not a Leslie, right? Why?
All right, I like the Alpha.
All right, that's
the Alpha is so good. The
Away.
Alpha, Angela, into a Fredrin, into a Paquito. Oh, lovely. Even against Valentina.
That's scary.
You are going to survive and win that engagement. But the Leslie, I'm not so sure. I'm skeptical
You know
at
what?
best.
At least they have something to go for them on the jungle, and they have the Angela to cover up, but they can't do that all the time. That hard guard ain't up all the time. They got cooldowns, man.
Nope. Asmodeus is on his own here.
Yeah, pretty much. So overall, the Airfill, some people will be surprised. A lot of the pros right now are waiting for this pick to come out, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
Sniper
yeah,
ready.
they're
Give me a
basically
target.
locking
Your
it in.
team
All right,
is
fine.
All right, Asmodeus, you made your bed. You're
A
going to lay
little
in
bit
it.
of you know, kind of wins there a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's still kind of in the. They have something, right? They got something going for them. They got damage at least.
I'll eat my words when it comes to it, but I really foresee this Leslie suffering. This Leslie's gonna have a hard time. The Leslie will win maybe the early game.
Yeah.
She can, you know, get a few pot shots off onto the Irithel here.
Yeah, give that Everfell a hard time, right?
Yeah, but past that, oh no, even with this Cho, especially with the Cho.
Oh, that's just. You better be careful. If you're Leslie, you better be screaming on your mic.
Oh, no.
You know, guys, where are they? Where are they?
On me, please.
On me!
On me, protect
All right,
me.
so-
Ethan's here.
Woohoo! That's gonna be.
Okay.
That's a doozy, but you know, they made their bed. This is gonna be a very interesting game number 1. So both teams, neither teams actually locked out, banned out any marksman. Everything was on the table here.
Yep. And they went with Irithel, Team Mongolia. That makes sense. Hero's been on the rise.
Yeah.
But the Leslie, though, Asmodeus must be super amazing on this Leslie. I'm excited. Hey, if it pays off, I will eat my words.
You better be packing those 50 cals, like really armor-piercing rounds, because right now you got a lot of armor to pierce through here.
My words. If it
we-
comes down to it.
We will see. We will see, right? I mean, there is still some wiggle room in terms of like mechanics
It's crazy
here
enough to
on
work.
the lane.
Maybe.
And again, insane mechanics and insane communication is going to be the win condition here for Georgia for sure. So let's load up in the game here for game number 1. And I am really, really curious about this gold lane. We'll jump to that for sure a lot of times here throughout this game.
I'm hoping we're ready because, this is an interesting start. Big leash for Georgia, and am I saying this correctly? Asmodeus is taking the long way out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, very fast rotation though. It was worth it. Look at how quick it went. I'm
Okay.
not so sure if he's gonna catch some waves up top.
That's kind of just chasing shy of the Fredrin here, who is already in position. And again, oh, look at this. Nightlove just, he's spotting out 2, so that's a lot of big info on the map. Will give a lot more confidence for this mid lane trio of Georgia to get something done. But again, we're all waiting for that level 4s here. Wow, all right, who got that?
I love it. No, it's on Pinkman.
It's on Pinkman.
Pinkman actually scored the little wander here. Now Ethan has to clean it up the old-fashioned way. Kick and punch the little fella. But yeah,
All right.
talking about top lane though. Oh no, Bebex.
Oh man, Bebex.
It's fine.
This is something that we expected, right? The early game for this airfield is actually not that good.
That's right.
And it's all going to depend so much on whether or not Ethan decides to stay on that top lane, and whether or not Saura rather, is going to be able to rotate there quickly enough.
Yeah, Zara can go anywhere they want, safe to say. But wait, Nightlove!
Oh, nice.
Gets caught out here, and that's first blood drawn by Aizen, knocking out the big black dragon.
Oh man, this is so deceptive, right? Their lineup is so deceptive. It wasn't even a big taunt or a stun here. Just pure flat-out damage.
Oh no, Licht is gonna fall here! Another one! Scored! And of course it's from another martial artist.
Of
Ethan
course.
gets the whatcha!
And the bodies hit the floor. And again, your sound effects are just getting better and better.
Oh no,
Every.
Reptar just came in. Thanks, bud.
Oh, that was
See you later.
Reptar. All right. Thank you, Reptar. All right. So yeah, your disciple. Your student, as they say.
Yeah, no, my mentor.
Oh, he's your mentor now.
He's the OG.
You never told me that. All right.
Oh, he's been keeping it secret. Throughout this whole shebang. Oh wait, no! Turtle
Oh,
plus
man.
a kill! Oh,
No way. Right. We gotta slow things down. Georgia definitely not liking this
Whoa!
at all. Huge appraiser's rat. And there it goes. That tower diving potential that we were talking about before.
No, they weren't even diving, bro. They were just way in
Straight
deep.
up.
Just going straight
Just
past
straight up.
tier 1. And now Aizen just punching away, trying to take down this turret before it's too late. He doesn't have a minion.
No.
Oh, this is trouble. Here comes Zara. 2v2 down bottom. It's a tag team
That's
matchup.
risky.
Holla, holla, player. As Aizen gets taken down. Now here's the hard guard. Zara falls, and now the Georgians push the advantage. It's a 4v2, best believe, because Hennis is hiding deep inside one of his allies, and now Lick gonna go commit Grand Theft Purple.
That was a pretty good punch back here from Georgia. I believe that.
Oh!
Oh, look at it. I didn't even believe that they had the firepower to pull that off.
Rockar, talk about a punch back. How about a kickback as Ethan gets rid of Lick, but he still gets to steal the purple buff, but he pays the iron price.
A little bit too confident there, and maybe Georgia overestimated, their tempo in that one. And to be fair, most people would probably.
would,
You got
I
a few
would.
friends on the back,
Yeah.
right? And yeah, Mongolia's just not having any of it right now. Again, solo kill happening out of nowhere. I really just want to see more of stuff like that coming out from Georgia.
Hard same. I'm wondering what happened to Aizen there, right? And these are the kind of sequences that make you understand and give Georgia that kind of leeway and say, there's a kill on Asmodeus. All right, I get it. It's a Cho, and he got the kick, I'm assuming, onto the Leslie. But yeah, back to the point is, you get those kind of kills on a team as notorious, as Team Lil Gun, as Mongolia, you can do anything.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, man, bodies are hitting the floor, left, right, and center. And it's not one-sided, man.
Nope. They're trading hard, right? And what? Between the 4 kills and the 3K between these two teams, under the 5-minute mark, is this not the kind of MLBB esports you want to see?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is Europe versus Asia, right? And it's continental pride on the line right now, as we do see a bit of a re-engage here.
Wow. We go. Nightlove is in trouble. Put down a third of his health. And here comes Heartguard to the rescue. Hennis making sure his XP laner keeps up. And now Exora put down very low, but he wants more. Oh, they get out of here. Still, no one falls. They can go on forever. But finally, Nightlove says night-night.
All right, so we're seeing beautiful. They're juggling the damage well amongst them. Not just Georgia, but Mongolia as well.
Spread it like peanut butter.
I love it. I love it.
You love peanut butter.
I mean, the best way to do it, best way to eat it, spread that around real nice.
You don't want it in one corner. That's disgusting.
Oh yeah. Get some jam in there as well.
Oh yeah. Breakfast at 1 a.m.
Oh man.
All right, folks, to everybody watching, whether it's the afternoon, the evening, late at night, or if you're breaking dawn like we are here, welcome to IESF.
Welcome to IESF, man. Day 2, essentially.
Technically.
For some audiences
Whoa!
that we have right now.
Up top, Bebek so close, Ethan trying to get a kick, and a Hearth Guard called in and canceled just as quickly. But wait, no, they're here. Oh, this is gonna break out.
They want something. They want to go for it.
All right, neither team are so sure. Neither team are, you can see the hesitation, like, should we?
Absolutely.
When, where?
What I love was that, the fancy footwork from D'Angelo. Just going straight for the hard card.
Yeah, no, the conviction, right? It makes you wonder. Oh, wait, Exora very low. Astral Echo thrown out. Oh, no.
Could hit.
No meteors thrown out, though.
That's
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, a bit too late. That's a disengage from Mongolia, but they got what they wanted. They got that turret. Still got a 4K that they're working here. But again, they just can't go dive in willy-nilly to Georgia here. Georgia's showing that they do have some firepower to push back if push comes to shove.
Yep, now Pinkman falls. Asmodeus got from the back. Ethan gets the kick, and down goes the Leslie. 2 for none so far. Here comes Night Love. It's never too late.
No.
I am here, do not fear. Coming in, looking for the combo. No one home. Heart Guard trying to save the day. It's a 3v3 situation. Lick looking for one. Cancels
Whoa.
the Appraiser's Wrath, but he falls just as quickly. Zora still alive. Now Night Love. Oh, he's getting shredded here. Here comes Bebex taking down the Big Black Dragon. Hennis running. Oh, he survives.
I am surprised that you still have some breath in you, man. These guys do not want to slow down. There's always a tag team substitution coming in here.
Royal Rumble.
Man, what a slobber knocker right now here in the IESF WEC.
Oh, they're not done. Pinkman, science. Eisen gets a knockout. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Dear Lord.
Science, B. All right.
Great show, by the way.
Love
Great
that show. We were just watching that. Love it. And Pinkman definitely, you know, kind of living up to the name here. Just making some science up here in out of nowhere, you know, on the fly, they do.
Something's got to break, man.
Something's got to break.
Something's got to break, but with a 5-14 lead. And then another one. Oh, they're pushing the advantage. They know. In comes Lick. Kicking him into the air, and here comes Night Love. Oh, forbid, stole the Black Dragon form. There's so many dragons down bottom. Here comes the Heart Guard. Ethan very low. How has this Cho not died yet? Night Love falls. Hennis as well. Woo. 3 for none so far. They're juggling the damage. They're juggling the damage. Ethan still lives. Oh, it's sniped out by Pinkman. But then Asmodeus falls as well. And just like that, a 4-for-1 exchange. The Mongolians come out on top.
They shoot it. Pinkman's shooting everything. I don't mean that literally, but
did that happen in the show?
Yeah, that he shoots stuff. You know what I mean. Anyway, you know what? One thing that we're sure here, aside from this non-stop action that we're seeing, is the one what you mentioned earlier. Man, Asmodeus is just not having a fun day.
Right?
That is something that's hard fact right now.
Who's gonna stop Mongolia from getting their hands on the Leslie?
I mean, Eva's just diving in non-stop on the back, right? It's just there's just no way for them to slow it down.
All right, here, see, look, Asmodeus a little too forward, and Ethan gonna get the kick, and he finds it, but not before he falls. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange as Licked goes down. Oh, Night Love looking for the full combo, does not get it. Zara gets the kill, finds his man, and it's a 3 for 1 so far, and a bonk.
Full commit from Ethan. Just to get Asmodeus, it means roam for a goal. I'd take that any day.
Any day. Twice on Wednesdays, which is today.
That's today. All right, so right now it is still going to be the game's slowing down to a bit of a fall here compared to what we've had from the past few minutes. But the goal lead, man, it is astronomical for 9.5 minutes, 12K. That is something. That is a massive GPM on Mongolia right now.
They are in different economic cases right now. Is that a thing? How much is that? 12K between?
Yeah.
I lost the ability to count given what's happened in this game, and now Bebex commits Grand Theft Orange, and Licked gets taken out. Forbid serves up the kill.
They stole a buff and the jungler. I mean, what more could you ask for? Right now, it is going to be Mongolia knocking on the doors of Georgia.
And watch out, because Forbid has the Black Dragon form stolen. Check it out, he hasn't even spent it yet. Down bottom, Nightfall looking for the defense, pops his ult. Oh, and they're colliding with each other, plus the Heart Guard! Oh, this is just pure mayhem. They do defend against the Lord, but they lose that inhibitor down bottom in the process.
What a sight to see, right? Every time Georgia tries to do something, Mongolia just answers right back, and that's what he's going down again!
And just like that, they just go straight for the base. And Bob's your uncle. Mongolia takes game 1.
Around a 10.5 minute game here. And again, very much exactly how we kind of called it it's going to be. Especially Asmodeus, man. You got to rest up a little bit. You got beaten up quite a lot there. And I hope that, you know, you kind of realize... I hope the rest of Georgia kind of realizes that you can't really draft a team that has pure damage against a team that just really wants to dive you with so much crowd control. I mean, I had no idea how they were going to plan out that second draft, but it was just not the Leslie pick.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Goldlane Harif would have been better in this situation.
Brody, Claude,
So many
maybe
other-
even there were
Or a Melissa, you know, stops the dive.
Exactly. That
go
seems to have been a what we call in the business an oopsie. It seems to be
Big oopsie, yeah.
a big oopsie from Asmodeus there. Of course, supported by his team. So yeah,
That's
I
right.
think they were just going off of the fact that, hey, maybe if I snowball enough, maybe if I win this matchup against the Irithel hard enough, I can bury them in value. And let me just dial back a bit. Maybe go back 2 steps. Rocka, did you just say 10.5 minutes? Was that fast?
It was quick. It felt like a long game.
There were enough kills for a whole best of 3.
Yes, exactly. So that's why it was really deceptively quick. And at the same time, you kind of just really want to... It's just a sight to watch them just punch each other over and over again. Like, it was just diving over and over again, right? So, yeah, we're going to be going on a quick break when we come back, guys. We're going to go to game 2. We got to catch our breath here. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, in the English broadcast of the IESF 2023 happening right now in Iasi, Romania. Rock hard. This is Leo, and we just saw game number 1. It was really quick, Leo. I was again. You said it, and I agree. It was deceptively short.
Yeah.
It felt like ages with so many things happening on it.
Yeah, compared to how a majority of the world, a majority of MLBB esports matches go, there's so much that went down in the 10.5 minutes between Georgia and Mongolia in game 1. So now going into game 2, I'm wondering, was that break enough for Georgia to reset and learn from... Let's not even talk about the game, right? Let's talk about that draft.
That's right.
From that Leslie pick by Asmodeus.
The Leslie pick, I was actually theory crafting a little bit while we were on the break, and I wonder if that might have been a cause of, just a lack of hero pool. Because it looked like at the very end, they were looking for things to do. They were looking for things as like an alternative for Asmodeus.
Still sore.
Asmodeus, yeah.
Run deep.
They were looking for an alternative. They locked it in at the very last second.
Yeah,
It's like,
they sat on it. They sat on it.
It's like, are you sure you can handle this? And they ask again, are you sure you can handle this?
Yeah.
And maybe Asmodeus didn't really have an answer. So I hope that's not the case. I really want to see a game 3 here.
We talked about how all of the possible marksmen were left open.
Yeah.
Right? That gold lane matchup, the Irithel, it came in the first pick during the second phase. So everything else was left. Literally everything else.
All the cards on the
So it
table.
looks like it came down to both comfort and just what Asmodeus had at the time. So
right.
we'll see if they prioritize him early or... I don't know, man. This is worrying, especially more now that it's Georgia on the red.
It was very glaring, right? The what they lacked in terms of like ways of as they say, plugging the chicks in the arm. They didn't really have that much, and I wonder if maybe they can go about this draft in a separate way or in a different way. That might be a way for them to do it. Definitely not a lineup like that where it kind of relied so much on the macro.
That's right.
Sorry, on the micro rather, where you had so much firepower, but you had to really make everything hit. You had to make those meteors hit as much as possible. You had to basically hit the Leslie shots.
Yeah, they were hoping for Pinkman and Lick to do much of the work.
Yeah.
And it left us all hoping and wondering, like, what's Asmodeus going to do, right? So going into the draft, we see here Team Little Gun, Team Mongolia, prioritizing Ixora's Fredrin, all reliable. Now, the Georgians are sitting on it. They're also thinking, how do we attack this, man? I think they know. They know that Asmodeus' hero pool is so-and-so. What do we do?
Well, definitely a big difference in how they are. I was going to say a little bit of a big difference with that Selena. I would have loved Selena roam, maybe, because they really did lack a lot of the crowd control here. They were thinking, you know what, maybe one way we can handle this, kind of take away some of that firepower on the side of Mongolia, but over to our end.
Yep, they took away Aizen's Paquito from the game prior, and they're going to put it in the hands of Nightlove, who was doing work. To be fair, despite the L, Nightlove was just coming in, superhero landing, fight in, fight out. He's just looking for the Petrify. Maybe this time he can do more than just that.
I mean, some people would argue even he was doing more than he should have at some points. He was diving in every time that Black Dragon 4 was up. He would just use that. He would just throw it in there with the hard card. And now, it might be a little bit doubly difficult for them to do that because of the presence of a hero like the Fire Mist. Oh my god, here's a trump card, man. Leo, this is what I was waiting for here. The Terizla coming in hot here.
Okay, he gonna hit the Riz, and then he gonna hit the Netherrealm. Do you know what the Netherrealm is?
Yeah.
That's his new ult.
The Netherrealm.
Yeah, they stealth changed Faramis' ult. It's no longer the Altar of Cults.
No way.
It's now the Netherrealm. Open your app.
Shot.
Look at it.
We are gonna do that right now. Actually, I
look at it.
See that. Same effect though, right? For sure.
Of course,
it
yes.
feels like the same
It
effect.
does the same thing.
Yeah.
I just changed the name, but that's gonna. It matters.
Very ninja.
It matters, right? It matters.
I love it.
It's a how they changed Quantum Charge prior.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and it's not the only one, folks. If it comes up, we'll talk about it. But yes, it's now Netherrealm.
Let's go.
So speaking of things to talk about, I love Terizla because really fun fact, right? Mongolia was one of the few teams that really picked up the Turisla even before the patch happened. Before it really became quote-unquote meta.
It's an Eisen special.
They were really using it already so much in international tournaments. So I was really half expecting this to come out. And wow, coming out on game 2, this might be a surprise here for Georgia.
All right, so
I didn't cure the pain.
they're, you know, putting pedal to the metal, and they're gonna want to close up quick because this lineup is again very dive. Dear Lord, there is no off switch for Mongolia here. Take it from Riyadh, take it from up north when they played for Phygital, and all the way here in Romania. They're just gonna dive all day. All right. Looking at the final bans here, a couple of marksmen taken away. So it's gonna be a tough go here for the young man Bebex. But just the same, what's left? What else do they need to pick up? There's a jungler. There's no mid. There's no mid or gold still for Georgia.
For Georgia, maybe I think they should just double down on this, right? If you're gonna do something like this, you better do it right. If you're gonna make a dive, make sure that some kills are gonna happen because this is a lineup that is designed to dive.
So
right?
they need burst.
At least the first 3.
They need burst.
Yeah, they maybe need. I would have seen love the Valentina, but right
Whoa,
now.
whoa, whoa, wait.
No way.
Is Hennis gonna be playing the Kufra and then Kinkman picking up the Angela? Yes.
All right, let's do this, right? Baksha on the jungle, Angela on the XP, maybe Paquito on the gold lane.
All right. Okay. That's a whole nother setup that maybe could work.
Oh man, wow! This is gonna blow my mind if this works.
XP lane Angela though.
Yeah, that's not suitable. That is not optimal.
Last time I saw that was in a ranked game I played.
Thank you.
Don't ask.
Thank you for doubling down on that one.
Don't ask. All right. Team Mongolia gonna be shoring up their needs, and yeah, they do not have a gold laner, and they do not have a roamer. These are solid picks.
All right, this is very solid.
Lock it in.
The only thing they probably are lacking is that AOE burst damage. They're going to be relying so much on how the Terizla fighting on the characters in the party.
They also don't have magic.
Yeah, it's just all on the Faramis.
It's just on Faramis. It's just on
that Shadow Stampede and Ghost Bursters. Interesting.
I wonder if that's going to be enough for Forbid.
Huh. All right, so
wait,
we are seeing.
No. We're not sweet south under the rug, man. We can't move on and just pretend like it's good.
Yeah, no. I don't think so.
Did Georgia just do that? Picked up a Hanabi, man.
Just when you thought, right?
They picked up a Hanabi.
Just when you thought, you know what? They make a dive comp. This is gonna be interesting. Nah, not really. Not so
okay,
much.
you know what? All right. Say what you will. This is better than the Leslie.
Tons better, especially right now that you have some survivability against dives.
Yeah.
With that passive here you have on Hanami. I love it, and let's see if they're gonna love it as well as we load up into game number 2. Man, right now they have a lot of dive and also a little bit of backline, so maybe they just were trying to balance it out. You know, that's one way to look at it, but we're still not sure where these heroes are gonna slot in. So depending on where each hero slots in, it kind of changes the dynamic of their lineup, doesn't it?
Yep. The world is their oyster. At least among these 5 heroes, they can switch it up. But it's clear at least the Hanabi's gonna be going to gold.
At least.
And the Paquito's going to XP, and then jungle, Baksha. That's fixed. It has to be fixed.
And pause for Angela. There we go.
Okay.
That's better.
That's likely.
That's
so
most likely.
So you follow the process of deduction, and you end up with this lineup from Georgia that. I don't know, man. Some parts of it I like. Some parts of it I think are better than in game 1.
Yeah.
But
sure.
overall, again, we're not playing in a vacuum. We're not playing with an opponent that will not fight back.
Exactly.
Mongolia has so much fight.
Again, their temperance and their approach on taking team fights, that's actually a big randomizer in these fights, right? I love that you brought that up because, you know, Rock doesn't always beat scissors in this game.
That's right.
I mean, there's just so many other factors, so many small things. You don't really notice right away that it will affect them. The confidence, how much coffee they had in the morning. I mean,
they woke up on the right side of the
what
bed.
side of the bed they woke up on. These things, man, they matter. And in the highest level, every little bit counts. Every little bit makes a big difference.
And they're playing in Romania. I'm wondering, like, have these young gentlemen ever been to Romania, right? What's the crowd like? What's the weather like? I heard it's hot.
Yeah, for sure.
I
It
heard
feels
it's
like
hot in IASI. All right, I'm feeling. I don't know what it's like. I didn't look up the geography nor climate of Georgia or Mongolia, so I'm playing off of stock knowledge.
I would say European, maybe.
They're used to cold.
Maybe they're used to cold.
Mongolia for sure. A lot of cold there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And I know they're Asia,
Mhm.
but they are in the coldest and at the same time hottest parts of Asia. There's some parts of Mongolia that are
Extremes,
deserts,
yeah.
extreme deserts. And there are parts of Mongolia that are just like literal Himalayas. So, these are things that you would love to ask these players, maybe what part they are in.
Yep.
But I have interesting videos about Mongolia. They have huge land, but I think they have the least dense population in the world. I mean, the least what do you call that? Concentrated population in the world. They have huge land, but maybe in every 25 kilometers, there's only like a few people.
Sounds like paradise.
It does. At the same time, you know, hottest and cold is.
Yeah.
Like, anyway.
I could talk forever about how there's less people and how I would enjoy that.
Yeah.
But we are smack dab in the middle of a game 2 here.
We're talking
and
about like how little things are kind of affecting.
yes, this game 2
The
could.
gameplay.
This is match point for Mongolia, and this could be it for Georgia. And I have to be honest, the draft isn't giving me much hope. This is just coming from me. I'm a realist here in this matchup, and I can speak for, I wouldn't say hours, but maybe minutes on how much that Hanabi passive can save Georgia from this very dive-centric team. But we're only hoping.
Yeah, let's watch what they're gonna do here. I was gonna load up into the game number 2 here, and yeah, right there. There it is.
Checks out. It checks out.
Everything seems to be in order. All right.
Okay, checks out.
And I think that we should be able to spot out. We'll see how effective this is going to be. Obviously, there's no shame. By the way, guys, if you're playing, there's no shame in throwing an Angela on pause 4.
Nope.
I mean, there's no shame in throwing an Akai on pause 4 in the mid.
Yep.
Pro teams have done that.
Yep, we've seen him win.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Rockhard, in this very room, we've called a Akai in mid winning in the hands of one of the old Kages Drian for an old MPLI or something.
Yeah,
right?
for
It's
sure.
happened. So
It's happened.
Also, in the past 3 months, we've seen mid lane Angela's win, so it's not impossible.
That's right. Again, it all boils down to whether or not they can pull off what they're doing. The clear speed on the jungle here feels like it can do it. I mean, it should be effective. It should be. It should net them some gold.
It's a match.
Yeah, it is pretty
One
much.
thing that is not a match, and I cannot mince my words here, I have to call a spade a spade. Team Georgia's wave clear is really bad.
Yeah.
I threw out the thesaurus, man. I'm just gonna use
Yes.
simple words here. It's really bad.
I love it. Leo does not mince his words. That is exactly what I was thinking as well.
Right?
The only wave clear they have, really, is the Hanabi.
It's
In
Asmodeus.
the late game.
Right?
In the late game. And imagine how long that's going to take.
Yeah, it really grinds my gears, the fact that they didn't invest in wave clear. But hey, if they snowball and they play it right,
Yeah.
we might see game 3.
What grinds Leo's gears? We'll find out here. And here in this one, at the very least, Mongolia, their chick in the arm right now is going to be this carry, who is kind of going to be prone to these ganks, especially with the Baksha on the other team, and especially if it's a very willing Baksha.
Yep.
A Baksha is very willing to dive.
Yep.
That's going to be the randomizer here.
Yep.
How do they say that? The small things, the small factors. Right?
And if ever you see Henny's able to find the perfect flicker jump, right? You're able to really take down Bebex. Speaking of, Bebex very low.
Yeah,
Oh, Lord Asmodeus just going in, and did I not just say? It breaks out into a full 2-on-2. Asmodeus very low, forcing Ethan out of here. And now it's Forbid in trouble, taking out Asmodeus on the way out. Here comes Zara. Becomes a 3v2, and they're not stopping. Knocks up the Kufra, coming in with the flicker and the pull. Henny's still alive, but not for long. As he goes for the bouncing ball, he's still alive.
No
What?
way.
NetherRealm keeps him in, but they don't dive in deep.
And again, Georgia actually gets the turtle on the back of that. So, man, I gotta agree, all of that boiled down to the fact that the Hanabi stayed alive for that long because of the shielding.
And this was in the first 2 minutes.
Exactly.
This was the first 2 minutes, all right?
That's something.
Asmodeus, not short on confidence, not short on commitment. If this is what's needed of me, I will give my all. The odds be damned. But just the same, you have to choose your fights.
Always.
So if that happened later on, maybe say past the 10, 11 minute mark, would have been amazing for Georgia.
I mean, at the very least, I think Kenneth seems to be very willing to take these fights. That's something that you can really say for Georgia. And as long as you're not like, you're not a Kufra that's put in the position where you're just backing off and just doing things half-heartedly. I think that's actually something that kind of separates good from really bad Kufra. So let's see if that's going to be a big factor here. As you can see, they're very willing to dive in.
Oh, down goes Bebix, and now they force the Netherrealm out of Forbid, and he is out of his breath as Licht and the rest of Georgia still crack down on him, and now Forbid goes down. Asmodeus traded out for. Here comes Zora. Is this not the deja vu from about a minute ago? And they still continue fighting, and he's very low. Zora looking for another con, looking for another knock-up. The hook misses. They disengage.
They actually might have just stepped in the temporal field.
Whoa!
Here. But a big difference here is happening on the mid here. Knight, though, definitely the guy who's making the big difference here in Georgia so far.
I'm loving what Knight
loving this guy, man.
is dropping, and here's another hook coming in from Ethan, and the bite down the bloody hunt leaves a bloody corpse of Asmodeus down on the ground near here, the Y bush, and Zora steals away the small-scale lizard. They're not done. Oh, wait.
Right now, Equinox can only save that Hanabi for so long until it really will run out. And it's going to be a turtle at the very least going over to Mongolia, who seem to be playing a lot slower than they were in the last game.
This is the first turtle? No, it's the second turtle.
Yeah.
All right, cool. See, again, the way that these two teams play, throw out your sense of timing. Throw out the pacing.
I agree.
It's just so different from what we're used to in more developed regions, and that's what's amazing about this World Championships here, is they're able to showcase, and now Licht gets hooked right underneath Tier 1 down bottom, forcing out another pull, forcing out a hard guard, and here comes Hades with a 3-man knockup, and they're still fighting. Netherrealm saving the Mongolian squad, and now they're still going. Henny's falls already, looking for another knockup. Asmodeus falls, and they're not done. Ethan traded out for 3 for 1 so far as Pinkman falls, and they're still going. Can Zora survive? Maybe no, maybe yes, as the coin flip wins, and Bebix dashes on forward. Nightlove gets a shutdown, killing spree. Georgia goes on the board, trading out of their minds.
You literally have to hold your breath here with this game. You never really know. Everything was determined by an inch and a mile in certain situations. Nightlove,
No!
he's fighting back.
Don't
He's not
do
afraid.
it. A hawk coming in, Asmodeus. Oh, Ethan says, get in my belly. And there's not enough firepower. They could not capitalize.
He can kind of slow them down a little bit. That bounce really pushed Mongolia back, which I think stopped a huge, bloody scene there. And I think, while all this is happening, by the way, Licht is just getting the gold on the map.
Yeah.
So I'm really loving this for Georgia. At the same time, Mongolia, they're kind of realizing this, and they're starting to, you know, step on the gas a little bit more, slowly but surely, all throughout the next few minutes.
Rockhard, listen, as much as I am also happy for Licht, you can't rely on this mid-game spike as they ramp up into the late game with a box show with plenty gold. Oh, there's a penalty zone coming in from Eisen, and they crack down. Pinkman falls, not enough time to get the hard guard in. Hennis jumping in, gets the ult, knocking them into a wall, but is there enough firepower? Asmodeus in point-blank range, throwing out all of those flowers. Oh, it's enough to go ahead and stop a push. Another jump in coming in. Mongolia stopped in the track. Zora falls. Ethan as well. Forbid takes down Asmodeus before he retreats as Eisen barrels away, hammering down Tier 1.
It's a 2 for 2, but Eisen, you know, you really see how comfortable this guy is on the Terizla. He's just diving in mid-action, right? And it's so smooth. And so far, what they're doing here is just they're providing pressure. Exactly what Mongolia should do. So for me, it feels like Georgia's actually catching up slowly. I mean, I know Mongolia's winning these trades, but we are just looking on one small part of the screen, right? On other parts of the map, Georgia's actually getting some money as well.
And I think that's what they need to prioritize as we enter the mid game here. Last hurdle scored over by Mongolia. I'm wondering, what's Georgia's plan, right? Because again, you mentioned how Licht is farming up. What's he gonna do with that money?
That's right. I mean, he's supposed to be in the middle of the fights, to be honest. So totally not agreeable
Oh!
here. Asmo with a huge shield, even with the hard guard.
Coming in, and they're barreling away at the target. Oh, Asmodeus gets popped. Out comes the Angela, and they go ahead and use the Nether Realm. Bebex very low, a fifth of his health. He's not enough. He can't fight. Forbid goes ahead, walks on through, phases through that wall. That's damage control, a trade. Zora for Asmodeus as tier 1 down bottom falls.
At the very least, Mongolia being known as great tower divers, not really done quite yet. Aizen, in the middle of everything, still wants to get that penalty zone down.
Oh, that's a penalty zone used to great effect, but not enough of a follow-up. Forbid falls, and nobody, save for Hennies, goes down. Ethan gets taken out.
Oh,
Bebex.
Bebex.
Bebex is getting sandwiched. Bebex. Oh, what's he gonna do? It's over. They pop him. Bebex, run. Bebex.
Ring that bell! Going down low here with a monster kill. This Paquito really is like a little bit of a shadow punch happening for Georgia.
Man, Night Love. I didn't even notice he's sitting at 6-2. 6-0-2, that is.
Oh man, this is exactly what Georgia needs to get back into this match right now. In what felt like a one-sided game in game number 1, this time around, Mongolia really facing a lot of that problems. And again, their lack of also that massive wave clear is becoming problematic. They're taking so much time in clearing these waves that people are sometimes late to the fights here.
Yep, and again, that's what you need to do. The way that these two teams are playing, the team that hesitates first loses. And that's what explains 12 and 12 under 10 minutes, right? They both understand and they both made a silent pact. Whenever there's a fight, you will respond, regardless of what happens. And looking at the net worth, it looks like it's coming over to Mongolia's benefit. And now another fight breaks out. The jump in from Hennies. Oh, Asmodeus just barreling away. Nether Realm coming in. Penalty zone from Aizen. And they're swinging away. Bloody hot onto one. Asmodeus falls. He traded up for Ethan. Hennies falls as well. A bonk from Zora. And that's all she wrote as Lick holds on for just a second longer as Aizen takes him down. 3 for 1 so far. The exchange. Night Love not going to get shut down unless Bebex has something to say about it. Forward flicker on the carry. 4 for 1, Rockhart. 4 for 1.
4 for 1. Man, oh man, Mongolia, they hit the jackpot there with positioning from Bebex. He is fearless right now on that carry. And that team fight was actually very complicated to navigate.
Very, very. Pinkman!
Oh, that hurt.
Why?
That hurt me.
What was Pinkman thinking?
He's not really much of a thinker, is he?
He's a doer.
He's more of a doer.
He's a doer, and I understand. Again, with the pace that this game is going, high octane, explosive action. Sometimes, even if you're an Angela, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You just gotta dive in alongside your teammates, man. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Pinkman being left alone there, I guess maybe got caught by surprise by Aizen as well. You know what, you can never really tell. Aizen just a monster on this Terizla so far.
Yep, and again, it's a great mirror to Night Love. Night Love is a monster Paquito, so, you know, the X factor for both teams. The XP laner, Henny's coming in with the jump point blank range. But there's no damage. Oh, there's a pull. Coming in, the answer, penalty zone, Lord still standing, and it falls. I take everything back, at least with the whole wave clear point. Great defense from Georgia.
Yeah, Tyrant's Rage is going to be down right now, so I don't think Georgia's going to be fighting this anytime soon. But they do have some options. They just have to dodge those hooks from Ethan. And I think they should be fine for the next few seconds.
And yeah, it's great timing to actually take a breather here. About 100 seconds until the next Lord.
Lots of time.
And Georgia, looking at the map here, this is odd to say, but they have enough space to actually leave their base.
Exactly.
But they need to leverage their magic sentries.
And I have to reiterate, this is a big contrast to what we saw in game number 1. It was non-stop fighting, but it was always Georgia losing. Right now, they do have some options. Not that many, but some. You know, they have something to do.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing compared to game 1.
And we're already, what, 2 minutes past the point of Game 1 ending.
Yes.
So already great progress for Georgia. All the Georgians watching, MLBB esports fans, your team needs you. Show some love as they now defend against Mongolia, who are just counting the seconds before they penetrate and take down one inhibitor. Maybe down bottom first.
Eyes on Hennessy. Hennessy right now. Oh, the flicker in.
They come in looking for a big explosive play. Ethan gets taken down first as Bebek just throws out the light wheels. Down goes Asmodeus. Worthy trade. Lick falls as well. 2 for 1 so far as the inhibitor still stands. Poppin. Aizen's immortality. Down goes Forbid. Nightfall gets the kill. And they go ahead and knock up Zora. He doesn't know where he is. He's playing trampoline. And finally, that turret falls.
Going for the objectives, exactly what you should do right now. And that should be Mongolia backing off here. So that's going to be Mongolia, obviously, just flexing their mechanics there. And biting off a bit more than they could chew. I gotta say, Lick is lasting a lot longer against Bebex than I thought he would. He's taking so many carry shots, and that's actually slowing down Mongolia. That's a big factor.
To be fair, there's a lot of peel on Georgia, right?
Oh,
even Night Love, right?
That's true.
I think I made a mistake of calling him Nightfall, but yeah, Night Love, even as a Pakiro who deals a lot of damage, can actually peel, can actually take a few hits, but not like this.
And he's sexy too. He dodged that hook really well.
And he's still ready for the fight.
They want to dance this one off. Lick right now seems to be more confident to go for these targets. Who's it gonna be though?
Oh, this fight near the river, this is dangerous. We see a concealed play coming in from Ethan. Both teams
On the front.
playing with fire. Down goes Asmodeus, and as well Licked. 2 key players for Georgia, and now Night Love is gonna follow suit. Can Bebek get him? The answer is yes. 3 for none so far as Mongolia smells blood in the water. They might want to end here in mid.
And this is why Tariz is so good. You just can't fight him straight on in a 5v5 team fight without suffering for it.
It's over. Mongolia scores the sweep 2-0 in tonight's second match.
All right, this was a lot more decisive than we saw in game number 1, or rather less decisive, where we did see Mongolia kind of just showing more respect right now to Georgia, and Georgia just showing off what they got, but it just was not enough to slow down this beast of a Terizla from Aizen, who seemed to be taking all the team fights every time their opportunities presenting itself.
Yeah.
We got the flicker. Every time that flicker's on, you just know Aizen wants to make a play.
Not just, I think in the mid to late game ramp up, or for a majority of the time that it was split down the middle, it was Aizen holding down the fort. It was Aizen making the most of Georgia's absence in the XP lane, and that's what kept Mongolia in range. Because if you'll remember, folks, even watching, there was a time when it was Georgia in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
And if Aizen forgot his job, if Aizen let go, we would not see a sweep.
Huge anchor there for the team. So something that maybe you teams watching gotta take note of, because I really love how they play. And again, there's a reason why they played it in game number 2. They were holding it back on the game number 1. Just hiding some of their strats and then showing it off right here. It feels like it took some time to get there, but when it got there, when we got to the station, oh man, he did show off.
Yep, Team Little Gun, Team Mongolia here, sticking true to their reputation, right? Very aggressive, dive heavy, and if anything, they're just gonna get better. If anything, I expect for them, if they do make it through to the playoffs, I expect to see more of this play style, especially when you come closer and fight the tippity top cream of the crop of the MLBB esports scene.
Yes, exactly. So, well, I have to say, I think they got there by fighting the cream of the crop there. Asian MLBB, man, I gotta tell you, it's a real Wild West out there.
Yeah, and nothing to say against Georgia here. They put on a great show.
They put on a great show, for sure.
I'm hoping that the Georgian scene actually grows, and that these amazing athletes pick up more from this World Championship, pick up more from their colleagues that they'll be competing up against in IESF, Romania, and I hope that they come back stronger. I'm not calling them out just yet. I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying have fun.
Yeah, in fairness, we are still just starting the tournament so far.
Yeah.
It just feels like very long fights, but you know what? This is just the start of IESF 2023 right there live in IESF, Romania. When we come back here, we got another match coming out for you. You know what it is. Stay tuned here. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IESF 2023 World Championships, and I'm proud to say it is happening. Welcome back to the caster's desk. I'm used to saying analyst desk.
Okay.
Welcome back to the caster's desk. My name is Midnight, and I am with Reptar. Again, this is happening now, Reptar.
Yeah, this is happening. We're not getting bamboozled.
Yep.
Don't get befuddled. We are here. We're doing this. It's Series 3. It's Philippines versus Ukraine. And you know what? If you're going to call this the analyst desk, you're not wrong. We're both analysts.
Oh yeah, that's true. So
Thinking
this
about
is
it.
officially an analyst
Yeah.
table.
Yeah, so you're not wrong there. But I'm looking forward to this, the Philippines versus Ukraine, because I want to talk about Ukraine here. I know there's a lot of people and fans out there who know what Team Philippines and the Philippine region brings to the table.
Yep.
But this Ukraine team, 2 IESF qualifiers in a row. Last year and this year, they went through all of that, not dropping a single game.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they were the first placers as well.
Yeah.
So this is basically the battle of first place seeded teams from both qualifiers, having Cebu or Philippines from the Oceania, and of course Ukraine being the first placer as well in their own qualifier, which is why this is one of the most awaited games here in the first day, very first day of IESF, and this is all about being able to showcase what the meta of your region is. Honestly.
Yeah. And it looks like here, Team Ukraine really have been doing their homework. They've taken out the Fanny. They've taken out the Angela. 2 things you really need to not give to AP Bread or, well, you know them now. That's Team Cebu, Team Philippines here. And they also take out the Joy. So they're really taking away those possible heroes that will empower a potential crazy mid-game snowball.
Yeah, and this is crazy because again, their first pick, they can set up a lot of the routes for this draft. Like Fredrin is open, very popular here in ISF, and a very strong meta hero as well. But also Kadita is something that if you're faced up against Philippines, you have to constantly think about the presence of this hero because on the side of Philippines, there is a very potent user with the Kadita, namely being Arcangel. So they pick it up. Again, they've done their homework. They get the Kadita first pick. This is already a good start for Ukraine.
Yeah, and automatically there's going to be a Fredrin going to the hands of Saison. We know him as Kyle Peasy here in the Philippines. And the Claude gets picked up. So 2 power picks immediately for Team Philippines. Claude still one of the more dependable marksmen in the meta. You can't go wrong with him.
Yep.
As long as he doesn't have a disastrous early game, if you keep it close, even though your opposing gold laner maybe got out of lane first, that's fine. You've kept it close. Claude will eventually find a way to just split push and then open up the map for the rest of the team.
Again, a very powerful, powerful hero when it comes to the meta, especially in Southeast Asia, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a hero that if you go late game, it's one of the hardest hitting heroes out there.
Oh yeah.
But it's not that it's not that hard to reach that point, right? Like if you're the claw user, especially in the hands of Rakiciano, he will be able to get that farm for Philippines. But now you answer back and you hit Philippines with a very strong jungle pick of their own, having the Martis on their side with a potential burst damage coming out from the Kadita. Saison might have some problems in the early game.
Yeah, this Fredrin can be disrupted if the rotations and the calls of the Ukrainian squad are on point.
Yeah.
If they know that, if they accept the fact and respect the fact that they have a great pick to disrupt the Fredrin, then they can do that. I like it when you react like this to the drafts. What are these oohs coming out from with that X-Borg pick?
We've seen this a lot of times, especially with our own custom games. Like, X-Borg has been everywhere, especially in Southeast Asia. And X-Borg is one of the rare heroes that you pick specifically to counter both of the 2 picks that Ukraine just got, like the Martis and the Edith. Sorry, it's the it's the brain fart. So
It's fine. It's fine. It's
Edith
3 a.m. in the
gets
Philippines.
countered by X-Borg.
Yeah. And what I also like with them picking up the X-Borg is actually when you look at the lineup here of Team Ukraine, it's a lineup that is known for really great, if they're not going to be the ones setting it or starting it, they are punishable in terms of if you cannot get them down fast enough, they will counter you. The Primal Wrath of the Edith, if you can't get her down and you deal a lot of damage but you don't take her down, Primal Wrath will come back to bite you. If you can't take the Martis before you're low and then he starts chaining together the ultimates, he'll come back to bite you. But then you bring in an X-Borg into the picture, so now even though they get to the point where they're just on the threshold of going down, but they stay up, the Xborg will be like, no, I'm gonna spin all over you.
Yeah, it's the same story still for for Xborg. Like you want drawn out fights. I also love drawn out fights.
Exactly.
Whenever I fight into long team fights, I stack up my true damage, and you start seeing heroes just fall down because of the sheer damage output that the Xborg can do. But I think one of the fundamental problems of Philippines draft right now is they lack flexibility.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the draft of Ukraine, you cannot tell whether this Edith will go XP or the
Roam.
Kadita will go will go support and go roam. So only the Martis you can tell. But even the Martis sometimes goes XP.
Yeah. You have to watch out for that flexibility. So right now, it's a tale of two drafts. Two drafts that know what they're up against. Answered so far, but in terms of like how the pieces are going to be fitting into the whole picture of the puzzle, well, that is the biggest question. So Philippines are looking at it, okay, we're going to take away that Paquito earlier, we're going to take away the Franco as well, because the Franco can mess up the entry, especially of that Claude if they want to. And now, the thing is though, there has been a good enough sample size that there are teams, if ever the pieces look good, they might just end up drafting a Leslie or maybe a Brody against that Claude. Because right now, even though it's a Kadita and an Edith, if they don't pick up the Beatrix as that safe range wave clearer, the Brody and the Leslie will be able to slot in well enough and really disrupt Rakitano's play as that Claude.
Honestly, I love Leslie here. Like if you're Xborg, you're not gonna have a fantastic time of fighting into a Leslie because of the range and of course the true damage. Like the Firaga armor will just quickly melt.
Yeah.
But Arcangel, very good choice here if they ever do go for the Valentina because he can get a lot of great stuff like the reset factor from the Decimate. You're going to be able to shred through those small HPs that are going to matter for the Edith and the Martis, but also if you are able to reposition yourself, like if he goes Flicker, he can steal the Karina and possibly set up against the Martis.
Ooh, okay, they're actually going to be hovering over a Clint here, which is interesting to me. But then when you have a dive comp, Clint is so happy with that. It's like, yeah, I'll just have to watch out for the entry of the Claude, the Xborg, but I mean the Kadita, the Mortis, and then the Edith are going to be messing them up already. I'll have enough space, make the most out of my little bolo dash backwards, and then the poke damage coming in from that Clint, it might get to the point where Team Philippines might not even reach that Clint, and it's going to be a swerve. It's going to be double magic for the mid-rotations.
Double down at the damage, because, you know, if the problem earlier on is the lack of burst down, let's double down on Kadita and Navaria. And the one side of Navaria that we haven't been discussing yet is the vision it provides. Like, early game, you shut down the game of Philippines but just by having constant vision and being able to open up the map for the Modest to be able to play, play around with. Because this hero usually just invades jungle, and he loves doing that when he has teammates that can provide the vision or just be with the Martis. But now you look at the options here for the roam roll on the side of Philippines. They're eyeing at the two, the Grok and the Joe. But I wanna focus on this Clint pick from Ukraine. I love it because the fact that you mentioned Brody earlier on. I'd always seen Clint like a more chill version of Brody. Like you still do the same amount of burst damage. You don't have the crazy torn apart memory kind of thing, but you are able to play against heroes that wants to go into you because you have that semi-stun with your second skill, and of course that small pocket of damage from the passive.
Yeah, and Team Philippines know this so well. In their last outing in a major international tournament, they showed off that Clint, and my goodness, the damage of the Clint, once it gets the 2 items locked in, and you're not respecting the damage being dealt out, you're going to be melting really, really quickly.
Yeah.
So it's now, I feel like, because of how the draft went, the last pick, Grok, the fact that they have a Claude and an Xborg in their lineup, and they're up against a Navaria, it's now going to be up to Arcangel to make the most of being able to take away the Astral Echo of the Navaria.
Yeah.
Because the Astral Echo empowers what the other heroes of Team Philippines brings to the table.
Very good composition on both sides. Let's see whoever comes out on top when it comes to execution in this game #1 match between Ukraine and Team Philippines. Already in the cutting the XP wave here for Philippines is Canon and Arcangel getting that level 2 on the Valentina, of course, Unigo is left in the middle lane to get the level 2 on Grok as well.
Nice little rotation there. You ensure that everyone hits level 2 going into it. The Grok won't have to wait. There's a good chance that by the time you get to the turtle, the Grok is just about to hit level 4 or is already level 4 because of that little adjustment they did.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty popular thing now going on in terms of the rotations. You send your right before it used to be we'll send the roam and the EXP.
Yeah.
To hit level 2, no, this time we'll send the mid down to the EXP lane.
But it's kind of a modified rotation right now because if you're the support, you need to take the green camp with your XP laner. Like it's a must.
Yeah.
It's a necessity for you guys to take that, just so that you get the bonus XP from the jungle creeps. So that the last wave before the turtle, you can actually leave the mid wave for the tank for you to get both four. Before it was just cut XP. Don't even care about green at all. Like go back to mid lane, poke some heroes here and there. But now it's a must for you to take that green camp, so that when it comes to the turtle wave, like the last wave in the mid lane, for you to get 4, it could be you're gonna be waiting for a bit, like 5 to 10 seconds after the turtle spawns. But you get 4 on both the tank and the mid.
Yeah, so now we're going to have to watch out here what the adjustment of Team Ukraine will be, so that by the time they get to the first turtle, they're leveled in the levels.
Yeah.
Because if the roamer or just one member of Team Ukraine is only level 3, not even close to getting that ultimate, that's going to be almost a picture-perfect opportunity for Team Philippines to get that first turtle without a problem. So they need to adjust their rotations. If their little green camp was taken away, they're going to need to get something else from the Philippines, take away something from the jungle of Saison.
Yeah, and it's been very beneficial as well for Philippines to secure level 4s, because again, this Grok is the only catch that they have. Even though you might say that they have a Fredrin, but Fredrin is going to be focused on turtle.
Yeah.
Grok is the only catch that they have. When compared to what what the other has, Ukraine has a lot of vision. They have a lot of burst potential from the Kadita, and what they need is just to provide some poke damage for the Martis to be able to have access towards that decimate, where it's a tool that if you're not really careful, like if you're playing against it and you're not careful, you're just allowing Martis to have this path towards snowballing out of control.
Yeah. So we feel like we've already laid down really well, like what to watch out here for the first few minutes. I know a lot of people are going into this knowing the Philippine team really well, or at least have heard of them. Again, in their last major international outing, was able to reach 3rd place there, and they were favored to go into grand finals. But of course, the Indonesian teams were able to get their moment of glory over there in Jakarta, Indonesia. But on the side of Team Ukraine, a lot of names that I will be honest, going into this, had to deep dive, but for a lot of them, very new names. But one name that stands out, the EXP laner Defender.
Yep.
Someone from Ukraine who actually has World Championship experience already in the club level. Again, we are in the World Championship on the country level, but on the club and the teams, he's played in World Championships.
Yeah, he played in M3.
Yeah,
so he has a lot of international experience. He knows what these players make, like how they move and how they rotate on the map. So the experience does matter a lot, and it's funny because he is also an XP laner, so
Yeah.
really does
yeah, he's really living up to it. Like he has the experience, I'm gonna play experience.
It paints a great picture for the team. Like they're not gonna be messing up a lot of these fundamental aspects in the game, especially with this early game rotation that we're talking about. That's really critical for teams to establish such good early game control, especially if you have a Martis. Like if this Martis snowballs, Philippines will have themselves a hard time in mid game.
Yeah, and that's something you always have to watch out for when you're up against a Martis. Even though it looks like, you know what, I'm gonna take a fight. That's why you see teams going up against a Martis is either let's get this Martis down quick, or even if they know at around 40% health that this fight isn't gonna be winnable, they get out of there. Because that Martis will just be able to punish
Cut your
you.
losses, right?
Yeah, cut your losses. Don't risk it. We've seen it so many times
Stop
in
saving
the past.
people.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it so many times where a Martis will just be like,
Yeah.
You think I'm down, then all of you are just gonna go down one by one.
It's always one kill, one guy tries to save his teammates, double kill, oh, you're low as well, I'm gonna poke you more, another guy tries to save the teammate, third kill, oh, you're low as well, decimate, 4th kill, and maybe gets a savage.
Yeah, and that is a possibility. And
I say maybe, but it happens 40% of the time.
It does. A maniac savages for Martis, quite common. And it's funny because a lot of these situations we've talked about, earlier was another hero, now in the Martis, it's something that Team Philippines also did in their last major international outtake. They had one game where they started off with 2 triple kills already in the first 7 minutes for Saison when he was playing on Martis. So Team Philippines knows very well what they're going up against. But again, we talked about Team Ukraine and them being a team that you cannot count out. Again, 2 qualifiers for IESF in a row, for 2 years in a row. They went undefeated. And then after that draft, we're both equally impressed. This is a team that understands the game.
Oh yeah, especially in late game. Like we talked about Claude earlier on for Philippines. Clint late game is no joke as well. Like the new build on Clint, like with the GDS, Great Dragon Spear, as well as a common DHS build on the late game. Because a lot of these heroes, they will scale up with HPs, but even if you don't, just the sheer damage output of Clint, especially with the crits and of course the the Blade of Despairs, the endless battles, he will be able to pump out so much damage in the late game. And Clint, the very nature of Clint is everything spammable.
Yeah, you can just chain everything together, and because of his really deceptive range, I feel like it's something that is overlooked with Clint. Everyone looks at the revolver fan like, everyone's looking at that damage, but then the basic attacks that follow after each skill that you cast, that little pop, that big crit that comes out, that's what actually gets you. That's what's tricky about Clint. That's what gets everyone eventually.
The
yeah, the little and then the thicker with this ultimate when he throws out the bomb.
That's the thing that hurts, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard. Like, it's hard. I've played this matchup before. It's freaking hard to play Fredrin against Clint.
Yeah. Especially if you're one of the, let's say, Visigorak won't be able to find that Clint properly, and you see the Fredrin hand in a pocket, it's like, ow, 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 I can't get to you.
Ouch.
Ouch, ouch. Oh, I don't have a flicker.
I dash in, you dash out, I'm stunned.
Guess I'm forced to use my retreat just to somehow reach you. So yeah, those are the things you have to watch out for. And man, I'm excited to see this game resume again. These pauses happen because we want to make sure that our athletes have the best possible scenario for them. And,
Best environment, basically.
Yeah. Set them up for success.
We don't want any other factors to come into play when it comes to playing a very prestigious international tournament like IESF. So we are taking our time to make sure that our players are comfortable. They are able to play at their 100%, basically at best, when playing these games, because these games, they do matter, especially for Ukraine. Now they're up against Philippines. It's there's a lot of stories in this game. Like, for Ukraine to be able to make sure that they come out on top against Philippines, but also it tells us a story of how the Philippines' dominance has been dissipating for the past few months.
Yeah. All right. So just a bit, we're going to get a word on what's going on, how we're going to be proceeding it. But so far, we've seen the action, we've seen the picks, we've talked about it. Hopefully you're doing all right. Wherever you're watching, again, there's a worldwide tournament. You are on the English stream of IESF. I think Leo set the bar earlier for the intro. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, where you're watching. Here, sun's about to rise, not going to lie.
Yeah,
we're almost there.
I'm about to see something that I didn't expect I'll see today.
The sun?
The sun.
Do you rarely see the sun?
I mean, I do, but
Do you see it?
it's
enough?
rare for me to see the sun twice.
Yeah, wait, I hear like the Filipino casters calling us. What's up?
Okay. We have the
the
Filipino
Filipino
broadcasters on our
yeah.
left side, so
Yeah,
they're trying to call us right now.
We're bantering. We're bantering.
So we're just trying to make sure that the communication is there
Yeah.
between both broadcasts. But yeah, again, it's rare for us to see the sun twice in a single day.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that for all the viewers out there, I hope that you are in a very comfortable position right now. If you don't have your snacks, get them now. Get some coffee. Get everything, like the pillows, the blankets. Make sure that you're comfortable, because this series, it's gonna be wild.
Yeah. Speaking of comfortable, I wonder if they'll ever release like MLBB body pillows.
Ooh, that's true.
Okay, maybe not specifically body pillows. Might be weird coming from me, but just Pillows in general, yeah.
We did have the neck
The
pillows
neck
before,
pillow,
right?
Yeah, your legendary neck.
Yeah,
neck
my
pillow.
legendary neck pillow. We did have some blankets as well.
Oh yeah,
think,
we had a
um,
blanket.
I think
for,
that was in
Khalid.
season 8.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
did.
we did have blankets. We had some, you know, what do you call this, tumblers.
Oh, we did too. Yeah.
So,
It's
what else?
awesome.
What else do we
I
want?
feel like there's a lot of opportunities here. I wonder what
MPL
the
masks.
Yeah, I wonder what the goodies are in back home, back home, but all the way in Romania. We all know that that's where the LAN event is going down.
Yeah, that's true.
Multiple esports titles. Again, this is a multi-esport title worldwide tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure there's a wide variety of goodies there.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure our very good friend is enjoying himself there.
Yeah, themselves, Joseph and Francis.
I mean, I'm referring to a specific person.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Very specific person
Oh, yeah.
that enjoys goodies very, very much.
Oh yeah.
You know who you are.
the god of merch.
Yeah, the god of merch, the O, the S, and the X.
Yeah. OSX. By the way, you're going to be seeing him and our friend Naisu in action once we go on over to the playoffs main stage. So, hey, if you still find yourselves in the chat and you see our good friend OSX there, just spam on the chat. Okay, maybe not spam it, but just put there. Merch God, merch God, merch God, all right?
Merch god OSX.
And if the yes, that came from Leo. Not us. That came from Leo.
Okay, I had to, you know, I had to clean up my glass.
Oh, is it getting foggy?
Yeah,
it's
getting
emotional?
foggy. I'm getting emotional. I don't know why I'm crying.
Hey, come on, man. That's my shtick. I'm the only one who cries.
Yeah,
here,
but
come
I
on.
hear the draft, Renmar.
Yeah, you hear the
I'm
draft.
hearing the draft.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, we did get word. It seems like because of
Something in my eye. Hold on.
Yeah, there is. Due to circumstances beyond our control, and of course these things happen. We are receiving word that there had to be a remake of the lobby. We're going to be seeing we're going to be leaving off if we're going to be starting it off, but it seems like we might get to the point where it will be a full reset.
Yeah, my
Looks
eye
like-
hurts, dude.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's
It's
fine.
getting red.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's like a suit now.
It's not that bad. Wait, if it gets this red, then that's
Yeah.
that's a problem.
Maybe it's a tears of joy because I just heard, "Welcome to the land of dawn."
Yeah, we're gonna be going in.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here we are, land of dawn. Here we go. Game number 1: Ukraine and Philippines. It is a remake match for these two teams. Nothing really happened on the first match, although XP is on top now.
Yep.
So that is kind of a different scenario, but you know the same cut happens still for Canon and Arcangel, but they will take a different green cap now. However, but Martis decided not to check the green cap.
Yeah, and it's still gonna be the same rotational start as we saw earlier. So, just based off of just adjustments in the map, it's pretty much just like what happened. So everything we've talked about so far, still incredibly applicable. We're
Yep.
still here.
I have to say though, like Valentina not getting one green cap, that's gonna affect the level 4s on the turtle. So we have to see how Philippines plays the you know the last turtle wave. I mean the last wave before turtle, because Ukraine is you know they are able to contest that. You have a Martis, you have a Kadita, and you also have an Edith that can just walk towards the turtle area, throw the Predator away, and Sensei can just burst him down.
Yeah, that's the difference now of the EXP lane on the top side, closer to the purple buff, is that the members of Ukraine actually, mainly the Novaria Zoom, just showing himself
Yeah.
up, was enough sign for Philippines to, yeah, let's try not to get the scaled lizard anymore. There's a chance we're gonna get punished. Arcangel there trying to cross that little alley, eats up some damage. He's gonna need to go back home yet again.
Very interesting dynamic on the bottom lane. Both of them have quantum charge. So the HP, they are able to regenerate some of that back every, I think 5 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 5 seconds still. So, but still Clint is, you know, getting the small victories against the Claw because he does have higher damage output versus Reketiano at the moment.
And right now, with the first turtle up, it is a very neck-and-neck contention. Arcangel, because of what he's received, hasn't hit level 4 yet. Nico just about to hit level 4. Zoom as well. As he's going to get it. Defender's going to be there with a knock-up.
The pokes again.
The Primal Wrath is going to be available for him. They want to go for it. They're not hitting the turtle just yet. They're taking their time. That's going to be the flicker in the last Insanity. Turtle goes to the side of Ukraine, but the kill onto defender from the Philippines. Great space out though by the members of Ukraine to make sure that they get the turtle.
Yeah, it is a little bit of overextension from defender, but I would say it's worth it.
Yeah.
Because you give out your life for extra XP. that, you know, the Martis can get. He's now sitting at level 6, while Son is still level 4. So this is the early game snowball that we talked about earlier. Although the gold lead doesn't really tell that story that much, because Ukraine is only leading by 100 gold. But still, this Martis is going to be incredibly farmed in the early stages of the game.
Extremely disciplined play actually by Ukraine. Kudos to them for how they played that first turtle fight. I think that's already a telltale sign for Team Philippines. If they weren't thinking of it yet, oh yeah, we really gotta watch out for these guys.
Oh yeah, very objective approach from Ukraine. Let's see how Philippines is going to be able to fight back in mid-game. Ooh, even the astral recalls, man, like contesting the grab from Saison.
Yeah.
Ukraine really does know the current landscape of this meta, which is jungle control, basically.
Yeah, you cannot give free resources. If you have the tools, make sure you try to contest it. That's going to be the Martis getting caught out, though. That's 2v1, make it 3v1, but here comes the members of Team Ukraine for the response. Already the ultimate of Katata utilized to get away with Ego, brought reaching low. They're going to be going after the Grok, already forcing the flicker out. The Grok will be able to get away, but with a major resource expended, Saison will not be able to get the skill laser. I believe he was able to, yeah, he had to commit the retribution to secure it.
Arcangel did have the Kanita ult at that moment, but you know, the downside of being a Valentina versus a Kanita is you don't have that petrify.
Yeah.
So he was not able to burst down, you know, Vladosik cutie. Wow, there's cuties in Ukraine. Wow.
Yeah. There's a lot. And I think it's the inspiration there of, it's an old naming convention from Philippines.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, adding that cutie at the end of your name.
I believe Jeff
Yes,
was the
Jeff.
first to
Jeff.
remember get that name.
Yeah, a little bit of Philippine MLBB history for you that has worldwide effects. Let's look at the items right now. The goal difference still very close. It's the Claude and that Clint. In terms of the items, already one locked in there for the Clint and the Heptases. Second turtle already up. Philippines in a much better position, but I like the positioning here of Ukraine.
Ooh, the reset.
Oh, they forced it.
Very,
Wow.
very good reset from Philippines.
Yeah.
Saison was like, okay, just reset the turtle. I'm gonna take the turtle block first. I need to get XP. But Ukraine, the answer is, let's press it out.
Look at this zone out by Defender. The entry from the Kadita. All the knockup of the control in the world being tossed out by Ukraine. 2 members of Philippines getting taken out. Defender gets punished, but again, it's a sacrifice he's willing to pay. He will put himself in front of the members of Ukraine, in front of the members of the Philippines, and say, take me down. We're getting more for us right out of this.
Very systematic approach coming out from Ukraine. And also, I love the fact that they respond very quick as well. Like, Philippines, they had the right call. Like, you need to reset that turtle. But Ukraine was like, okay, you reset it, we take it.
Yeah.
And after that, Philippines, they were like, okay, guys, we need to fight this one out. There was a little bit of, you know, some hesitation from Philippines, but Ukraine was like 100% committed to turn after that turtle play.
Yeah, that has to be something Philippines is looking at. So far, Defender's been rotating out of his lane willy-nilly, meaning that Defender plays such an important part for the team fighting here, because technically, he's the tank. He is the main frontliner here for Ukraine. So, if ever, they might actually try to put someone else in the opposite lane to just push a tower down there and fight the turtle, or at least try to lightly contest the turtle 5v4, because one of the members of Team Philippines is split pushing, while Ukraine, of course, are full 5-manning objectives.
Man, this is what you get from international experience, like, right? Like, Defender, he knows that he gets countered by export, does not even care about the lane at all, fast pushes it, and, you know, plays with his teammates. And he is willingly giving his life just to make sure that he does what he needs to do. And what he needs to do in this game, like you said it, he is the tank, but also the setter for this team. Even using Flicker aggressively, just make sure that he gets that pressure onto Philippines, such that Philippines have to respond to the Edith. And that alleviates the pressure away from the Kadita, the Martis, and even the Clint.
The defender of the Ukrainian dream for MLBB Global Glory. The only man with World Championship experience, now in a World Championship, 4 countries. He is putting on a hell of a performance for Ukraine. Not an impressive stat line, but that is an impressive play. Sensei making Arcangel look like a measly student, and Ukraine gets the 3rd turtle. All turtles of the game going to Ukraine. The systematic play. Wow.
And he's not done yet. The Martis, he goes for more. But they take a tower in the mid lane. Again, we talked about this earlier on. Martis with vision, and the burst damage coming out from the Karita, and the way Defender is playing this game, he is just allowing Ukraine to play what this comp is meant to do. And Philippines, they don't have the answer yet. But Inigo, however, with the wild charge,
it's not going to be able to get enough out of there. A timely flicker out there from Su, making sure he doesn't get caught. It was only the Martis taken low, but because they couldn't get to Smetana, who again, we saw how fast he can melt down the Firaga armor of an X-Borg. Yeah, he's locked in. 2 items already for him, and that is a 1,000 gold difference. At this point, yes, usually when the Claude has the Golden Staff, that's the sign. But because of the lead that Ukraine has was able to build for themselves, now this time, they shouldn't full team fight, or at least we won't feel full power Claude until the 3rd item locked in.
he needs more, man. Like, just the sheer physical damage output from this Clint. He needs like Wind of Nature, probably a a Letter Jerkin, or maybe some defensive item that can actually help him get inside a team fight. Because at the moment he has a lot of problems that he needs to deal with, like the Kadira, the Edith, and the physical damage from the Clint. Saison, oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out from Sensei.
Can he lock it in? Oh man, the decimation goes all the way there, and that's gonna put the Martis in a difficult position. But look at the damage coming in from Ukraine. Raw damage, yes, that's Saison, and falls down, and the other members of Team Philippines can barely hold on, almost getting hit by the Astral Recall.
5
Cannon.
pixels. 5 pixels.
5 pixels at most. My goodness, Ukraine playing to the strength of their lineup, knowing that Philippines needs time, needs space, did not give it from the start of the game.
Defender again on this Edith. He is just allowing so much frontline space for Ukraine to maximize. And Philippines, still, they don't have the answers yet, because Requisiano, he's still not online. Like, the squad is still not able to fight against the composition of Ukraine.
My goodness, this Edith. And again, they think about the damage output. They don't have enough. They'll be able to damage the Edith, but once the Primal Wrath is out, they're going to have to get on out of there. And because of the, again, the Novaria Astral Echoes here by Zoom have been well-timed. Either as an initiation or like, there's times where he's using it mid-team fight just to make sure that Ukraine actually gets those kills and locks it in.
Yeah.
That the members of Team Philippines will not be able to run.
You know, it's another layer of problem for Philippines, because we talk about scaling with Claude. You also have scaling on the side of Ukraine. Like, with Philippines, yes, you do have the Claude, you have the Valentina. These heroes are potent in the late game, but so is Navaria, so is Clint, and so is Kadita. Like, these heroes, they scale with items immensely as well. Like the Kadita, the way she works is all throughout the game. She is gonna be able to burst down a target when she locks them down. The Martis is gonna be able to shred through those little HPs that will be left on the side of of Philippines. Clint has terrifying late game damage, especially with the Blade of Heptases and the Endless Battle build. And I'm pretty sure he will build up on the DHS come the late game. But also Navaria, like the long-range nuke that she has with the Astral Recall, that's gonna be a little bit problematic, especially for the export.
Yeah, just how Ukraine has been rotating around this map. Even though when you think of Kadita and Navaria together, yes, people usually fear them in the ranked games, but because of the damage.
Yeah.
But there is that window of, oh, if we can just catch them out and then give them a difficult early to mid-game transition, then we're not going to feel them as much. But it just got to the point with how well this trio of the Navaria, the Kadita plus the Martis going around together, and then add to that Defender, again, what you said, he acknowledged, I just need to clear lane, get on out of here, and then rotate to the other parts of the map. Ukraine understood all of their assignments perfectly, that it empowered their gold laner so fast.
Yeah, basically Defender's book looks like clear lane, sacrifice, that's it. That's my job. Tank, set, die, IDC. I don't care.
Yeah, Defender is an absolute unit. The Ukrainian nightmare in tanking.
The
what he's
Ukrainian
doing.
unit. Wow.
Yeah, the Ukrainian unit, the Ukrainian Nightmare attack. And this is what we're talking about. It'll get to the point where it's just going to be this 5 versus 4 for an objective because Mekitano and on that Claude is just pushing down. And he's going to be continuing it. And it's going to be forcing Defender back. It looks like the members of Team Philippines will they be able to read the situation? No, they will not. A good amount of damage already getting dished out onto that turret. He's not going to be able to break it, but that's what Ukraine needs to watch out for here. The macro game that the Philippines team has, but they got the Lord. That's good news for Ukraine.
Yeah, this is fantastic coming out from both teams. Like, both of them did the right thing. Ukraine did not overreact to the Cloud, while Philippines split pushed with the Cloud. Because at that moment, you had no capabilities of contesting that Lord away from Ukraine. So it was a 50-50 trade. Although, macro-wise, Ukraine does still win out when it comes to objective because they did just get the Lord. And this is a Lord that they can use to actually clear up the map, like take towers, the remaining tower in the top lane, and possibly crack the base of Philippines.
Yeah, you're going to be incredibly scrappy here around the mid as the members of Team Philippines will try to hold that. Oh, that's going to be a lockdown onto the Kanata. A punish there. Well timed by Philippines, but the members of Ukraine are hell-bent on making sure that they get a tower here. Mid will not fall, but they still have the top side. Son goes in. A little bit too greedy, but then entry coming in from the Philippines. The follow-up. Blazing duet. Only taking down Smetana, so that is a 2v1 trade. No turrets broken down just yet. Last Insanity. Valentino makes it 2-for-2. So that is even Steven saw throughout, but that is relative win for the Philippines. No towers broken just yet, but Ukraine got kills.
Dude, this is why people keep saying that when Philippines play Fredrin, it's Psycho Fredrin. Saison going outside the base. Smetana was like, wait, is this real? Is this real life? He got hit by the Appraiser's Wrath, and that was enough. Even though they did kill Saison, Regisiano was like, thanks for the setup.
Yeah, the follow-up. It looked too greedy for my in the initial entry, but then once he got that ultimate down, that was a sign for Regisiano to go in with the blazing duet. So it seemed like it was all part of the plan. Initially, it just looked like Saison grasping at straws, trying to make a play, but Philippines followed it up so well.
It was a very calculated play coming out from Philippines. I wonder who made the call for that, because it was crazy, honestly. But these things, if you're able to pull it off, it's gonna, it's gonna make the game turn on its table.
Yeah, look how close already the gold gap is. That used to be a bit closer to 5K, now it's getting closer to 2. But Ukraine right now, again, their positioning is so great with how they're going around the map. Zoom and Sensei now have tabs on Onigo. Philippines are backing up their Grok.
They're closing out Vision and the map control away from the Philippines. Now only X4 and Fredin is able to play on the opposite side of the map. But Ukraine, they don't really care because they're just clearing waves there. But the conceal play is going to come out from Philippines.
They're going to burst down the Edith, but the entry from Sensei, a massive combo. Blazing duet, he's holding on for
Regisiano!
The lifesteal is enough for him to hold on. Here comes the Martis from the mid lane, though. He's going to be looming around. He's not going to get any closer. Smetana goes forward with a flicker, and Zoom is here to back up. Sights on Nicanor, they're going to go after. They're not going to bite the bait. So it's a 2v1 trade. Philippines are going to be happy with that, but Ukraine, they are not... They're making sure that the Philippines won't win something that's just without anything. They're trading at the least.
This is how you break a order, right? You play chaotic. You break the system. Ukraine wants to fight around the objective. Let's fight before the objective. Ukraine was like, wait, is this real part 2? Is this really happening?
Oh, look at this. This will be really scrappy. Mekitano was spotted in the bottom lane with a sentry. He's now going to be going on over closer to the Lord.
20k HP.
20k HP. What's the usual reset or goal timer on 15, 12k?
Yeah, 15, 12k.
Yeah, around that. Vision provided massive. Astral Echo here by Zoom.
Fender trying to catch Onigo here, but it's a Grok, so it's going to be hard to do that. But Lord is sitting at 8k HP right now. Conceal play from Onigo. No wild charge, however. Sensei is forced to go away. But Philippines, they're taking it slowly. They're allowing the waves to push. Both side lanes are being pushed now. They're not damaging the Lord, and they're eyeing for a good turn on the team fight.
Oh, a massive knock-up and a massive crowd control coming in from the Martins as well. And straight to the backline,
Regisiano
with the blazing duet. The Lord is going to go to Ukraine, but the clip falls! The Valentina falls as well for the Philippines! A double kill for the Claude! Ukraine loses too, but they get the Lord! Will they have enough room in the map, enough minions to finally break this mid lane turret, or will Ukraine be able to hold on to it? This has been a wall and a thorn in the side of the Philippines that they have not been able to break the mid turret. As we look at the items right now, you see just how close it is and how well Philippines was able to make their way into a much closer fight.
That was basically a Lord gamble by Philippines. Ukraine still was able to take it away from PH, but they did just take down Clint at that moment. So they're not going to be able to utilize this Lord for the base push. So I would say in the long run, PH took that W.
Alright, a win for the W, but can they get more out of it? Oh, Gray's still comfortable with their fighting. Oh,
Too deep for the Mortis.
Too deep. Oh, Zoom with all the info in the world. Look at the Kadita on the map. He is in perfect gank position if he can find the target. The Philippines are wary. So it's on Sensei. That is going to be a reset. We might be down to a big 5v5 for the next Lord.
That was a little scary, honestly.
Yeah, it was for Vlad the Security.
There were only 2 heroes right there. If Nigo had collected the information beforehand, we would have made a call to just, use Wild Charge against Samartis. If the Navaria shows, he dies to Regisiano.
Yeah.
But, again, Philippines, they're playing this very disciplined, in a very systematic and fundamental order. But I would say just break it. You've been doing it for the past 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
It's Philippines' time to kind of shake the game up, make movements that Ukraine is not going to be able to predict, make crazy moves, like what Saison did earlier. Because these moves, they're working at the moment.
Yeah, that's what initiated their comeback. And then now, because of the Team Philippines, rightfully so, respecting the, as you mentioned, the systematic and the systematic approach and discipline of the Ukrainian squad as well, they're also thinking, okay, we have to mirror that. But then now, I love how you put it, it'll just boil down to who's going to go for the crazy move first.
Yeah.
Will it be Ukraine going, all right, you know what, we can get a little bit, get rid of a little bit of the system, let's go crazy. That's what Saison did. Or at some point, Team Philippines is gonna think the same thing. I just hope everyone goes crazy, and we see
Good team fights.
absolute chaos.
Yeah, again, we go down to mechanics.
Yeah, mechanics.
At best, like how you execute your spells, how you choose your targets. But at the end of the day, whoever deals more damage, I would say, and whoever is able to dish out the needed damage to take out the right targets is gonna win the team fight. And I think still Ukraine has that on their side because of the Kadita. Just the mere presence of this Kadita. He is a threat against the Claude because Claude is gotta be careful with the Purify. And also the fact of the matter is if he takes out Arcangel, that's already 50% of your damage. And it's just gonna be Claude versus Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up the Kadita. Let's talk about Sensei here. His man marking all throughout the game as a Kadita. His positioning, how he enters, when he enters, and where he enters from. That is top global Kadita performances.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not sure if he is a top global Kadita, but I will not be surprised if he is. How he's entering all throughout. It's great.
One of the few players, no pun intended, okay. One of the few players to ever kill Arcangel on a Kadita.
Yeah.
Because Arcangel knows the Kadita spots. And he knows how to react against a Kadita jump, against a Kadita initiation. But, the Kadita was like, I don't care, man. You die, you die. Basically, that's it.
Sensei and Zoom. This Kadita Novaria combo. Head into the action. Have to watch out for him. When at every skirmish or every little team fight that breaks out, you have to watch out for the gang options of the Kadita.
This game is so close, man. Like 9-9 kill score. Both teams, the goal difference is just 100.
Yeah. It's just a trade of like who's
Oh,
being
Philippines!
better. Oh, that's gonna be all the vision in the world. Lodos coming in from the back, but because of all the vision provided, Philippines said, yeah, no, we cannot.
Talk about crazy players, like 5-man conceal, going to that spot. Martis was like, hey, I'm also doing my own crazy thing. I'm making a sandwich play. But again, they both react very, very nicely, and we go back to reset. It's all about positioning and vision right now, which is why still Ukraine is in a much better position because of the ultimate coming out from the Navaria.
A high IQ match is what we're getting for this game number 1. The undefeated 2 qualifier years in a row, they did not drop a single game. Ukraine going into this, going up against the titans of MLBB Esports and Team Philippines, and they are giving Team Philippines a run for their money after a difficult early to mid. Team PH was able to find a way to keep it this close now. Yep, this could be anyone's game. It boils down to the little things.
Do take note, Philippines, they're not experimenting. These are very countable heroes for them. These are signature picks.
Yes.
From the players on the side of Philippines. So Ukraine is really holding their right in front of these esports giants in the form of Seaball. Now we're gonna see a lore dance between both teams. Canon and Saison is already in position. Rikishiano, however, is setting up for a split push.
Yeah, coverage there onto the bottom lane. And as these two teams hold us at the edge of our seats, we can only but wait. Oh, the tension is killing me. It is palpable.
Yeah. Man, it's a very, very tight match.
Yeah.
And again, they both had fantastic drafts. Like the composition, they were able to do what they're meant to do. Philippines, although early game, they were not able to play that much. It's because of the nature of their composition. It comes online mid-game. And they're not able to fight into the composition of Ukraine. But that crazy play from Saison allowed them to bounce back and play what they're supposed to do in the late game. And now it's, you said it earlier, it's about the IQ. Whoever calls the shots better and executes it better wins the entire game.
People are probably going to be looking at me when I say this and say, no, you didn't. But honestly, going into this, I knew this was going to be close. I did not count the Team Ukraine out, knowing what they went through for 2 years now.
Yeah.
The absolute, my goodness, the warpath that they went on every qualifier to get it to this point. I am not surprised.
I have screenshots.
Yeah, you have screenshots. Yeah.
Renmar was really oozing at the success of Ukraine for the
yeah.
past few months.
Man, so now that we are at this point, I'm not surprised. I am just enjoying the ride right now.
This is Ukraine.
Yeah, this is a low kill score game, but how this entire game has moved, all the little gears shifting around, those little movements and decisions. My goodness.
But the thing is, these are the types of games when you actually see and enjoy the high-level mechanics and macro fundamentals of these teams. It's a low kill scoring game, but for a reason.
Yeah.
Because Ukraine, they were not crazy in the mid-game. They were not so crazy that they just wanted kills. They wanted to play around objectives. And the only reason why Philippines was able to get some kills of their own is because they kind of strayed away from the whole game plan of Ukraine. They were like, okay, this is what you're thinking. What about we do this? And Ukraine was like, did not think of that.
Yeah. I'm going to let you on a little trade secret for analysts. I know there's a good amount of us who actually watch games multiple times to really understand the team. But there's two approaches. You either, there will be one time where you will watch an entire game just looking at the map. And the times you look at in-game is just for maybe a team fight.
Yeah.
But majority is you're studying rotations. And then the other one is you're really just looking at the game. You're ignoring the map. You're looking at the little movements that you might have missed out just watching the map. This is those type of games that you'd want to go back and rewatch it. First, studying the map. And now you've already watched it as the game, like normally. Because, again, what these two teams did, the early to mid approach of Ukraine to get that lead, how they moved around their map. Their Novaria, their Kadita, and their Edith Defender, as well as their Martes to really empower their gold laner so that he knows that, okay, all I need to do is farm, survive, not get solo killed here, then I'll be fine here. It's a work of art, and I'm not... that isn't an exaggeration. It's artful.
That's basically it. And the way you view the game, it's all about map. And when you look at the players, it's all about the nuanced movements. And speaking about nuanced movements, Philippines just found a kill on the Clint.
That wasn't nuance. That was massive. Philippines
Sensei?
painted themselves a good-looking picture into success. Sensei, do they know the Kadita is there? Rico showed up. Unigo showed himself, and now Philippines still close, but they can still go. The Sensei goes out a little bit too early. A retry battle, one for the ages, won by the Martis. but the Mortis will get punished in turn. Unico is zoning out Zoom and Defender. The Mortis still alive, holding on for dear life, holding on with every last inch of health he has left. Can he somehow outplay two members of Team Philippines chasing him as you see it on the map? We talked about the game, we talked about the map, and we talked about this Mortis getting taken out. But the buy time was massive. There's a Lord marching in the bot, and all the Philippines could get out of that was 3 kills and only 1 measly turret in mid.
Yep, they cannot even take objectives at the moment. Now Rekishanu has to deal with that Lord while Ukraine resets. Although they don't have the Mortis for 30, it's good right now because, again, it's complete reset between these two teams. We have to wait for round 3.
Round 3. Vladosi QT being able to buy time, survive long
Oh,
enough.
one charge!
Arcangel already has the ultimate of the Edith, but that's going to be defended with a full stack primal wrap and knock up, and the damage is going to be enough to take him down, but that's only the immortality. Already popped, Defender can only hold on, and he gets taken out.
This is the crazy stuff that we were looking for earlier on. Ukraine might have been eyeing for a reset. Philippines was like, hell no, you don't have Mortis. We're gonna fight now.
A brilliant maneuver by Arcangel. He got the primal wrath, got out of the mech, but he knows it's barely gonna do anything. He doesn't have the primal wrath meter, so you can actually quickly go back to mech form while still having it, and then he uses it for the knockup.
Saison?
Saison gets a lot of damage from Sensei though. A good pick, Unico with the flicker, wild charge. My, oh my, what an absolute dream. Double kill there for the Claude, and just like that, you talked about crazy maneuvers. That is a crazy play by Unico.
This is late game dominance by Philippines. Having that control, not allowing Ukraine to get a respawn in as they take game number 1 away from Ukraine.
Oh, what an absolute worldie. And I'm not talking about the new name for Bruno's ultimate. What a game. What a showing by these two teams. Midnight, you set it up for the longest time. One crazy play. It was two. Two
Oh my
crazy
goodness.
calls to turn it around on Team Ukraine, who fought tooth and nail to build a lead. But then again, it was a breaking away from the system that found Philippines winning game number 1. What a showing by these two.
Even us, we weren't prepared. You were still explaining how Arcangel was able to find the right opportunity when he saw the Edith, and when he was like, "Stop talking! I have targets here."
Wow.
4-man wild charge, and Rekishanu was like, "Okay, I'll jump in as well." Pop the Wind of Nature. As early as that, when he jumped in, he was already wind chanted, and Clint was like, "Okay, game's done."
What am I gonna do?
What am I
Cleanser.
gonna do in a cowboy, cowboy accent?
I think I can do it.
Okay, go for it.
Sorry, folks, there's not much I can do here. Guess I'm out for the count. Let's get them back on the next one.
I shoot my shot and missed.
Shot my shot and missed. He has multiple shots. Faster attack speed.
Everything missed.
Wow, such a tremendous game there. That again for Philippines to claw back.
Yep.
But Ukraine, we talked about them. We set him up. Watch out for this team. The series isn't over just yet.
Yep.
This is going to be competitive down to the final moment. What a great way to start off the second to the last. Oh, wait. The third series of the day.
Yeah. Second to the last.
Second to, oh, I'm right.
That's,
Okay,
that's
I'm right.
correct.
I'm right.
And folks, what is correct is game number 1 was a comeback for Philippines. The term is comeback. Ukraine did have game number 1 on the bag, but Philippines was like, hell no. We're going to be able to find the crazy plays that we need for us to claw back and get the victory, the W, on game number 1. Question is, will that be the same story for game number 2? Or will it be different? Will Ukraine finally, finish the job, the task, and get a victory on game number 2? Or this time, will Philippines take control in the early game for game number 2?
All right, so let's update the painting that we were talking about here. So Team Ukraine, undefeated in last year's qualifiers for the 2022 IESF due to
No single game.
not a single game drop. Due to circumstances beyond our control, they weren't able to join the rest of the other teams in Bali. Now here they are again, not dropping the same single game in the qualifiers. Now, this is their first taste of defeat in IESF. And it's in the group stage. That's against Philippines. And it's after a tremendous early to mid-game showing here, controlling majority of the game. At this point, as someone with coaching experience, prior coaching experience, does the mental factor kick in immediately?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially with a loss like that, like you had that game in the bag. The thing that you need to do for game number 2 is delete game number 1. I mean, not delete. Just get some data here and there.
Yeah.
Probably download the notepad, list down the mistakes.
Yeah.
Everything else you delete.
Yeah, bring out the spreadsheet.
The emotional factor you delete. The emotional damage you delete.
Yeah. Now, emotional damage is hard to delete, though. Not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
difficult. But I got you.
but you
You
get
got
a
it.
task, right?
Yeah, they're professional athletes.
It's on the notepad.
Yeah, the cream of the crop. It's probably already there in their prior notes in their prior meeting. You gotta chill, guys.
Yeah, gotta chill. It's part of the the guidelines.
Yeah.
Remove emotion. It's not 100% possible, but try your best.
Yeah.
Just for game number 2, because game number 2 is really important for Ukraine. Even if they win, the issue of losing game number 1 is even if you win, there is that pressure of keeping that momentum. Because Philippines, they are now in a spot where even if they lose game number 2, their mentality is gonna be strong. Like, hey, we almost lost game 1, we lost game 2, but we can bounce back on game number 3.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm already excited for game 2 and maybe even a potential game number 3. Again, very surprising. What we've seen from Ukraine. Honestly, I'm salivating. Maybe it's because it's almost the sun's about to rise. Maybe I'm lacking water. I don't know, but I am salivating for more action.
Yeah, more MLBB, more of those crazy plays that we saw earlier, because it is what ended that game. Like Unigo with a wild charge. I don't even know how he found that.
Yeah, dude.
It was off vision.
I think it was just like, hey, there's like a dude who just went into that bush, and I think there was also another member of Team Philippines who also saw, like, hey, there's also another one there. I feel like there's 3 or 4 of them in there.
Philippines was like, okay, for the last 3 seconds, we haven't found anyone. Just that guy alone that went inside of the bush. Maybe, just maybe, there's a hypothetical situation wherein if I do this, I hit 3 to 4. Worst case scenario, I hit that guy who just went in.
Yeah. That's still
Worst
gonna be
case scenario.
something. Worst case scenario.
Well, let's see if we are going to be witnessing the worst scenario here for Ukraine, or we're going to see a bounce back for this team, as we are in a very, very good series right now. Again, this is Philippines versus Ukraine for game number 2. We're going to be heading towards a short break, so don't go away. Away! IESF 2023 will be back. We are in the middle of an amazing battle between Ukraine and Philippines, currently at game number 2. Question is, who will take it, as Philippines was able to mount a comeback against Ukraine on game number 1. Will it be a game 3 series, or will Philippines close the story here right now? Welcome to the analyst caster desk / table. There's so many slashes there. My name is Midnight and I am with Renmar here. Renmar, this has been a phenomenal series, even though we're just in game number 2. But game number 1 was just immaculate.
It was immaculate. The painting and the story that these two teams just got the craft was a beauty to watch. It was a spectacle for everyone watching it. And yeah, I'm excited for what could potentially be 2 more games into this. My biggest question, I wonder, is will it be an approach from Team Philippines? Because they lean more, right? It's like they lean more towards a lineup that's like, all right, we're late game. But then knowing that, oh man, Ukraine's so good at controlling early to mid, are they going to decide to like match that instead?
Yeah, maybe change up the
exactly.
composition dynamics, because I think it was all Ukraine at the start, especially when they got the first pick. First pick teams, there's a lot of teams that really just love getting first picks because it sets up the tone, for the rest of the draft. And the way Ukraine set it up was when Philippines tried to open up the Kadita and Val exchange, Ukraine was like, okay, this is gonna be a battle of early game control. When we get Kadita, like the response from Philippines is just to get Valentina, and they didn't even get that. They got the Fredrin and Claude, and most of the times we've seen Philippines when they have this kind of lineup, they play for late game, they play for Rekesiano, and I think that's where the punish came in. Like Ukraine at best really was just eyeing at early game control.
Yeah.
Hence the Edith and Martis pick up, even though it got countered by Xborg. Matchups don't matter in a sense in the scope of macro gameplay. And Ukraine in that game was just much stronger in early game compared to Brent.
Yeah,
Brent, sorry.
Yeah, and we were talking about it behind the scenes. Is that for majority of the game, again, we were seeing a team like Ukraine playing it so systematic, disciplined, calculated. It's like everything, it seems like it was like, all right, this is the game plan heading into this. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
With a little bit of room for creativity. And that's how they got to control it. Then as the game went on, and then finally the Philippines were mounting comebacks, it then became a team that still held to the systematic, disciplined approach, while Bren was just like,
Took a side quest.
threw out the plans, and all right, we're going to work on instinct. And I felt like that was really encapsulated by that game-winning play when they saw 2 members of Team Ukraine around the purple shrub area. One went behind the little cove to get away because he got brought down low, while Arcangel saw only 1 member of Team Ukraine go into that shrub. And knowing Arcangel, he's the one who made the call, who went, go flicker wild charge into the shrub. I feel like there's someone else there.
Yeah.
And they found 3.
Worst case, you hit 1.
Yeah, worst case, you hit 1.
What could go wrong, right?
Yeah, that's 1. That's a kill.
Yep. And you sum it up perfectly, like the instinct. We saw that as well from Saison, which actually led to the comeback of
that
AP Brent.
started it all.
That was the starting point. And
The
Ukraine,
Fredrin.
after that, they never recovered. Like all these plays are gonna make you. If you're Ukraine, your response to these plays will be, what?
Yeah.
What? Was that really just possible? And did Philippines just do that play?
Yeah, like, where the heck did that come from? I feel like it is what was going through the minds there
Yep.
of Team Ukraine. So now as we go into the draft, they're going to be looking at the mid lane hero pool still. It's a Faramis and an Eve ban. 2 heroes that you actually usually see
their
get
first
picked
pick.
the first 2 picks. Yeah, and now this time they get first pick.
Yeah, their first pick, Kadita, is something that both teams will have their eyes on, but also, the likes of Fredrin and Martis still are going to be a hot commodity here for both sides. And I think if you are, Ukraine right now, you know that Kadita will be first pick for AP Brand or Philippines, and you get your hands on that sweetie boy Martis once again. Okay, never mind. We'll remove the Kadita.
I've never heard anyone refer to Martis as a sweetie boy.
I mean,
he's a terrifying man, demon.
he looks like a terrifying dude, but I refer to him as a sweetie boy because when you play Martis, you have a sweet kid.
Oh, okay, I get it. Also, a lesson in don't judge a book by its cover. Someone can look absolutely terrifying.
Never
Deep
know.
down, actually, you're such a big softie inside.
Yeah, Yuzong is a big softie, dude.
Yeah, he is. He's a big dragon, but apparently he's a good. Wait, no, he's an evil character in the lore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let's not rewrite lore here for MLBB. So the Kaji gets banned out, and now it's gonna be the Kadita actually. Yeah. So I like how Ukraine acknowledged it. Yeah, there's a chance they're probably gonna first pick Kadita. Let's just not give it anyway.
Yeah.
And you talked about Arcangel being someone who knows how to position as a Kadita so well. And man, Team Ukraine still showing they've done their homework.
Angela.
Angela,
Ban the Angela.
I get it, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, you gotta give me one, Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Yeah.
Or Uranus. Okay, Terizla. Get XP, whatever. Get XP.
Ah, there you go.
We have to.
Okay, you.
You go Val. You go Val Uranus here. Or Val Terizla.
Okay. Uranus is a little bit too early for my taste. Usually that's third or fourth pick. I like Val as one of their first two picks here right now.
Martis.
Martis,
Okay,
yeah.
still Martis.
Yeah.
Martis Val, probably. Martis Claude, even.
Yeah, that's the usual. Oh yeah, I like no Martis Claude. Martis Claude, Val. One of those three.
Yeah, the reason why I like Martis Claude is that it's not susceptible to something like a Farsa
Yeah.
from the side of AB Brand.
Or I wonder if they're just gonna go ahead and pick a Grok early on.
What if they get the Farsa themselves?
That's true. It's okay, so we added those three and then now also the Grok possible. Oh, Edith.
Oh yeah, Edith.
Yeah, Edith.
We're right with the Valentina. You go Farsa here, honestly.
Okay.
You go Farsa Claude.
Yeah, it has to be.
You either go Farsa Claude or you go Farsa Carry.
I'm okay with Farsa Claude. I like the mobility coming out of the Claude.
Yeah,
and
against
then the
Edith.
split push potentially against Edith. Because, again, with how the Claude works and the fact that you can entry Blazing Duet and move around, while a carry is just literally standing there and free hitting like crazy. Against a Val. Ooh.
Okay, I get the Navaria. It works against Valentina and
Uh-huh.
Edith. But this does mean that early game, compared to Martis Navaria, Fredrin, it does work in early game, not as well as Martis, though. Because the thing with Navaria is that you provide the poke necessary to, put enemies in the threshold, like the decimate threshold. With Fredrin, you actually want heroes that abuse the Fredrin setup that he gives. So you want burst heroes, you want the Kaditas, you want the Farsas, the Valentinas. So that's why, AP Brand for the past few months, they've been running that strategy. Now with Fredrin Navaria, they need more. Like the Slayer, it's not enough, especially in the early game. They do have Teresa though.
Yeah, I'm thinking a Bane actually might look good here for
Steal the
They
Claude.
steal the Claude away.
You ban Leslie now. You ban
Yeah.
Leslie. You also ban Clint.
I think they'll ban Brody Clint.
Yeah,
If ever.
They'll allow the the Leslie.
But it'll probably still be a Beatrix.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Because Shadow special. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
That is true.
at least the Beatrix Navaria has really good wave clear if ever they get into a spot again where they're
Yeah.
playing from behind. That's a safe answer.
Because the Leslie, it does put AP Bren like locked in the late game scenario. Beatrix allows them to be more flexible because Beatrix, he's not she's not a one-dimensional marksman. Like,
Yeah.
you can play it early game, you can
Sniper
play it
ready.
mid game,
Give me a
play
target.
late, but they still ban out the Leslie. So I'm thinking they might be eyeing at Leslie and Beaban,
Yeah.
force Rakishan to play Brody, and then pick up something like a Hayabusa or something.
Yeah, that was also the back of my head. You still have Assassins open on the board. But I feel like if ever they're going to see the jungler, it might actually go into the last pick.
Yeah.
We might actually end up seeing the roamer pick up there for the 4.
Baksha's open still.
Yeah, because the jungler pick in this scenario, I feel like really changes the look of the draft even more than a roam pick would.
Yeah. So I think for Philippines, Baksha is like a must ban in the last phase because if you're not banning Baksha, at least you are equipped to deal with it, but you might consider letting it go because Carry is still up for the taking for Rekiciano.
Carry?
They remove Carry because they're eyeing at Baksha as
yeah,
well.
they're thinking of Baksha here.
Ooh, they have a good drafter on the side of Ukraine, huh?
You know, honestly, if they ban the Baksha here, maybe it's just because I've been looking at Leo's win rate with the Bane a lot. I don't mind a Bane getting picked up in the jungle here,
Yeah.
and then you also pick up a tanky jungler.
Against Fredrin and Terizla.
Yeah.
It's just hard to play Bane against the Vaya
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, though.
because you get slowed AF.
Yeah. It's like,
You're slow AF.
yeah, you just have to wait. If you're gonna get slowed, and then you know the Fredrin and the Teresa are gonna go in, try to hold on so that by the time they enter, you still have your deadly
Yeah.
catch, and
There
you
you
can hit
go.
them with the sharks. Good read here, that Baksha.
Akai jungle though.
Oh yeah, I'm cool with that too.
Akai jungle sounds awesome for Ukraine.
Yeah, once he's heavy spinning, it's gonna be easy for him to just secure objectives.
Even Akai roam sounds awesome. And then pick up an assassin jungle. Like a
Yeah.
Lancelot, a Ling.
They're gonna need another. Yeah, they need more damage options for sure. Because I mean, theoretically, we know the damage being dished out by an Edith. Valentina takes time, or
What about a last pick Hellcurt?
I'm okay with it. Yeah, Aspect Helker.
Because the thing is, looking at the setters for AP Fredrin, Terizla, they hate getting interrupted.
Yeah. I wonder if there's gonna be like an Atlas or a Minotaur.
Oh! I mean, against a Terizla and a Fredrin, I mean, it's nice that you have Edith to accompany you in the early game, and you also have Valentina.
Yeah.
But your problem with engaging is actually starting the engage. Like the slow from Navaria is gonna be a problem. Now you're also being showed a Minotaur, which is a very good counter against an Alpha.
Oh, Matrix.
I mean, whatever
They're all
Philippines
okay.
goes with here, they're all good. I
Yeah.
mean, I actually like Minotaur better, but I do
Yeah.
understand the ideology behind the Franco. Like, it's good against Claude, it's good against the Edith, and it's a Beatrix counterpoint. So it's a good draft coming out from Philippines. Now, this is the downside of getting the Alpha first. You could have picked jungle last.
Yeah, as we were talking about, right? That surprise potential.
They might go glue here. Edith throw. Glue XP.
But isn't the Navaria's gonna mess up? The gluelets are gonna go away with the presence of the Navaria and the Terizla. Those little mini glues are gonna go away fast.
Or you go Masha.
No.
Masha sounds...
No, but they already have. I still think there's gonna be defender on the Edith.
Oh yeah, that's true. But it is something that they could consider, because I don't think Philippines is equipped to
Yeah.
deal with the Masha.
Oh my goodness!
Rome Valir!
I know this so well. We brought this up in the local Philippine caster tournament. One of the picks that helped us cross on over it. Okay, I need your input here, Midnight. Genuine feeling towards this Rome Valir pickup.
I hate playing Rome against Valir. Whatever position you put it in, I'm not playing that game.
Yeah, I feel like now, in hindsight, I bet Brand's thinking like, man, I'm glad we just went with a Franco, dude.
Yeah, because
if that was a Minotaur, that Minotaur could get cooked.
Look, okay? You have Fredrin, you have Terizla,
Yeah.
you have Franco. These are the setters. These are the front line. These are the meat shields. They get countered by one hero. And the only CC that can hold a Valir Rome, mind you, a Valir Rome that you're committing a CC spell with is a Bloody Hunt. Because everything else, he can just press ult. Get out.
So that's why they picked the Alpha. Their surprise wasn't in the jungle. The surprise was in the Rome.
I mean, any jungler would have worked. Honestly.
yeah, any
like
any
Pain.
character would have worked. But yo, Alpha Valir together, that is a ranked game's worst nightmare.
Pain.
And played in the hands of professional athletes, even scarier.
Early game. Told you. Again, early game. Ukraine, all about looking at that. How do we win early game?
Yeah.
Man, this Valir pick is, is something
killer.
that we sort of expect because it is in the meta right now. Like,
Yeah.
Valir is not a cheese pick anymore, but we did not expect because they already had Valentina. And we rarely see Valir get played in a rogue position nowadays. It was only Echo before that did it. But now Ukraine is pulling out all the, the secret weapons out of their pockets.
Man, it's like their little combo feels like cheesy 90s buddy sitcom. Val and Val, you know? And then just thinking about it, ooh, this could go so well for Ukraine.
Yeah.
This could honestly go so well for Ukraine and terribly for Team PH if they do not respect the presence of a searing torrent.
Yeah.
They will always just be telling each other, searing torrent up, yeah. Searing torrent up, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone. Okay, I think we can go now.
Finally.
Okay, finally. Finally he used the knockback.
One big problem for Ukraine, however, if this Beatrix is left unchecked,
Oh yeah.
they don't have anything against it.
Mm.
Like they don't have any answers at all. The only answer they have is damage. They do have damage. They have Alpha, they have Claude, they have Valentina, but all these damage, especially with the Alpha, if it's not used in early game, Alpha falls pretty hard. Like he's like a Martis. He
Yeah.
falls pretty hard in the late game. Although you do have the the damage dealers on the form of the Claude and the Valentina in late game. What about mid game? That's Beatrix turf,
Yeah.
That's where she's strong.
Yeah, I think now looking back, because now that we see the Valir pickup, I feel like in the scenario, it was better that in the end of the day they picked up a Beatrix instead of the Brody. Because at least, again, the presence with all your poke ultimates that you have Bennett's Rage, Renner's Apathy, and then, well, yeah, those are the ones I'd really consider like a little bit long range. We're leaning more towards like mid-range territory for the Nibiru's Passion Submachine Gun Ultimate. So at least those two, if ever they get to the point where the frontliners of Team Philippines is going like, man, we can't get close to them. This is Valir just wrecking us. At least they'll have a Beatrix, a sniper. A sniper shot will change the game. One really good Bennett's Rage, that grenade launcher ultimate can change the picture of a team fight,
Yep.
and or how it's going, especially if minion waves are crashing in. So yeah, at the end of the day, hindsight is 2020, but they ended up picking the best possible marksman for this scenario.
Yeah. The reason why it's best is because it gives more dimension
Yeah.
to the draft. Because if you pick up Brody, no dash, trash against Valir.
Yep.
And if you're looking at the draft of AP Bren, gold later, win condition. If it's trash, we lose game.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why we kept on saying that Beatrix kind of looks good as well,
Yeah.
and especially with the Franco, because it does give more playing room for AP Bren to work with. It does give more options in the in terms of execution, and Beatrix, as for the reasons we talked about earlier, it provides a lot of things: early game, mid game, and late game. It's a hero that does not technically scale down, and it's also a hero that does not need time to scale up, because the only thing that you need is Fury Hammer. That's it.
Yeah.
You hit like a truck,
Yeah. That's more than enough.
and maybe one Legion Sword.
Yeah, so I'm also going to be looking at, especially like what kind of emblems that we got here, because lately we've been seeing way more Beatrix just pack assassin already. Little by little, the number of
Huge
Beatrix
fan, by the
players who
way.
pick up
Assassin
marksman,
emblem.
yeah, who pick up marksman emblem have decreased because of the penetration and the sheer early damage that you can dish out. If you get the assassin emblem stats instead, have just been like, it's like a revelation for the world. Yeah, let's just go assassin emblem.
I actually did not understand that phase, like at all. Like, dude, it's 16 penetration.
That's a lot.
Why would you prefer that over 10? I mean, why would you prefer 10% attack speed? It's a 250 gold item
Yeah.
that you can buy in the shop. If you look at the item that provides you 12 physical penetration, it's 800.
Mm-hmm.
Get Assassin Emblem.
Yeah, get the assassin.
Buy. That's dagger, right?
Yeah.
Just buy the dagger.
Yeah, just get the dagger.
Yeah.
So
It's the same thing.
Yeah, and I remember even the tournaments leading up to this, like more and more lineups, you'll see just 3 or 4 members of a lineup will already have assassin emblems on them. And I think we also saw that for the first series of the day. I remember there was one team that had like 4 assassin emblems.
Yeah.
On. The only one with a different emblem was a roamer, obviously. So I feel like there is a possibility that what we might end up seeing here might be similar to the start of game number 1, wherein Ukraine might actually just take control here.
Oh, yeah.
The factor we'll have to watch out for is this time how Canon on the Terizla
yeah.
will be able to handle this lane and handle the rotations and answer the rotations of Defender.
That's true. That's true.
Because Defender was like the biggest X factor as to why Ukraine was able to take control of game number 1 so quickly in the first place. If they can sort of hamper that in this game number 2, it's gonna be a different story heading into the mid-game portion.
It's definitely Canon's responsibility to kind of punch a hole
Yeah.
in the the early game presence of Ukraine, because he does have a very good chance to do so, because he's been given a very good kit like a Terizla versus an Edith. It's a it's a skill-based matchup, I would say. Nothing really happens on that lane. Both of them just wants to clear wave. Although Terizla does win out the sustained battle.
Yeah.
Come level 4, you get the hell out of that lane as a Terizla.
Yeah.
You don't want to be fighting into a Edith,
with a
even
Primal
though
Wrath.
some people argue that I want to force out the ult from the Edith. I can just go away. You're much of a better use
Yeah.
in a team fight rather than forcing the Edith ult.
Yeah, you can't tunnel vision so much in like the lane matchup. You also really have to watch out for what's going on the rest of the map.
Yeah.
So this time it's
Especially in this game, right?
Yeah, especially in this game. I think in this game number 4, then, with how you put it, we're gonna be seeing Kanon, or the best possible thing for Kanon to do is to play like how Defender did.
Yeah.
Once he hit level 4, knowing that he's up against an X-Borg, he just cleared lane, got out, rotated.
Clear, pressure, die.
Yeah.
I mean, try not dying.
Yeah, try not die. But, I mean, looking back, like the deaths that Defender had in the early portion of the game actually opened up the possibility for Ukraine to build that early lead.
Yeah, it's for a reasonable cause.
Yeah. So I feel like at this point, it's warranted if Kanon would be like, all right, I'm gonna go in. Don't worry about me. I'm just doing what Defender did in game number 1. Get wins.
Shot call would have been, okay, guys, I'm ready to die. Where do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm gonna give my life to get some objectives and probably win game.
I do not mind. This is the fate I have decided for myself, but it's gonna be for the W.
Because that's really important, right? In this game, you have a small window to work with wherein the Trizla can actually be useful. Because come mid to late game, all your eyes, all your eggs will be on Beatrix.
Yeah.
Like the basket, your gold lane basket. Because the Fredrin, the Terizla, they're not going to be able to do anything. Because guess what? Again, you're up against a Valir.
Yeah.
And this guy will destroy your game for a good 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. As the old saying goes, Midnight, and I'm not sure if you've heard this. If you have a small window, just get a bigger window. It's 4:38 in the morning where we are right now.
I mean,
I will not excuse myself for what I just said.
it does make sense, but for you to get a bigger window,
Yeah.
you have to sacrifice
Uh-huh.
for you to get that resource needed to get a bigger window.
Yeah, because when you get a bigger window,
That's true.
like, don't think about the monetary thing. You have to make a bigger hole in your house for it to fit in, right? So you sacrifice your wall.
Sacrifice Kanon.
Sacrifice Kanon. In the game, he'll respond.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
No rituals outside of the game. We'll keep it in game here. Keep it
It's it's 4:38 in the morning. We're talking about win conditions here.
yeah.
Keys to victory, basically.
The sun.
Get a bigger window.
Yeah, man. The sun rises in an hour and 24 minutes. It's a beautiful start of the day. If you ever told me I'm going to start off my day by casting Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Esports Championship action, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have called you crazy. Who's crazy now? No one.
You're starting the day second time in a row in a single day. That's crazy.
I cannot process what you just
I
said.
mean, that was grammatically correct.
Yeah, I know, but can you say
But-
that again?
You started the day 2 consecutive times in a single day.
I get it, okay. Within the 24-hour
Yep.
window, I started the day twice. I like that. That's good.
You peaked in a small window twice. So get a bigger day. Get a bigger day, man.
That was okay. Let's go.
You need 2 suns.
Two sons. Get a bigger day. Welcome to the Late Show with IESF World Championship. We are still in the midst of Team Ukraine versus Team
I'm
Philippines.
losing it. Like the brain cells, you can count it now in your hands.
No, those are the best moments, man.
Yeah.
Those are the best moments. Hopefully, wherever you're watching from, you're doing amazing right now. We know we are airing on multiple time zones all across the world, whether it's dinner time, lunch time, or
Yeah.
maybe you're in the same time zone as us. Again, hopefully you're enjoying the action. Not from us. I know we can get pretty cringe sometimes. I don't care. But hopefully you care about the amazing showcase that the players are putting on. If you're just catching us, hey, if you want to look back at game number 1 while you're watching this right now, go ahead. Because Ukraine and Team Philippines brought on a treat. If you want to see what happened in the other games, yo, Team Mongolia were absolute hot shots earlier. They were amazing in their series up against Georgia. You should watch that too.
Yep. And if you are also an MLBB nerd, rewatch Game 1. After you watch it, rewatch it again. You're going to see a lot of crazy stuff there. You're going to see a lot of things that you might want to pick up and learn from. Because, you know, this is why this series, it's crazy. I want to call it crazy. Because the way you win this,
In a good way.
you win this game against, against both teams, you got to be crazy. At some point in the game, you have to take a side quest. You have to stray away from the blueprint. You have to make something that is quite unexpected from the opposition. And Philippines did a fantastic job of doing that in game number 1. Ukraine all over the place, and the late game was like, what the hell is Philippines doing? But it's working. Like the jump on a single guy on a bush that you did not know what happened. Suddenly, Unigo just jumped in, and it worked. Question is, will it work in the second time around in game number 2? That is what are gonna. Sorry,
You got this. You got this.
It's the brain cells, you know.
You got
That
this.
is
All right.
what we are gonna be finding out when we do come back after a short break. We're here again for the nth time.
Still here.
Game number 2, Ukraine and Philippines. We're about to witness game number 2 finally. Still in this casting slash analyst table slash desk is me, Midnight, and of course, Redmar.
That's my name?
Yeah, that's your name.
Thought I've forgotten my name at this
You
point.
want to be named Sunshine?
Uh,
Just to remind you of the sun outside
I'm okay.
shining over our heads.
Almost.
Almost, yeah.
But the sun is a great thing. We're currently going through a quick redrafting process. Based on what we've heard, though, no changes with the picks. So
Yeah.
everything we said still stands. We'll still have that Valir surprise last pick by Ukraine. Just waiting for that quick redraft to finish, and we're going to hop into the game.
Yeah, I already hear the countdown, Renmar, so
Yeah.
I think in a very, very short while we are going to be jumping into the land of dawn.
Let's go.
But we just have to remind everyone that the things that we've discussed earlier on, AP Bren or Team Philippines, they have a fantastic window in the early game. A very, very small window, but one that they can work with because they have a Terizla on the XP lane, and they also have a Beatrix that can pummel through that hole. But at the end of the day, early game control is also what Ukraine is eyeing at, and they have a fantastic way of doing that by limiting the amount of lace that all of these frontline setters on the side of Philippines can actually do with a Valir last pick.
Look, a beautiful look at the side of the magical floating land that is rising above the land of dawn.
Ooh, really interesting position for Philippines.
Yeah. Oh, they want to end this quick, dude.
Yeah.
They want to end this quick.
Smetana!
Ooh, already even committing the flicker. Oh. All right.
I mean, he got hooked. He got
hooked.
He got hooked.
Got hooked. Got caught.
He got
caught,
hooked.
Yeah.
Smetana, what was he rocking it with? Flicker?
Yeah.
He had Flicker, right?
Yeah. He didn't.
Or did he have Sprint?
Oh, I think it's a sprint.
Okay.
It's
With
usually a
Sprint, he lives. Flicker, he dies.
Yeah. But
But with Flicker, Beatrix can just follow.
yeah, but that's already one wave gone.
Yeah.
Effectively gone.
That's true.
Yeah. So
'Cause-
great call there.
Beatrix can just, stand behind the wave.
Yeah, man, as Matthew
Cut the
McConaughey
XP
said, all right, all right, all right.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't know if that was applicable to the scenario, but I think it is. So I said it.
I mean, at this point, anything is applicable. Right?
Anything is applicable, exactly.
I think of a movie quote.
No! Guess where that's from?
Where is that from?
I didn't guess. I'll do it again. No!
Is that Spider-Man?
Oh yeah, no, they also have that in Spider-Man, but that's not what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. It starts with an S, though.
Yes. Spider-Man 2. Okay, what movie is it from?
Star Wars.
Oh!
Episode 5, when
Yeah,
Luke found out
Luke.
when Vader said, no, I'm your father. Goes, no!
Did you know that Vader never said Luke?
Yeah.
He said,
No, I'm your father.
Someone-
Yeah,
someone
I
did it.
learned that from the internet though, like
Someone
years
did a thing.
later, like in an article,
Yeah.
like movie quotes that you remember
His
differently.
t-shirts always referenced, like, Luke, I am your father.
Yeah,
It was never mentioned.
it says no, I am your father. And we're dropping this because again there are Star Wars skins in Mobile Legends.
Yep.
Bang bang.
I was thinking a very iconic movie quote.
Oh what?
Here's Johnny.
Yeah, The Shining.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Very good movie.
Yeah. And that's not revealing your age or anything or how old you are.
No, it's a timeless movie.
It's
dude.
timeless. There's nothing wrong with loving the classics.
If you're above 12 years old,
Yeah.
no, you'd get Scots for life.
Yeah.
If you're above
No,
16 years old,
I am not showing The Shining to my 12-year-old.
if you're
I
above
don't have a
16,
12-year-old.
probably you would understand some of the aspects
Yeah.
of the movie. Why did it turn into like a film review? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it is a great movie. If you're above 16 years old,
Yeah.
I recommend you watch it.
Yeah,
There's a lot of great stuff in there.
Film preview podcast. Now, again, we are slightly off topic. We understand, but that's because we've discussed everything already.
Yeah. Like, what do you want to discuss? Brave Smite is being 4% now.
yeah.
Guys, I want to remind everybody, Mobile Legends patches, all right?
Please.
Brave Smite is no longer 5%. Stop saying it's 5%, it's 4%. Stop arguing, I want to get Brave Smite on Claude because I get 5% HP. No, you get 4%. And it's not even the same value as Quantum Charge.
Yeah, quantum charge is ultimately better. And again, that extra inch of movement speed that you
Yeah,
get.
I mean late game,
the
it's
proc.
a higher value because
Yeah.
4% of late game is much bigger than
Exactly.
the flat 175.
Yeah.
But Quantum Charge, what it gives you is movement speed.
Yeah.
And also, you don't need that extra like 70 HP in late game, because with Blazing Duet and normal hits, you just get it back in under a second. So it doesn't even matter at that point.
Also now on the more qualitative side of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I mean, we mentioned it earlier, we touched on it earlier. New names for Ultimates. Wave of the World animation is now just a Worldy for Bruno. Cult Altar is now what was it? Nether Realm. Nether Realm? Something Realm.
I can't recall. Yeah.
It was Nether Realm.
It will still be called Alter.
Yeah. Ocean's Oddity is now Ocean Ode.
What?
Yeah.
It's not even an ult.
Yeah. It's Ocean Ode now.
Why
Oh yeah, it's not even an ode. They just changed the name of her first skill.
I want to change Rough Waves.
Rough Waves. Yo, Rough Waves is a sick name for Caritas.
I mean, yeah.
It makes sense. Okay, what would you name it?
Lethal Wave.
Trash. Trash. I'm sorry. I
Rough
love
Waves.
you.
Lethal
But trash,
Wave.
bro. Lethal Wave. A bit too edgy.
What?
A little bit too edgy, man. Rough Waves.
Lethal Ignition is edgy, dude.
Okay, yeah. We're talking about Karate. Okay, from Rough Waves to Lethal Waves. We already have a lot of lethal. We have Lethal Counter. We have Lethal Ignition.
You make a good point. Okay.
Yeah, we have lethal.
Okay, I'll remove
yeah.
Lethal Wave.
Yeah. If it's a different adjective for waves, I'll be okay with it.
It's hard because usually when it comes to waves, it's rough.
Yeah,
That's about it.
Yeah.
What else can we change? It's turned into a game now.
Yeah. Okay. What about this? Something ironic. Instead of rough waves, smooth sailing.
Nah, it's not terrifying enough.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's-
yeah,
it's-
exactly. Yeah, I was going for irony.
Smooth
It's too cute.
sailing.
It's too cute. It's too cute.
Okay. What ultimate can we think of? Raging Sandstorm sounds awesome, actually.
Yo, that's a
That's a sick ult name.
Yeah.
Divine Judgment, okay.
And he does scream it. Divine
Dude,
Judgment.
real world manipulation. I mean, it's stuck for 2 years, but it's too mouthful.
Yeah, and you know what? And I've been pitching this for a while now, remember? The name of the box is Starfield. Just call it Starfield. By the way, if you know, you know. September 1 early access. By the way, anyways. Yeah, Starfield. That's a great name for the evil. And it's a little bit less of a mouthful. Real world manipulation is
RWM.
probably, let's be one of the sickest sounding ultimate names. Not gonna lie. That is mint.
Yeah.
But it is a mouthful.
It is a mouthful. Like, nobody would actually say it. You'd appreciate it reading it.
Yeah.
Like, if you found the skill name, good, but it's only good on paper.
Yeah.
When you have to say it with your mouth, you'd be like, why is this skill named Real World Manipulation?
Yeah. Again, beautiful name. Actually, I know some people who just call it the box. Shout
Yeah.
out to Rod Rich fans.
RWM, dude. I've been hearing RWMs for 3 years, for 2 years now. Ever since Eve has been released, first year, people are trying their best to say, use your Real World Manipulation. Nowadays, it's just RWM.
What about this?
Or
Her
ult.
okay, her name is Eve, right?
Yeah.
What if they change the ultimate name
Eve's
to
Field?
No. Midnight Falls.
Nah.
Eve, bro, like evening.
Yeah. I get the joke reference.
Yeah, it's not a joke reference, dude. I'm being legit here. That hurt. You just called it a joke, but okay, fine. You know what? I deserve this. I called your suggestion for Karita earlier trash.
Yeah.
That was worse. What I did was worse. So I gotta say, yeah. I get it. It's fine. It's fine.
It's not even trash.
Yeah.
It's not quality enough to be deserving of a garbage trash.
Okay, we're even
a
real.
bin of trash.
All right. What else we got here? You know what? I'm actually gonna look at the comments.
Bravest Fighter is a sick ult.
Yes.
It's a sick ult name.
Yes. I like that. I like that.
What's the ult of Chang'e?
Whoa, I've actually forgot. A meteor shower.
That's gotta change. That's gotta go away. I never liked meteor shower.
It makes sense for her though. It is like
It's
kind
not
of a
meteor. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
it is kind of a meteor shower.
Oh yeah, it's meteorites.
yeah, it's meteorites.
I remember there's a joke. This goes out to people who are who appreciate Asian dramas. Meteor Garden. the name of the ultimate of Chaga.
I mean, they have to go a lot of processing to get that right.
Yeah.
You know, that naming right.
Yeah.
But you know what? One of the sickest ults out there, it's gotta be Fredin, man. Appraises Wrath.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
That's really
Whoever
good.
thought of that name has to get some raise.
Yeah.
Like, Appraises Wrath. You'd feel the energy, the need, the requirement to activate it, and the damage. Just by reading the skill name. Appraises Wrath. Holy.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It hits.
By the way, we'd love to update y'all with what's going on, but right now we're just waiting for an official word. What's happening in the game. The last thing that we saw is that we entered game number 2, still in the similar draft. If you want to go back to the draft, you're gonna have to rewind the stream just a little bit so you can see what went down. None of the picks were changed, although what began was a great start for the Team Philippines side, effectively denying the Claude his first minion wave because he's gonna be sent back. I feel like, though, there is enough window that you mentioned he was rocking the sprint, that Claude. He can run away safely under tower.
Yeah.
And then maybe just try to get 1 minion and the gold card. I feel like there's enough wiggle room for him to do that.
Yeah, because
if he can get away.
The thing is, he actually did the right thing by checking the bush as early as possible. Because some of the gold laners don't know this, but it's okay for you to lose HP through pokes just to make sure that they do that maneuver earlier on. Because if you delay your your bush checking and minions start losing their HP, when you go back, when you're scared for the pokes, you lose out on that XP when the minion wave dies. So I think it's actually it's actually a very good thing for him that Philippines was forced to do it because he was walking towards that bush area, and I don't think he will lose out a minion here. Because DeFranco will not be able to land under the hook for a good 10 seconds. And that window, he can definitely just walk towards the the minion wave, try to get last hit if he can. If it does not, it's okay. He gets gold, he gets XP. He's gonna be fine. So it's gonna be a total reset of the lane. Albeit, he got poked.
Yeah.
So half HP lost, but it's okay as long as you're not losing waves.
Yeah. And we'd love to discuss with you again with what's going on in the story of the battle for the other parts of the map. But last where we left off in the game, that was the last thing we saw. That's the most substantial.
thing we saw.
The only thing we saw. The most substantial thing that we got to catch was that exchange in the bottom lane with the Batrix and the Franco of Team Philippines being able to pressure early on the opposing Claude on Team Ukraine. Hey, by the way, for the people looking for our friends, OSX and Nice2, they're going to be casting on the main stage during the playoffs. We have 2 days of group stage. We have today and later today for the group stage. You're still going to be sticking
Still
with,
today.
Yeah, the same casters you got to see today here on the English stream.
I hear bullets.
Myself, Midnight, Rockhart, Leo. We're also still going to be casting later on in the day. Or evening, wherever we go. Let's enter the game now. Game number 2 is Team Philippines versus Ukraine.
I have a quick trivia for you, Renmar. Oh, okay. So
Oh,
Smetana
yeah.
did lose out. Okay, he didn't lose out on any minion on gold lane. So it's
Yeah.
fine. He did lose some HP, but it's okay. It's at a cost of HP and battle spell.
Yeah, and look at that, an immediate rotation for the members of Team Ukraine to immediately disrupt the jungling here of Saison, going for the green camp down bottom. No clear leads just yet, but it looks like this is going to be actually Ukraine to sort of alleviate the pressure that a Valir can bring to the rest of the map. Unigo holding on to the gold lane babysit duties onto Requitaño means that maybe eventually they'll be forced to bring the Ukraine Valir into that lane, which will reduce his effectiveness.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Sensei is almost level 4. Half of his XP bar is already filled up, while Arcangel just got level 3. So this Valentina is gonna get 4 faster than the Navaria, but bottom lane, however, Alpha's diving the gold lane, and Regiciano, ooh, he falls down, but they get a trade onto Zoom. At the end of the Ukraine is going to be able to take that W out of the skirmish.
Yeah, roam for gold, Unigo. This might actually be 2 kills here for Ukraine, but because of their aggression here down bot, cheeky attempt there. Actually, no, that was just Arcangel making sure that they secured that, but bottom lane, look at that! Immediate aggression by the members of Team Ukraine, already 3 whittling away. So what we were talking about earlier as a great call for Team Philippines to build a big lead against our gold laner has turned into a big lead for the Ukraine gold laner.
Yeah.
Because now, remember we were talking, forcing the Valier into the bottom lane, but Ukraine changed it up. They said, it doesn't just have to be the Valier. We'll make Alpha stay here longer.
Yeah.
We don't care about that first turtle. That was a great call by Ukraine, and you don't see a lot of teams call that.
This is an example of a team understanding fully well what macro gives them, but what also long-term investment gives them. Because in this scenario, Turtle just give you a like a small win in a huge scale of objective gameplay, but your main win condition in this lineup is mainly the Claude. With this Claude allowing to have this kind of game in the early game, even if you lose out Turtle 1, Turtle 2, Turtle 3, or 2 towers, they're not gonna care. Because at the end of the day, they're securing faster late game timings on the squad in a way that come the third Turtle victory, even if you're still saying that Philippines is winning out the objective battle, you're not winning against the scaling battle, because the timings of Ukraine gets accelerated in a way that the objectives don't matter at all.
Yeah, and again, that's a lot of energy shielding gold that they're getting.
Yeah. Now we just got a word that we are gonna be heading into a short break for this game to continue. So stick with us. IESF will be right back. like that. We are back in the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Ukraine and Philippines, game number 2. Canon!
And right out of the gate, kills across the board. Ethan's gonna get taken out. Kanon falls down topside as well. A lot of action already passed, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Philippines gets to break the tower mid. Ukraine has broke the tower bot and top. Philippines are finding openings in the mid lane, while Ukraine are finding openings in the sides.
Yeah, looks like, you know, the XP lane of Philippines is really moving around the map. He did lose out on the top lane tower, but I do think that it's for the the team fights that Philippines are eyeing towards that mid game to be able to have that sort of window in this moment that they can actually fight, especially with Requetiano on the Beatrix.
And now Team Philippines, a little bit more wiggle room here. Actually, they are in the lead, 6-4. Bit of around a K of gold lead, and now they're going to be sending Requetiano to just open up the side lanes. They've switched it up. In the bottom lane, it's going to be 5v4. Philippines are going to be focusing on the top side push, but Requetiano is just trying to feel out the map. They're getting a lot of info. They want to go full 5v5. That's going to be Kanon going in. That's going to be Vladis QT. See who's going to get this. Turtle is going to go to the hands of Team Philippines. That goes to the hands of Saison. Members of Ukraine low. That's going to be an entry there. But the defender is able to hold on there and not get caught out. Philippines still systematic here.
Yeah, Alpha didn't have retribution at that moment. 2 seconds on the cooldown.
Ah, yes.
As the turtle was taken by Saison. Quite unfortunate for Ukraine, but Philippines, they're constantly taking these objectives, and actually they're the ones who are also pressuring the team fight.
Yeah. A good understanding then of the scenario, Philippines, as they conceal down into the bot lane. This is going to be ooh, crispy landing there in the Astral Recall. This is going to be a tower secured by PH, and the Zoom can somehow... Oh, that's going to be a pull, the hook, and the Bloody Hunt suppress onto the Vlier, gets taken out.
They're feeling the momentum here for Philippines. Coming up from game number 1, that comeback game is now turning into a momentum swing. And they are getting that energy, that early game domination that Ukraine wanted. Now they're the ones who are trying to fight for a chance to come back in this game. Ukraine in a very, very tight spot right now, trailing by 3K against Philippines.
Name of the game is momentum for Philippines. They are taking away resources on the side of Ukraine. Saw there earlier, they were able to take away the purple buff from the hands of Vladosicute. So now Philippines will just continue this. Open up the map, get those towers, get picks, get hooks, get bites. 3 versus 3 here, and look at that. Already info landed in another hook and hunt combo. A double H, make it a triple. Yeah, we'll consider that sniper H. And here comes Saison, straight to the back. Smetana needs to get away, but he won't. The Wrath of the Appraiser, not the ult, just the Fredrin alone, and the TPs are out.
The energy, the vibe, the confidence, it's all there for Philippines. Meanwhile, Requetiano, being the objective player that he is, hitting the tower without a minion wave, really tells you the character of this man.
Sheer swagger, another taunt, knock up, then another hook! Another hook! Defender, Primal Wrath out, but not going to be enough regen to survive through it. Requetiano gets a bit of damage coming in, but Saison paired up with the damage of Arcangel like an angel from the heavens as a Navaria. Damage lands.
Ukraine really limited
On
when it
what?
comes to answer here. Another hook coming out from Onigo as Philippines gets another one on the board.
Oh my goodness. 4. Make that 4. Straight key hooks. Make that 2, 3. Hook and hunt combos back to back. Philippines are taking it to Ukraine here. They want to end it now. They want to make this game quick. The members of Ukraine are fighting back. Orange buff will actually go to the hands of Requetiano.
Oh my goodness. 12-4 right now. 10 minutes into the game. Philippines, they are leading by a huge margin here. 7,000 gold. And right now, this is a complete opposite of what happened in game number 1. Ukraine had an early lead, but Philippines, they are the ones who are pressuring this mid-game spike that they have with the Beatrix,
Oh!
the Fredrin, and the Terizla.
Defender goes in with an onward plus a flicker, but he's gonna get punished, and just like that, deleted. Quick delete, another one! Another one! Somewhere out there, DJ Khaled is going wild for Unico on this.
Saison!
Saison goes in with a massive two-man taunt, but not enough follow-up just yet. But play after play, catch after catch. PH, wow!
And they have all the waves that they need to push out the pace of Ukraine, Philippines. 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in, they want to close out the series. They want to go to sleep. They want to sleep early.
They might end this quickly. If it serves me right, it's around midnight in Romania right now, maybe even 1 in the morning. But they are still fighting. No, they're definitely fighting like they want some rest.
Yeah.
They are showing absolutely no mercy right now to the members of Team Ukraine in this game number 2. Back to back. Onigo again. He got the game-winning play in game number 1. He's getting the game-winning plays here. So far, Saison going in. No one's gonna enter. That's gonna be an onward. No one's gonna get hooked. But the damage coming in from Rekitiano. That's gonna be Defender with the tossback. Defender with a primal wrap. That's shut down onto Saison. But oh my goodness, a turnaround. A little bit too eager. It's Philippines. A little bit too sour as Ukraine have found a way to punish. But what can they do? What else can they get? Because they no longer have any base turrets on them.
Yeah, I mean, at best, they were able to defend the base against Philippines, but they lose out all towers on the outskirts of the map. And right now, they can't even do anything to punish Philippines at the moment, even though it is 5v3.
Still a 9,000 gold lead here for the Philippines. They do have to watch out. Ukraine was able to find a massive way to come back. And the Philippines will look to really hold on onto this mid tower. If it falls, that's going to open up the map more for Ukraine. They're going after Rekitiano, and he gets taken out. An unexpected positional choice there by Rekitiano turns into a big find for Ukraine.
I mean, we are looking for chaotic plays, but that was kind of a chaotic position to be in for the Beatrix, as he was basically just free food for Ukraine at that moment.
Yeah, he really didn't want to be there, and that showed. And let's see if Philippines will slow down this progress on taking out the store. They
Yeah,
still
10
have
seconds.
To, 10 seconds for the Beatrix to go back. Oh, massive info provided there, and that's going to be a pull to Smetana. Oh, but the counter! The ultimate from Vladossi Cutie with a massive play, but Canon straight to the back. He finds the Claude. Saison finds him again. No more marksman for the members of Team Ukraine. Here comes the marksman of the Philippines, though, trying to make a comeback. But can Ukraine somehow get close enough to the Lord to get for the retribution? They have to keep their eyes set on the Alpha, and it still goes to the Terizla. The Fredrin was knocked up, but somehow, someway, the last hit went to the EXP laner of the Philippines. They look at the base, they look at the end, and they look for the rest. Game number 2, does it end here? Right now, at the entry from Team Philippines. They're managing to use another massive hook from Anigo. Sensei goes in, burst damage, no marksman. The blazing duet by Smetana. Claude, really low. Saison holding on, and another one! Ooh, Nico! Goal for the Franco! And game number 2 goes to Las Islas Filipinas.
Oh my goodness, this is a game of dominance for Philippines. Just hooks after hooks after hooks after hooks, and snipes after snipes after snipes. I can go all day. But what happened in this game was Philippines executing their composition 100% full efficiency. I'm speechless, Renmar.
Unigo.
Unigo. Did you see the Claude got toyed earlier on? Yeah. Saison went in, pressed him up, used taunt, got hooked, used BMI to get out, penalty zone on the back, forced to get away. One sword from the Fred and took him down.
Wow. What
a masterclass of performance of individual skills coming out from Philippines.
We laugh about it a little bit, we joked about it, but that looked like Team Philippines hell-bent on getting rest and ending the series here.
They were like, I'm having none of this.
That was one of the greatest
None of this.
Scorpio from Mortal Kombat cosplays I've ever seen in MLBB. Hook after hook, again and again by Onigo. My goodness!
The story for game number 1 was, okay, let's fight Ukraine with our best. Philippines was basically playing at 100%. After a while, they were like, guys, my eyes are getting heavy. I need to end this now. 200% went overdrive, stepped on over Ukraine.
Oh man, we still have one more series after this.
Whew. One more to go, and that is gonna be after this short break. So don't go away, as IESF 2023 will be right back for the last match for today. We are back here in IESF 2023, but it's not going to be for the last series of today, as we do have a little bit of announcement for the schedule later on, as we are rescheduling the last match for day number 1 to a later schedule.
Yeah.
And we are going to be keeping you updated and keep you posted. So do check out the Facebook pages and the social media channels of IESF 2023 Romania, and of course your local broadcast as well, to be updated on when is the last match gonna be for day number 1. I do believe it might get rescheduled for day 2. So more matches, more amazing MLBB games for us to watch on the second day.
And we're gonna be getting 5 series for day number 2, which will be happening a little bit later in the day. So
You mean today?
Yeah, today. Today. It will happen today. But yeah, it's been amazing so far, of course. All the way from the remote group stage English setup. Of course, we'd like to extend our thank you to all the amazing teams and the players who went through today. Of course, there's a lot of action that we didn't get to see because there were other games happening. In the a lot of games went alongside with each other. So the broadcasted games that you see were only a few of the games. So again, on behalf of also our other friends, Leo, Rockhart. Am I missing anyone? Yeah, Leo and Rockhart as well, who joined us on the English stream today. Thank you so much.
Yep, and of course to the production staff that we have here. It has been a very, very long day, and that is it for day number 1. We're going to be seeing you in day number 2 later on today. So we hope that we get to see you by then For now, we have to rest, and IESF 2033 will be back later on.